I grew up with the Miis, and my natural attachment to fiction as a concept has inspired me to play every single Mii game ever made. That's right, if the only way to play the game is through a Mii, I am going to talk about it as we explore what made the Mii game so memorable, impactful, iconic, and later, irrelevant. This is the impact of Miis. Note that this video is an enhanced compilation of the Mii marathon I've been doing for the past 4 years, so it's a bit inconsistent near the start. If you have watched the videos before, you can use the chapters which will denote most of the new stuff, but I've gone back and put little improvements throughout, so I highly advise you rewatch everything. Besides, chances are you haven't seen them. Alright, have fun! Oh boy, it must be the plushie friend I ordered the other day! Okay, the delivery guy is gone, I guess. Now let's see. Wait. I remember this. I'm telling you, I've tried making the most famous videos by talking about Mii Games. I'm gonna be living the dream. Yeah, I need to stop getting parfaits with alcohol in them. Anyways, let's get started. Wii Sports! That's right, we don't sport, we go multiple! It's a game that Nintendo kinda get away with every Wii. You get a sports! You get a sports! Which means that if you have a Wii and haven't played Wii Sports, you're officially subhuman in nature and I will go to your house and I will kill you. There's like 3 of you, so it fits pretty well into my schedule. I'm trying to say that it sold better than fresh bread, only having a single release, being bound to a specific gaming system, and it managed to become the 4th best-selling game of all time. It's beaten by Tetris, GTA 5, and Minecraft, all of which have had multiple releases on several easily available systems. You know what else is easily available? The subscribe button. That's right, I'm shilling this early. I kinda need it or else my channel's gonna die. And so, you got this behemoth. It must be probably the craziest, most fun game ever! It's a tech demo. A tech demo outsold Red Dead Redemption 2. Let that sink in. But it's a really good tech demo. You can genuinely analyze everything about Wii Sports and see very deep reasons for everything that they made. Case in point? Press A and B. We're in here in the title screen and there's already something of note. How did you hold the Wiimote like this? Not only is Wii Sports a tech demo, but it's also a tutorial on how to use the Wii. That's genius, especially because you're giving it away. And right off the bat, it starts by teaching you how to hold the controller. Pun unintended. Surely, I'm not an idiot, I know you hold it like this. It's designed after a TV remote, but then again, my dad holds his TV remote like this. And you can perfectly access the game holding it in this method. This simple prompt teaches you how to properly hold the remote in case you didn't pay attention to the multiple warnings at the start. Also, don't tell me you didn't do this, we all did. The sound design of this thing is immaculate. I was actually recording when suddenly a family member actually went into my room and asked why I was watching a tennis match since it's not like a thing I do. And I was like, look out! As the controller flew directly into the general direction. It's so good. Most of the immersion that is achieved through Wii Sports is thanks to the sound. I particularly like how crowd sizes are extended based on your skill level, leading to louder cheers. You really feel amazing when like a whole stadium sits down to watch you fail at batting 10 balls. So once you're into the game, it presents its lineup of iconic games. It might seem like they just randomly chose the games to put in here, but it's very deliberate. They start off with tennis, which teaches you the basic usage of motion controls. Use it to watch your gram! Nah. It shows you that shaking the controller is an acceptable input for the Wii console. Not only that, but Tennis for Two has always been a prime example of a game that's great for testing the basic abilities of gaming systems. That's why they started with Pong and also Space War, but we don't talk about Space War. How do you input? What can you do with the input? What are the response times? Super basic stuff. Tennis basically teaches, hey, you swing, that's an input. You can swing harder, slower, upwards, downwards. The direction in which you swing counts as a different input, which the Wii can read. But guess what? The Wii motion controls can also be precise. Foul ball! Baseball. You do the same movement with the controller, but now up and down on important directions, as well as precision and timing. Am I the only one who got confused the first time they actually saw a real baseball match because the rules on the Wii are just all wrong? Also, who is not on first? But yeah, once again, it's teaching you that motion controls can be liberal or precise, but that's not all. What if you can press buttons and use motion controls? Turns out that motion controls can have practical usages that require traditional player input as well as motion input. Bolding shows you that all of these features can form strong game mechanics to create engaging gameplay and relatively realistic simulations. I say relatively because look at this. How am I missing? How? I also kind of dislike the motion that you end up doing technically for striking, because the best motion is kind of not very cool, and I don't want to bring attention to it on YouTube, but if you played it, you know what I'm talking about. Golf is then the culmination of all of these features, fusing complex mechanics with their own controls to create an accurate game of golf, one which is challenging to master and accessible to play. You can be a child or a grown-up, and these games will entertain you all the same. Remember not to serve your golf hand to the wrong hand, or just, you know, like test out if one of the sides is working badly. They still didn't figure out calibration, and so sometimes you swing from the right, sometimes you swing from the left. It's a silly and weird word after all. Also, this throw right here, yeah, I was just vibrating the controller. It's no surprise that Nintendo can be surprisingly insightful with its gameplay design when they want to, and the Wii itself, it's not an exception. Nintendo likes making their commercial tech demos not only show the capabilities of the system, but also the identity of the system. 1-2 Switch! It's a terrible subpar game, and I don't know how I keep making all of these puns. Where are they coming from? But it still shields for the ideas of sharing the console and spontaneous play, several very important aspects to the Switch's identity. Similarly, Wii Sports tries to show the identity of the Wii, and that is to say, it was clearly crafted for you, the player. For me, for us, for some other non-to-describe self, for we. The Wii is your system, doesn't matter who you are. It's accessible, it's fun, it's like turning on a TV with just the channels you want, a TV which is constantly asking, hey, what do you want? It was made for me. I put off talking about this. The Mii is not the other thing I'm putting off. You know what it is if you've been confused for the last 2 paragraphs of script. Wii Sports is a Mii game, and that's because you want to play as yourself in these games using the console's Mii channel. As I said, Wii Sports is about showing the philosophies of the Wii, the ideas of the way it pushes you to move, emote, and feel the gameplay, all while playing as a digitalized version of yourself. The genius of Wii Sports as a tech demo is ginormous, and yes, it is a mean for me to play it in 2024, but that doesn't mean we can look under the hood to find what it teaches us as players. And what made it so great.
But it was boxing.
2006 finish, steel-belted mechanics, matte in the interior, and under the hood, the ultimate boxing experience game with dual motion controllers.
Hey, so the Wii has a second controller? And it's just as precise, if not more? You know, sure, golf teaches you that you can take your time and carefully plan. Puck teaches you that you can also forget that planning and precision and you can just go balls to the walls while also learning about this second controller. All in a journey about you going from a lowly dumb boxer to the king of boxing. Little Mac ain't got shit on you. You beaten Mac, you're a legend. Has Little Mac beaten Mac? Of course not. He is you. He's not in the game unless you make him in the game. But that doesn't... You know what I mean. Smash doesn't count, buddy. Also, I didn't beat Matt myself because my arms were in massive pain, but Box brings together everything that the game has been building up to in a neat little package that will get you to move, emote, and feel the real Wii experience. Not only do you learn to play the console, but you also learn how you should feel while playing the console. Your real-life motion transferred directly into the Wii, and that's the way you should feel. That is something no tech demo has ever done ever again. Wii Sports is an amazing tech demo because it teaches you this, it explores what the system's about, and the experience you should have when you boot up a game. That's why so many people remember the Wii as such a memorable system, because there's games like Wii Sports that let us feel a part of the game. It's a dream machine that allows you to take your own path towards your in-game dreams. People go on about Matt, by the way, but can we give it up for Haley? She's an absolute legend. Look at us knocking ourselves each other out. Oh damn, I almost forgot to talk about the training, which has challenges for all the games, but those are extra, very fun. I like all the boxing ones, the atmosphere is super relaxing, and I adore these games insistent on displaying nature to relax the player and make the world feel more organic. Also, the tennis one with the brick wall, it is like really fun. I like the training music for baseball a lot, and the bowling ones are all tricky as hell, probably the hardest thing in this game. Nothing like the 91-pin bowling game, which is satisfying as hell to look at even though I can't get a single strike cause it just keeps tilting to the right! Never clicked on the golf training until this video and I felt pathetically while trying. You can get medals in these, so that's a little challenge for you. I mean, I won't pretend I'm not compelled to play 20 hours of Wii Sports just to do well in the training games and get to a pro level in every sport. There's some appeal to 100% completion of Wii Sports, and I guess it has something to do with how satisfying they made it when you perform well in the games. For a tech demo, the gameplay loop is so well defined, it actually gives you more hours of playtime than you'd imagine, and that's why I have 6 hours of footage on a 1-hour game for a roughly 8-minute segment. I'm justified! But the best part of it all, the one that will lead this segment off, mad noises.
So, Wii Sports? Yeah, it absolutely slapped so hard it put the man on Mars and all spun 2 sequels, one of which makes me crave orange juice and another one which makes me crave non-edible concepts like death. The first one, Wii Sports Resort, it's kinda dope. Let's play the thing, and later we'll talk about Wii Sports Club. Please, let me procrastinate on this one, please. But Wii Sports Resort, they still didn't fix the name. They should have at least called it Wii Sports Resorts. You know, you made a mistake, either fix it or own it, but you at least get a whole bunch of new sports, as well as further development to Wuhu Island. I gotta say, the reason for this one's existence isn't as clean as the existence of the original. While the original was all tech demo-ish, this one is like, yo, you can now put a cube in your controller and it looks cooler, but it also needs calibration every 5 goddamn seconds. It comes with a whole new batch of sports. And I gotta say, it is a pretty solid selection, even though it's not as tailored as the original. Swordplay, archery, cycling, and air sports are very notable for giving you a full scope of Wuhu Island. Then there's table tennis and basketball, which are often cited as fan favorites. I hear you all PBG fans. Followed by Frisbee, which has dogs, and the motion controls almost never work. Then ending on power cruising, wakeboarding, and canoeing, which are the water sports. Can I say, what the hell is this sports menu? What's the topic here? They straight up mixed them all up in a hat and then drew them out and called it a day. You no longer get the neat natural progression of original sports, which teaches you through its mechanics and welcomes you to the Wii. Instead you get this gobbledygook. It's a very different design approach. Well, one of them was all about learning, this one is all about options. You can do all of these things! You already know the mechanics, so here's some fun stuff that isn't bound to welcoming you to the console. Do whatever you want! Fight using lightsabers, play Fruit Ninja on Wii, own a dog, fool yourself into thinking canoeing is fun, explore the island, drink some water and fellow bear in your back, but it doesn't hurt, so it's all good. I really want to drink that water. Even though it's not a polished selection, it's not attempting to be. It's just trying to be fun and have variety, and you open a menu and it gives you another menu, and yet it's still organized? Look at that intro, it's bigger, there's more Miis, there's an island. Just in the intro, it's already setting up for what it is. A bigger, colored version of Wii Sports. Yeah, sure, I don't like it more than Wii Sports as it's evident, but that's because it has so much variety, it's easy not to land the landing. If you get what I'm saying. Sticks the landing? What even are all these games about? I don't like water sports. Like, you can do without them, remove it from the game, and it's like, whoa, cool, this game is still just as good. I bet you couldn't even remember the differences between wakeboarding and power cruising just judging by the screenshot icon. And that's not to say they are bad, but they do stand as pretty weak in the selection. The gameplay in them is extremely bare bones, and the extra modes are boring or limit you unnecessarily. Canoeing, for example, is wonky and not a lot of things about it make sense. You're supposed to just canoe real fast, which makes this mode feel padded out and annoying most of the time. Like they go, oh, now you can only go 100 feet, now you can only go 130 feet, it's annoying. Oh, also wakeboarding is bland too. So, what else is in this box? Well, guess what? Bowling and golf are back. Bowling really only has enhanced graphics and physics, but it's golf that kind of improves by moving the hole count from 9 to 18. It's not groundbreaking, but it does look nicer. It actually might be 22 holes, I'm not sure. It's clear that these are here to keep the spirit of Wii Sports. Bowling still has 2 challenge modes from the original though, even enhancing spin control to be more fun, and they are still just as tricky, except this time I did actually get a strike! So, 2 strikes is a strike double, and 3 strikes is a strike turkey. What is this, Thanksgiving? Actually it is, I'm recording this on Thanksgiving.
Okay!
I'll cut you a deal here. I thought Pilotwings Resort is gonna be a long video. Which, if you didn't know, that's because this is one video in a set of videos about Mii Games. So let's put these in a little tray and bring it back on that video. For now, relax and enjoy this one.
Hello, it's me, you from the future. That short video ended up being one of the longest in the marathon, so now you're gonna hand me over this tray and I'm going to steal it for substance because, by the way, we're still broke. What?
It seems they gave up on porting tennis too. They chose a nicer ping pong variant, which is much easier and fun to control. People will go, wow, wow, as you hit the ball, and if the moon strikes right, you can play ping pong animation music to feel real cool. How dare you make me lose, you bitch! Come here! I will kill you with my hand! No kidding though, they clearly wanted to put tennis and decided against it because it's in Pilotwings. I know we said we weren't gonna talk about it, but I guess I should mention it. They do make a nod to it. I remember this one was pretty chunky, but sadly, there are only a few stages. You still feel real cool when you land a tricky shot, but it makes me sad that there's only 12 stages or so. They could have done 30 and it would have felt much more open. Too bad it could be larger. Like, what about making side-scroller levels or something like that? Again, it was such a good idea, kind of wasted. I kind of enjoyed my short time with Frisbee. Sure, the dog mode ain't that big of a deal, I'm a cat person, and there's just no sports involving cats. Except maybe rushing to the bed, but I don't think that's in the game. It's very reminiscent of bowling, in the sense that it isn't too difficult to get a good score, but getting a very good score takes some practice. There is Frisbee Golf, which I find a little more fun in all honesty, even though it too is very bare bones. I'm sorry PPG fans, and I'm sorry non-PPG fans, because y'all are like, why are you talking about sandwiches now? How did we get here? But I mean to say, I don't like this game mode that much. 3-point game is only there to practice for the actual game mode. And the actual game mode is fun, but the game takes too long. With some overbearing rubber banding. Like, I completely slapped the shit out of the NPC team at first, and then the NPC's team suddenly becomes super competent in the last minute of the game. And then I got bored. The mechanics aren't that bad, yo, it's just I don't have the patience to play 75 5-minute games. Now this is one of the good games for actually getting a workout. I sure am glad I didn't eat extra food the day I play this. Yeah, I'm getting fat. Cycling is strange. I can't for the life of me get the mechanics down well enough to get first place, but I don't think winning is necessary to enjoy this sport. You actually get to see a lot of the island in these cycling stages, and they are very serene minus the part where your Mii is having breathing problems. You go up in the volcano and around town, and you flipping get the trick shot of Dillon Rock, and that's how I got to the hospital. But for real, it's a lot of fun to go up and down and all around the island, taking in the view from a street level. That said, the game mode was definitely improved in Wii Feet. Nonetheless, I still want to drink that water. Why does it look so fresh? I don't even drink water. It's called the Whey Baby. Oh, that's why I'm getting fat, huh? And then there's the boxing equivalent of Wii Sports Resort. Sword fighting. Sure, there's the normal mode, where you battle one-on-one against the computer and look really silly while playing because you know you look ridiculous, but you just gotta pretend you're a cold-blooded swordsman. It's part of the experience. Then there's Fruit Ninja mode, where Matt just nonchalantly drops 2 bombs on you and blames you for being unable to deactivate it by slicing it. The real mode is the shotgun fighting. It's you against a million other guys who are out for blood. I thought it was gonna be real easy, just swinging the sword around the bunch like crazy, but turns out it gets very tactical as it progresses. Eventually, you'll be punishing enemies for going vertically for too long, and you'll feel real cool. There will still be times where you just have to guard for 30 to 60 seconds, which I do think they drag on, but it's still kinda fun because it makes you feel real skill. Also, the backgrounds are a lot of woohoo. The bridges, the ruins, the volcano, the beach with its giant cool-ass bonfire, which I didn't get too close to because they murdered the hell out of me. But yeah, over 30% of my playtime was spent here, and with good reason. It's tactical, responsive, and it feels amazing. That sounds dirtier than it should, doesn't it? But wow, what a game! It's still not impressive, but these people clearly know what they were doing with it. They found a good balance of the old and the new, giving us 3 new amazing game styles and a few more that honestly, I could have more of in my life. This is a worthy successor to Wii Sports. Like... it's just not the same anymore. Wii Sports Club? More like Wii Sucks Club. It's just Wii Sports again, but worse. Case in point, no Matt. That's right, all the trainers are now machines. Actually, no, wait. There is a Matt, which is the first guy you fight in boxing, and now he's a white blonde with no personality. Where is whitewashing? Hell, boxing is such a godly sport. This one just kinda shits all over it. You're supposed to play with 2 Wii Motion Plus controllers. I see the icon, you could have made it all with a nunchuck, but nah, you gotta use one hand. Fun. They massacred half of these games. Golf looks more boring than oatmeal or a retirement home. Baseball is so easy to win as a pitcher because you can straight up always out your opponent since they added a gameplay element to it that just lets you win. Tennis is the most faithful, even though the new courts look terrible. Also, the announcer went from being the cheery guy in OG Sports to this new guy who just actually sounds constipated.
Out! Deuce! Nice shot! Hit!
What even is a hit? A letter in the Hebrew alphabet? Remember when the Miis in the other lanes of bowling would celebrate? Yep, they still do it here, but no facial expressions here.
It's garbage. Thank God for the 24-hour free trial of this, which you cannot claim anymore because the eShop is dead. There's one good thing in this game, and that's the challenge bowling mode with the crazy pins. One out of who knows how many extra game modes which are worse than whatever the original had. This trash really came in here to ruin the legacy of Wii Sports, and honestly, I'd rather it just didn't exist. The only good thing about Switch Sports is that it's better than this. Low bar, I know.
So from Wii Sports Resort to Wii Sports Club, there really is a lot of contrast, and it's kinda shitty, and that just made me depressed. Man, I'm gonna need to play some good games to get over this, won't I? Wink wink. Wii Sucks Club. You know, the developers of Wii Sports wanted to make a second side to Wii Sports, and what came out is Wii Play. Of course, I played this way back in 2008 once I got my Wii, and from that day on, I forgot about the cow minigame. And I'm also unable to forget the tank one. As you can already imagine, it's a collection of minigames, and it goes like, wow, you can aim at the screen, and I can see they ain't half bad. Honestly, most of the minigames aren't very in-depth, and you get stuff like Pong or Shoot the Target, which are, like, rather basic. I mean, unlike Wii Sports, it almost has no replayability. Let's take a look at the games, right? But first... Oh no, they have arms! Ah! No kidding though, if there's something I like about Wii Play, is the main menu. You get the nice music and then you get the Miis in the background just kinda messing around, like walking and swimming in the air. It's kinda cool. However, the important part is the minigames, which are arranged in a ring around your character, and they of course try to invite you to play. So I took a look at them again after so many years, and let me tell you, I still don't think they're that great. At least they want for a little discussion, you know? Like there's the target ones, where you shoot some targets. Honestly, I thought my also skills would help, but I think that didn't do squat. I like the part with the aliens, because the Mii start to freak out, and it's really silly and kinda cute, and I live for that shit. You got Find Me, which is rather easy when you have Miis like Elizabeth or Luffy, since they are very recognizable, and then the game asks you to find a random, which makes it 10 times harder. It's challenging, especially when you get to the later stages, like the dark stages that are kinda hard. You also get a ping pong variant, which is just a less interesting version of the game from Wii Sports Resort. Like, here you just have to aim and have good reaction time, which I don't have. Now the real question, does it allow for a cool collages and ping pong animation music? Nah. You get Fit the Shape, which is seriously hard. It gets ridiculous and you need to switch spot, location and shape 1,000 million times.
I think it's literally impossible to get past level 13 without post-human abilities like my body, no wheel.
You get Neon Pong, where the emphasis is just way too good. I also kinda dislike the idea. It seems like they went up to a programming student and was like, hey yo, you need to make Pong for homework, and then they decided to pimp it up because the assignment was boring. Of course I didn't steal footage from Murasaki's all platinum speedrun. I'm actually this good. Who do you think I am? You also get Billiards, which is pretty decent, though it often feels like your ball is gravitated towards the pocket. It's loose and the physics aren't quite there yet properly. You get a fishing minigame, which I suck at as a child and I get bored at it as a grown-up. You get Charge, which is the cow minigame. I played it once. I don't like cows. It's kind of basic, you run and then you hit some scarecrows, super boring, like, you get more fun out of poking your friend in two-player mode. Now I showed you footage, but I don't have friends to play with. And finally, you get Tanks, which I also enjoy a lot. It's tricky but fair, the mechanics are clean and the aesthetics look damn nice. Also, the AI is super smart in a fair way, and the different kinds of tanks add to the great variety of it all. When you play Wii Play, it's mostly just tanks, because there's no reason to click on anything else. Again, it's just got no replayability whatsoever. I don't feel like playing any more of 6 out of these 9 games, even though I recall spending quite some time on it. Perhaps it just happened like that because I had a friend to play it with. So yeah, I've got a bunch of good memories about this game, but it really doesn't live up to what I thought it was gonna be. So perhaps a later installment did in the future? Wii Play? Not sure. Okay, first things first. You wasted a perfectly fine opportunity to call this Wii Play Mo. I was actually kind of excited to check this one out, as it's the first marathon game I didn't ever get to play originally. I hear people think this game is mediocre. I mean, Play is mediocre, but this one... well, perhaps it is unnecessary. What do you mean I need to learn?
The power of the Wiimote!
Bitch, it's 2011. This piece of trash is coming out and you're here like, finally! Again! And yet, it's miles better than normal Wii Play? You see, Wii Play had no replayability and tried to be arcade-ish. This one has no replayability, but it knows it doesn't. Good, you mastered a minigame or stage. Here's a reward. No more becoming something that isn't human to achieve something, anything. But the problem is really all about how dumb some of these minigames are. Here, let me explain using game design as my basis. Cause you know that's kinda the thing we do in this channel, I don't know. I scream a lot in my videos. Sorry, does it bother you all? There's this one game with the hamburger on mobile, and they ported it to the Wii. Look, I like ice cream, but I really don't like something eliciting an ice-cold reaction out of me. My god, this game is so boring in both modes. The most interesting part is the visuals, but hey, at least it works. This isn't even a game. Eventually, the mechanic boils down to going back and forth, trying to avoid getting bored. Waka game, but not Wakadoo. Where are the Wakas in Nintendo? There's this game with molds in like everywhere, including the Wii already. It's stupid shit. I wish I could look at a hammer and confidently go, yeah, I'll surprise this person. What could go wrong? It's whack-a-mole. What can I say about it? Let's see. My notes. The fruit splatters on hit limit visibility far too much. Huh. I really am a game developer wannabe. Skip! Nah, just kidding. It's a pun about skipping rocks. You better laugh. You skip rocks and I don't get it? Okay, this is my score the first playthrough. And this is my score the second playthrough. Somehow, there is a sport type version of this with ranks, which is pretty amusing and kind of interesting. I'd actually maybe see it if it was a real sport, but for now it goes on my sports that should exist rack along with Keijo. And the normal mode lets you skip stones that make funny noises every now and then. I don't know why the afternoon looks so natural. I've always loved the vibrant orange sunset that Wii games tend to have. It's an aesthetic like wet dry world, where I'm sure people will eventually pick it up as a retro look for wallpapers and music. Pose me! Ah, my back! It's pose me, but easier. There's only 5 levels, the pose changes automatically, it becomes miles easier when upscaled on an emulator because what is the shape? I like the way it looks and the way it plays. It makes Nate look real cute, but generally, it's boring and I'm not touching it again. Way to mess up a perfectly challenging game. The lack of difficulty and limited stages make this one miss on replay value, and the scoring system is too limited to keep you playing. Shoot! Hey, if you thought a sensor was bad for aiming, get ready to aim with a flipping stereoscope. Okay, see, if this minigame had locked its angle to 200 degrees, it would be dandy, but sometimes they want you to break your back in order to play the game. Excluding that, it would be pretty much better than the original shoot game. The extra stages add a lot to the gameplay, but it's such a typical concept that you can help but feel like it drags. Sure, the boss battles and the on-rail levels add to it, but here's a concept issue over an execution one. This one is just bad. 4 stages, bland mechanics, you can beat it just messing around. You basically bounce on the walls and launch your Mii all over the place. You can press a button to go backwards, so it's tricky. It could be a great mechanic for a segment in a platforming game, but as a minigame, it's weak. Annoying to control and having the most possibly generic power-ups. Plus, you're not trying to collect more pallets, you're just trying to collect them as fast as possible. It basically has no replayability. Losing my marbles! Ah, yes. A Nintendo-developed game where you tilt your controller and launch a ball to break some targets, which is pretty easy. You can tilt like crazy and often get a good score. Plus, it's difficult to lose. Until level 29, which just becomes getting over it with Bennett Foddy, except you don't get the soothing jazz music and comforting narration, you just get this 5-second loop over and 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 over, subscribe and over and over and over and over and over. It's the same thing where you slowly lose your composure, and you can lose your progress at any time. And of course, I was up to the challenge. I used to play Geometry Dash, and I'm a stubborn piece of ass. Alas, I'm hitting you with bars just like I beat the shit with sass! And it only took 3 hours. It's the typical Nintendo thing, where they make a really easy thing for the most part, challenge you a tiny bit, and suddenly it's the perfect run on the dark side of the moon. Actual proper challenges. I was ecstatic to finally find something great about this game, but thankfully it doesn't stop there. Have I told you What's Up Scooby-Doo is the best Scooby-Doo opening, by the way? Oh, so this is the Luigi's Mansion 2 thing everybody was talking about. Real talk for a second, I'm a huge Luigi's Mansion fan, but I haven't seen anything about Luigi's Mansion 3 because I wanted to play it on stream with you guys, and the only way that's gonna happen is if you like and subscribe. So... But this minigame is actually really good, just kinda tricky to show on a 2D space. So anyways, here's your screen and you basically have your controller here, and then you can spin it around the room to make it beep. And when it beeps real loud, you find an enemy and you can drag them to the screen. It actually shows the gyroscope. I called it the Retrospective as a joke a while ago, by the way. And it doesn't need to be precise because you can't actually see where you're aiming. It lets the developers make larger patches that move without the player knowledge to make it seem as accurate as it appears. This is the one game in the collection that exists for a reason and actually does its job. It's immersive, and it's cool to see your Miis helping you at catching the ghost by giving you hints. Now, no channel with 4,000 subs hits you with custom-made 3D graphics, so you're literally stupid if you don't subscribe. Or at least share it a little. Umbrella yaki. Another good concept and execution. This one can be a full-blown racing game and it would be amazingly fun. You basically don some roller skates and let the wind push you to where you wanna go using an umbrella, allowing you to jump and glide all over the place. This is the one game I wish I had more time to play, as it is very fun but lacks sufficient tracks and variation. There's also an extra jump mode that's somewhat tricky, but it looks like one of those games I'd spent hours trying to improve at when I was younger. I didn't do it because theater targets had already consumed my soul, but indie depths, do your thing! Okay, so why don't they just find the one piece? And now, back to garbage! This one plays like ass! You have to roll your controller to move it, but it's rather not precise. Things spawn and despawn randomly, leading to no insurance for the player experience, and it just takes too long to play. The aesthetics are boring and the mechanics aren't very good. Like, you're under the sea, you could do so many creative things. Your punishment for hitting an enemy is losing time, which means oxygen. What they do is that they decided, hey, let's make the player drop their cargo. But you could have just removed some oxygen to improve the player experience greatly. See, to get cargo, you need to take risks. And you already took the risks to get the cargo, and asking for even more risks just makes the player feel annoyed. It's bad. Okay, hold on, should Un become slang for air since balloons are filled with air? Another crap game. For infinite stages, and controlling the thing is just difficult for no reason. You gotta blow on these balloons to guide them, and it's just nerve-wracking. There isn't much fun to be found. I do like how these crows look when you zoom in on them though. And finally, space! See, this one could have been fun. I like the concept where you slowly build anything, and as you progress, it becomes more complete, a larger structure. Honestly, I'm a super fan of when games do this a lot. Sadly, the gameplay is all tedium and no fun. You gotta insert pieces into holes using your spaceship. Wink. But it's made so that any movement you do ends up overcorrecting, so a lot of precision is thrown out the window and you're left with a game where the controls almost ignore you completely. There's no proper rewards either, so you're left with zero reasons to play. Sure, the medals are there, but it doesn't feel rewarding for the hassle. Ultimately, compared to Wii Play, I'd say this one is much better, because it at least lasts longer and a few minigames have more replay value. But let's talk design. Do these games achieve the goal of teaching you about the
Power of the Wii controller.
or are they just padded out but fun with friends? For starters, like, why? Why does it exist? Wii Sports already showed me these mechanics, all you're doing is telling me you can aim, which is a basic function of the system. Even then, it doesn't focus on that at all. The challenge in most games is how hard it is to control. It's hard not to drop the ice cream, it's hard to throw at the right angle, it's hard to aim at the screen, it's hard to roll up or blow on or push around this thing that you need to roll up, blow on or push around. It's not a challenge, and that's a mistake, period. Comfortable to play games are better to provide a challenge. If you screw up, well that's on you, boyo. It's not even showing you
The power of the Wii Motion Plus.
because most of these games are wonky and tacky. They have no heads or tails. The best ones are the ones that didn't try to make you use the controller in stupid ways. Like the Ghost one and the Targets one because they either show something new or are mostly basic. That's why I like Theater Target so much. I screwed up the many times I screwed up, and that's on me, boyo. Designing a game is hard, but designing a minigame is harder because minigames are always extra. You don't have as much of a set budget for them, and they aren't as heavily documented for designing the game development pre-production process. They have their own rewards that don't affect the rest of the game world mostly, which means the player has no reason to play. Another very basic principle of game design. You need purpose in games. Either you make it yourself or it's given to you. Minigames bank on you making it yourself, so you get trash. You have a goal of maybe getting a higher score, but with scoring systems this boring and basic, you never actually get the feeling of, this I can improve. unless you're not immediately rewarded by a medal, which you regularly are, so that means you really blew it with the Umbrella Game Night. The good stuff is that it's probably very fun with friends. Again, most Mii games are fun with friends even if it's just for an afternoon. Sure, this one gave me 3 hours of gameplay for me. Maybe with a friend they would have given me 6 or 7, who knows. One thing I also enjoy about this game is that there's an active search for beta stuff about it, one that is fairly untapped to be honest, and it's cool to see a bunch of these minigames that were damn near completion. The obstacle course from Wii Feet, in some manner, is here as an extra minigame. You can play it when you get all of the platinum medals, but they did make several levels and it could have probably been added had they been given another week for development. There's also a cool dolphin game that lacks music and a proper HUD, a title screen demo that lets you look at the Miis better, and a bare bones version of that one parade game from Wii Feet U that honestly looks like a dream you'd see in Tomodachi Life. If you're interested, I recommend you check it out. It seems like a whole other minigame still left to be found, at least partially. The title screen I personally find is worse than Wii Play. Like, it was really cool to see your character in the middle and have them pose and stuff. Here you just kinda get the image of like the screenshot of the game. It's not that fun to look at. You still get the Miis messing around in the background though, so that's awesome. And that is the Wii Play motion video. Previously on Smashed Tomatoes. Now this is one of the good games for actually getting a workout. I sure am glad I didn't eat extra food the day I play this. Yeah, I'm getting fat. Wii Fit. Well, that's a straight up lie. So let's get fit. Wii Fit is a game that they released for the Wii and it got popular because it released for the Wii. And it also had the Wii in the title, you know, that's also part of the reason it's sold. It's a strange little game. Why? This thing. It's a glorified scale which can measure pressure on its 4 quadrants and has the ability to weight and check the balance of the user. And also works as a game controller. And also as an exercise mat. It's strange, but also it's the start of your weight loss journey. Before you play the game, you're gonna need one, and chances are you don't have one in hand, or if you do, it's not seen use in 7 years or so. Just look at this thing, dirty, dusty, and it needs Alcoholics Anonymous batteries. So I went to the store, got a 4-pack, cried because I can't see my 4-pack, and then I realized I don't have feet. Like, I'm a being that lives somewhere between the 2nd and 8th dimensions, give it the 3rd, so even though I look composed... So after a quick visit to Yeti the Shaman on top of Midgrill, I was allowed to borrow a body, which I will not show you, but it was an important part of the journey. So I went back home, cleaned my Wii balance board a little, crammed my batteries in there, and... What's this? What's this? Somehow a battery or a wire or something exploded into my Wii balance board. Therefore, I got down to working on a solution, which I like to call the most modern bit of electronics engineering. Is this a fire hazard? Okay, everything is set up, let's boot up the game and get cold fat. Oh. What's an LB? You know, that's the problem with playing games in English for YouTube. As a Mexican, not only do I have trouble speaking properly because I'm dumb, and honestly it has nothing to do with my nationality, but I'm also forced to figure out how the hell pounds work. Insert here to joke about pounding! I also had to learn what feet are in the measuring sense. I haven't actually taken my height since like early 2020, so inputting my height, which I don't know, on a system that I don't know, was a whole experience for me. And then I got called average weight. You might think it's kinda crazy, but I've always been underweight. I don't want to be underwear as much as I want to house less body fat, so I set my goal to really low because I wanna have a sexy six-pack, goddammit. Then I got called mentally old, and finally... You can register a pet? Bumman, where the hell are you? The book.
Okay, so I adopted a cat between then and now, but I decided against giving this feature a try because when I look at it seriously, it's a complete joke, given that the cat has no features on Wii Feet to rock out to. So, like, what's the point of this? To fat shame my cat? She's not that fat. Also, this time around, I also didn't have 4 AAA batteries around. Using this thing is a nightmare.
Really though, why is the Wii balance board so inconvenient? Just look at Ring Fit. They opted to make a ring which is lighter and easier to utilize compared to this slab. Playing Wii Fit is basically the reward for going on a real-life fetch quest to troubleshoot the device's usage. Even then, it's not entirely accurate either. There's stuff it can do, like weigh children or take into account your massive 32cm feet. As a gameplay device, I think it's cool, but as a measuring device, it's completely lacking. Now, you might be surprised you haven't seen any feet during the making of this video, and that's because I'm not gonna show you that. So now is the part where you gotta move. Let me tell ya, I don't move much. Now I'm done playing, and I can confidently say every part of my body hurts. My thighs, which are huge by the way, my feet, my arms, my brain though, that is on an unrelated note. Basically, I got Wii-itis, which is actually a real term for Wii-related injuries. There's an assortment of other minigames like yoga or strength exercises, and there's also cardio meant for you to burn fat, and even some balance games to work on posture. Now, the $1,000 question. If only I had $1,000. Does it work? Did my body and mind improve from using the program for 2 weeks? There's probably already countless of videos of people way more qualified than I asking this question, but I'm not talking about working physically, I'm talking about working in the game. Is the game designed well enough to motivate you into having a healthier body? Well, the game has 2 objectives. It looks to improve posture and improve BMI, which does not stand for big massive idiot, like the guy who didn't subscribe. It stands for Body Mass Index, which means, broad strokes here, weight and size relatively. It tells you how your weight, age and length stand on a relative scale from underweight to obese. I'll be taking myself as a test subject, so this is based on my own experience. I'm not gonna go into numbers because I make games make you fat. I bet there's all other analysis online with a proper study, but this is a game goal relative to user experience analysis. Objective 1 is simple yet difficult. I do think that the game will, for starters, make you conscious about your posture. Just simply through measuring you, you'll notice yourself tilting over. It's likely that you'll attempt to keep a better posture if you actually want to. I notice myself standing with more balance following my short 4 or so hours of playtime. It will inform you about the issue and give you tips on improving it. While being conscious and aware is a big aspect of having good posture, the game does attempt to tell you how to move towards improving that. And it does give you a way to check the effectiveness of the process at home. For example, it constantly reminds you to visualize a string pulling your head, which does actually reduce stumbling, at least in my experience. Later on, it gives you yoga and strength exercises, some of which help you improve posture. It also has a plethora of balance games that are fun, like me kicking as a tightrope. Look at that, first try baby. I find it to be more tedious than anything. Some are fun, some play horribly, some have me as a penguin. Oh my god, I'm so cute!
Maybe dreams do come true.
And then there's the Zen one, which is actually about sitting on your ass and doing nothing for 3 minutes. I proceeded to also kick ass because even though it doesn't seem like it, I am very zen.
And lazy.
Then there's also a few tests to measure your body that you can take daily for the game to insult you by saying 24 is old. These certainly at least plan the idea of taking the test every day. Should help, and they are kind of fun if visually simplistic. However, it will not take your massive feet into account. I already said it, but it's hard to get an accurate measure when it's expecting 22cm feet. My feet barely fit into the balance board. Wow, I was so good at this intentional pun thing. It's also not going to help unless you play the game daily for months. Sure, I found myself standing more evenly while recording all the footage, but I stopped playing for a few days and back I was to standing like I did when I began. You need a lot of consistency, as would be kind of obvious. So it can achieve it, but it's up to you how effective it is. As for Objective 2, I feel like they tried hitting the nail and missed a little. You can 100% burn calories and the game counts them for you, but it's not very accurate, I hear. There's some fun aerobics games to help you, but I feel like there should be more. You basically get 4. Hula hoop, rhythm stepping, basic run, and fitness boxing. Seriously, running is such a basic bitch. Rhythm stepping is not very precise, as are many games that will make you step to the rhythm. I do enjoy looking around Love Wuhu in the running game, and it's cool that you can follow animals to take different routes. Then there's a mod that just lasts 10 minutes, and there was never any cheating done to get that recorded.
Hello. That was his knee.
The fitness boxing trainer isn't as cool as Matt, but he cool. The boys' lines are something unique I didn't expect to see. The game mode itself, however, lacks some variation, even though it's still pretty fun. I am very good at this one too. Hey, at least it's entertaining. If you don't like doing things without purpose like I think Wii Fit Plus will help you through virtue of being a video game. Get good score, yeah! But I think the game lacks options to ask for goals more precisely. You can set a BMI goal, but the game doesn't take into account what you want to achieve. Say, building a muscular body, that's a very different thing than trying to go underweight for whatever reason. They do make some attempts, like telling you which games are better for what, but that's about it. There's also no input on diets, which are some of the most important parts of shaping your body. There's a page that shows you stuff that you can eat based on the calories you burned, but there's not much like a diet helper. Oh, but guess what? There's a secret third objective! Miyamoto, yes, the Mario guy who keeps winning Toads was a key figure in this game's development, Shigeru attempted to improve mind-body coordination, meaning you see something, you move some way. You feel real stupid because 11 plus 6 minus 2 isn't 15. It's an important aspect that often gets overlooked by anyone over like 8. For some reason, controlling your body while your mind is busy is difficult. Thousands of years of evolution and we couldn't solve this blatant issue. Why can I still die from a teeth infection? I decided to play Wii Fit Plus over the other version because it had minigames for this. Because I think games are particularly good at this aspect. Your mind signals, your body responds, you try to pull off a water drop, too bad, there's literally a button that blocks the trackpad on your keyboard. For some reason. These games certainly won't help you achieve any more fitness, they barely raise your heart rate, but they are some of the most fun in the collection. A few are just roundabout or hard to control like these 4, but the rest are pretty solid. Hey, look, here's a sport I mentioned got improved on Wii Sports Resort in the past marathon video, which you should watch if you haven't. This set uses the board as a game controller instead of a pressure device or an excuse to move. The goal? This goal in particular is definitely as it says. Even if it probably doesn't help unless you play extensively, I think it has the right idea and it certainly could achieve it given enough time. So after all this, I took one last body test to see if my goal had been achieved. Yeah, I don't know what you were expecting, but I saw this coming from a mile away. It works, but my dude, just work out often. I don't know, play some music. Today I'm playing Wii Music, and here's a real challenge for you. Make an 8-minute video about Wii flippin' music. 11 minutes, Scott? Really? Okay, 10 minutes on Wii chess? What are you talking about? Miis aren't even in that one. Who gave you this talent? Back to the music. What is this game? A rhythm game where you play classical music? It's basically an extended minigame. Why can't I play a cat? Why am I a furry now? Yes, I know I have these. I don't know why this one exists. Like, my current theory is that they showed it at E3 and was like, well, we have no choice now, boom, poop it out. If I had to say the ratio of filler to game content, I'd say 97-3. They built an engine, slapped a bunch of samples, and then made classical music midis to go along with it. All classical music except for 10 popular songs and a few Nintendo tracks. That's right, there's more new F-Zero stuff on Wii Music than in the entire Nintendo Switch library, minus Smash Bros of course.
F-Zero 99.
So the content is obviously lacking, there's just a few songs that are actually fun to play. Presenting my rendition of September, but without volume. The actual most fun thing to do in this game is mess up midis even further, which takes forever and gets stale incredibly fast, because mechanically, this thing is empty. Okay, so Wii Music can detect 4 inputs. This, and this. Now you might say, Nate, you repeated footage there. And that's a lie, I actually took 3 clips. Now you might say, but the point stands, playing this game is the most boring thing. To unlock stuff you have to just do a bunch of tedious checklists. The extra modes are bare bones, except for one which is actually quite okay, just repetitive. There's no scoring systems, you score yourself, and you can make a few jackets for your terrible replays. I tried to recreate actual album art, but this is the closest I got to an accurate parody of anything. Playing music is so unprecise and it never works. You're always off tempo or playing overlapping notes. Look at this version of the Wii Sports theme. Hey, even I'm not that much of a monster. This was supposed to come out on Christmas, so I spent about 40 minutes of my 2 hours of playtime doing this.
I got an idea. Maybe I could make a compilation video and actually release that one in time. Sure would suck if somehow that didn't happen, wouldn't it? What? Why are you looking at me like that for?
See, if this was a good set of songs, maybe playing this would be okay. How come the biggest compliment I can give this game is that Bob Toot is funny looking? What the actual just install mods to it. What? I said just slap a bunch of mods in it? Right then, let me just learn to patch games without revolution, and I have finally gained the power. So here's a compilation of cool things I can do now. Logic would dictate I got one of the 5 billion Megalovania mods, but I'm one step ahead of ya. It would be 2, but the Big Shot song or whatever isn't in this mod. This game with mods is still boring. But hey, at least somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. What if the Part 6 anime adaptation used this version of the song at the end? Yep, it is strange, but it feels like Wii Music actually got a sequel, except it was made in 2019 and it's just as garbage as the original. 1, 2, 3, 4. Welcome to the Hell Dimension. Can I get your order? I recommend our in-house special, the number 17, What the Hell Am I Doing With My Life? I know, it's mostly memes, but there's a few Hey Jazz, Billie Jeans, It's Not My Lovers, We Shop Themes, Victorious, and Sonic's Aquarium Park. I can't believe there's multiple references to this level in this marathon. On that note...
1, 2, a hot man. Kirby is a pink guy. 1, 2, a hot man. Because Kirby is very cute.
You can play the Squidward. Jorna's theme? Yeah, I fell for it too the first time. You just got rickrolled by Wii Music. How do you feel? Like damn, this game is normally super bland, but the mods at least make it a little more interesting. It makes you wonder why there's only 50 or so tracks in the original game. You could have added a bunch of Nintendo tracks and made a better experience. Why do I need a mod to play Mario music and do this? Oh, in case you're wondering, this is the Re-Major mod, if you wanna give it a go. There's supposedly a 2.0 version of this coming out, but I don't know where that's standing. But the real shitty part is that Nintendo actually went on front of these amazing developers and just told them, yeah, you have to work on Wii Music now. When they could have done something amazing, they could have actually spent the time to make Wii Motion Plus even better. They could have released more games with better concepts, and instead we had to eat this garbage because that's the decision Nintendo made. It's almost as if they made this game with the sole purpose of it being modded, because there is literally no way anyone's gonna enjoy this game without mods. Maybe this game was supposed to have some sort of editor. I mean, Miyamoto always promotes this game as being some sort of music creation tool, and I think if this was an actual music creation tool, it would have been received much better and it would be more interesting, because you wouldn't actually need mods. The problem then becomes, Nintendo's online was gonna be garbage anyway, so why would they even try? I mean, from its conception, Wii Music was just built to be a failure. And I don't really think anyone ever will come to appreciate Wii Music, mods or no mods. But yeah, there's only one thing left to do with this mod.
Hello everyone, welcome to my Minecraft Let's Play. Today we are trolling my friend. But first, can we get this video to 1 bajillion likes? Thank you, I appreciate it.
And that's a great set of different examples of the same joke. Q Scott the Was.
Okay, that is literally the wrong Scott the Was. You're using the wrong part of the song, you stupid idiot. This is why you have no friends. What do you mean I sound completely different than I did a second ago?
You're crazy. Whatever, I played Wii Party except there was no Wii, I have no friends. Parties were invented by the CIA to spy on us people. See, I had this idea in mind to play all of the Mii games and document my experiences on YouTube, and I just so happened to not remember Wii Flippin' Party whatsoever. But then that turned out to be really a genuinely interesting idea. How good is Wii Party as a single player experience? My impressions of Wii Party were rough before I tried it. I guess I always thought it was indeed just Mario Party with Mii's, given all the marketing material would focus on this one singular game mode and style. Oh, and they also did Wii Party! This is an actual ad Nintendo made. I repeat, this is not an Adult Swim parody. So call me surprised when I opened the game and saw that there was like 12 different modes. Why wasn't this advertised? They focused too much on one modality and gave the game a terrible image. So from personal experience, party games alone are miserable. Only a few really manage to entertain or bring something that appears worthwhile to me, and by that I mean this one. Surely not all of them are bad, but party games are unarguably better with buddies, and you can ask both of mine. Single player content in multiplayer games are a thing that exists. It's created to seem like the main thing, but in reality the primary focus is the multiplayer, cause that's what the people making the game intended originally design-wise. So they focus on that and shove the single player, and that's why these experiences often end up feeling like luster. In all fairness, this is how they should do it. It's a multiplayer game, not a single player game. In the case of Wii Party though, it's weird. There's only one real single player mode, where you go on a minigame gauntlet against some pretty stupid artificial AI, which is fun if you're also stupid or if there's motion controls. Less of the latter, sadly. But the rest of the modes are multiplayer, though you can play some of them against the AI. So you grab some dice, you try to feel good as you do some silly poses while throwing them, but it isn't quite Wii Sports swordplay, and you get down to play against the hardest possible AI. And I gotta say, I'm surprised at how much fun I had while playing Wii Party single player. The modes I could play mostly all came down to a different main mechanic intertwined with the minigames. If you ride that with 2 eyes, it's fun. The minigames often decide different things about the actual gameplay turn, like play order, money earned, or yeah, basically those two, but you get to roll higher in one of the game modes. And despite being so simple, in almost every case you'll end up gaining an advantage based on how well you play the minigame. Very rarely did I feel like the minigame results didn't matter, like in those game modes where there's a roadblock to ensure the players don't go too far ahead. This is a feat in party games, as luck will almost always play a part, and it still does, but much less than you'd expect. Wii Party has 5 main gameplay modes and 3 2-player game modes, as well as several challenge single-player game modes or ones based on simply playing minigames. The 5 main gameplay modes are honestly a blast. Board Game Island is a Mario Party-esque get to the finish game where you can be sent to hell and you can also laugh at Freeze for eating shit. Globetrot is a board game where you have to reach certain areas before your opponents. This one is the most similar to Mario Party. Swap Meet is a puzzle game where you have to find the most efficient way to set up Miis based on their shirt colors. Spin-Off is the absolute best, where everybody gets to roll a wheel to affect the bank and their own standing, with occasionally minigames that spread out the match's economy in a genuinely clever way. And Bingo, well it's just Bingo, you bimbo. But damn are these fun. Not like that, you need to add a little asterisk the size of the moon. See, there's a big trick to fashioning fun single-player experiences in multiplayer games for non-filthy casuals. Ew, disgusting. Look at them spending their time intelligently and not trying to make a career of playing video games for people on the internet. And that's in the difficulty. It was alright when I played Bingo on Board Game Island without big difficulty, but I can easily see them getting boring with more time simply because they are, be the first to do, these games. But when I turned this master mode on, I got my ass absolutely beaten to oblivion. To the point that I even got to send the rest of my body a postcard. As the French would say, je mange un trouve merde, which roughly translates to I ate a lot of shit. These AA dudes play flawlessly. Some minigames they beat the default high score by a landslide, in other minigames they deliberately become aware of the code that measures AI difficulty and purposely juke you in a 50-50 chance, so you can't simply follow the AI whose role in the game is to be a good player. And in some minigames, well, they all just basically lose at the same time while you left the controller on the table and left to make yourself a sandwich. This elevates the gameplay experience for real. You stop throwing Fritz under the bus to make your own fun, and instead just absolutely marvel at how you can still kinda keep up with the most experienced players a computer can simulate. You play the thing, and they genuinely feel like they aren't dumber than Dumb and Dumber, because they make rational decisions while on the game board 90% of the time. So these guys being so absolutely superior to any human player makes up for the lack of real people in your life who actually care about you, and no, your wife who doesn't count. This doesn't mean that it's without its problems. The sad issue is that Nintendo wants you to have fun with their products, so they will try to awkwardly make you more likely to win. This means you get RNG situations where 2 AI characters will do the exact same play, or where quote-unquote Lady Luck decides to move you halfway across the board because you're a terrible strategist and Napoleon would be ashamed. One of the most obvious instances of this is whenever you gotta break a tie, the loser will almost always get a 1. And by almost always, I mean I can't recall a single time it didn't happen. So yes, it's clearly artificial, and though some minigames have the AI be aware of its artificiality, I think it overall makes for a better single-player experience. If I had to rank all the Mario Party likes on the Wii from better to worse based on the single-player shenanigans, it would go something like, okay, I don't know any of these. But it certainly beats Totally Spice, Totally Party, and you get it on my face, get it on my face, get it on my... Point is, it is only beaten by Mario Party 8, and that's because Mario Party 8 is actually Mario Party and has more inventive boards. The minigames in Wii Party are surprisingly good, even when motion controls are used in them. A lot of them require skill and strategy instead of simply luck. 1 vs 3 minigames actually feel fair in giving both sides tools that they can use to win if they are skillful enough. Most interestingly, there are co-op minigames. Party games really hate it when people work together, for some reason I don't get it. No one on Nintendo has ever planned to use Mario Party as an excuse for divorce. So co-op minigames where you actually get to work with someone are the unique. Yeah, that's how I wrote it in the script. But I also really managed to enjoy the other modes. There's a certain game mode where you go 1 versus 1 against someone else and you have to find the most matches of Miis who have the same shirt color. And I don't know why I like it so much, mostly maybe because I enjoy looking at Miis walking in mid-polygon places. Even though all the game modes are basically the same, you have a goal, do the minigame, win the advantage. Each of these modes have their own stuff to set them apart from each other. Who knows, maybe this is actually a detriment in multiplayer. You won't revisit the game modes you don't like, so having more things to pick off could be problematic. I could definitely say though, Wii Party for the Wii is a fun single player experience when you play against master level CPU. It's creative, inventive, and unique despite being a little less original than you'd expect. It simply gets a bad reputation because it was advertised as Mario Party with Miis, from the name to the gameplay. And honestly, it shouldn't give a damn about its reputation. It introduced the best Mii animals we've seen yet. I will kill for these sheep. They are my herd, not yours. You can't take them away. These are my children. Oof, yeah, I don't know what that was about. You want to know what every Mii game includes? The other Wii Party. Wii Party you. Stop that. I hate being partied. I'm not partyable. Hey, as far as I know, I got monopoly on this topic. Danorate's got like 1 minute and 10 seconds on this. When I ain't this stupid, what can I expect? Exactly the same, but for the Wii U, I guess. Scratch that, I just noticed now that exactly the same and Wii U are synonyms. See, I appreciated the first party for what it did right. The color-coded confetti really brought an atmosphere, but it was truly the alcohol that really... Wait, what were we talking about? See, I appreciated the first party for what it did right. It wasn't the ideal hootenanny, it had some issues, but it's a perfectly passable experience in both single and multiplayer, which will be fun if you're playing in the right modes. So, how about you take everything the first party did right and just live what it did wrong? All the single player challenges? Yep, now they are forcibly multiplayer. All the creative games with unique concepts? Yep, now they are boring as real world table games. Co-op games? Yeah, remove them entirely. Each of the main gameplay offers from Party was done again, but worse. The Get to the Finish game now has more spaces to make it seem more infinite. It's so uncreative, it's just a straight zigzaggy path on some water. It is so boring to look at. Less creative, and the end of the board is riddled with squares that are designed to get all the players together, so literally, the only last few minigames matter. Plus, throwing 10 dice really makes it less exciting to get a high roll, because statistically it's more unlikely to roll over 80% of the possible amount with 10 than to roll a 5 or a 6 on one single die. Speaking of which, I hope this game does that. The other Mario Party mode is strictly multiplayer, so I can't even play it. Say bye-bye to the more fun bingo mode. The globe game is now a boring square that depends entirely on getting a specific type of die more while at a specific spot on the map, and the winner of the very last minigame gets an inherent 7 to 20 point advantage, because you're given points only after lapping the board, and the winner of that minigame gets to lap the board even if they just did. The wheel is now one of those coin machines, and the final turn of this one will offset the entire score of the match by being way too generous. You basically get no advantage for winning or losing the minigames, as the order and movement of the balls is entirely RNG between the time it's your turn to drop and the next time, and sometimes players get free points at the start of their turn based on what the last player did, which is just completely unfair. Then there's the Shirts minigame, which now focuses on poker-like specific pairings where the entire group of possible Miis to build your team with get completely changed after you make a decision. So if there is nothing of interest in the first batch, you don't even need to play the minigame. And suppose maybe there is something of interest, well then maybe the player who lost the minigame can get the advantage by simply getting luckier, which is... In the original mode, you had to select between 4 Miis per round, 2 of which were obscured, and you'd get to select the Miis based on win order of the prior minigame. If you wanted one of them, there was a reason to win the minigame so as to not get it stolen. If you wanted nothing, you still wanted to win the minigame because there was a pass option and you could discard a Mii that could give someone else points. Now instead you're battling to slightly increase your chances to win, by adding 1 to 4 Miis to the pool too. So, no strategy. I didn't even finish playing this one because I was just falling asleep. Shirts minigame. Whoops, I meant to say shits. And so on and so forth. It's just not a worthwhile experience at all. Everything looks super dry or is gimmicky, even more so than the first one. Most of the games try to be less fun renditions of things you can already up and do in real life. Why buy this?
This game is so trashy that I didn't even question whether the game was missing extremely basic stuff when I saw some misinformation about it online. Y'all are lucky we strive to give you accurate and updated information and fact-checked.
You literally made the same game with the same engine, but worse. So what did Wii Party do that was actually fine? Well, it beat Amiibo Festival, let's go! No harder feat has ever been achieved by any game ever. Portal Snake, screw that. Realistic graphics, fuck off. Unorthodox coordinates, what are you?
No, Wii U.
All in all, Wii Party U is more like Wii Lame U, and both of these titles make equally bad sense grammatically, which is fine by me. Don't play these draws, do not try to party me, it's creepy. Thanks for watching.
Oh my god, I got to use Draws the World.
And I think that's it. That's all of the Mii games? That's all of the Mii Games. I've reviewed every single one of them, except Wii Fit U, which, oh wow, look, more Wii Fit. There we go. Now I'm done with the Wii games and there aren't any more. Cue Bangabus! What? It's 4 a.m. Who arrives at this time? Okay, gotta say hi. What is it? I was totally sleeping. Wait. You're real? No. I thought I was done. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. Oh my god, you wouldn't ever do something that horrible to anyone. Well, yeah, I guess if you put it that way, that does make sense. So, wait, what game am I missing? Fine, I get it. You'll send me the list on Discord later, no? But, where do I find these games? The Realm of Darkness? Sure, do they have any good sushi places there? Well then, I guess my journey isn't quite over. Not just yet. No, you cannot borrow my soul while I'm gone. What the fuck?
Here's a TLDR for those who didn't get it.
You need to go to the Realm of Darkness to play the Mii Games that no one else bothered with.
Wow, you're way easier to understand during flashbacks, so what the heck?
Now.
Huh. So this is the Realm of Darkness. Well, I already hit that sushi place I mentioned last episode, so I think it's about time I start working. Let's see, where are you even, guys? I don't know what the camera is. Ah, there you are. So, Realm of Darkness. Hi, hello, I'm here in it. And also, I'm here lost in it. Turns out I may have thought about my outfit too much and not enough about bringing a map. So I think finding all of these Mii Games is going to be a nightmare. Like, of course when I say obscure, I don't just mean that they aren't popular or don't have enough content to deserve a video on their own. But rather, I mean that most of these games are difficult to come by. Whether it's because they are Japanese exclusive, require defunct peripherals, or are hard to capture by the average creator here at YouTube. Since the Miis were a mascot to Nintendo during 2006 to 2015, they have found themselves in a plethora of games, so they are absolutely necessary for the game to be replayed. And those are the very games we are looking at today. These are those obscure Mii Games. I invite you to join me in this journey to find the Mii Games that no one has played. If I could only find them, where the heck am I? Alright, I have this cool vision mic that could help, huh? Wow, how convenient. No. Ah! It's cold here. And that's just the highest floor of the realm? Really? Is that a penguin? Huh. It dropped something. Let's see here. Penguin Seikatsu. Huh? This must be the first game. Snowpack Park. I'm gonna start with this one because you've seen it in prior videos just sitting in my menu home screen and it's not much of a surprise. At the same time, I really do doubt anyone actually knew what it was. Alright, let's give it a shot and... Oh. Okay, so it turns out you cannot play Japanese games on your non-Japanese Wii. So I decided to go on eBay and... You fool. You really think I have the budget for that? You're funny. No, I just put this through a backend custom firmware that allows me to do that, and here it is. Ta-da! Penguin Park, a Japanese exclusive WiiWare game that wait. It's not Japanese exclusive? So, I just went to all that trouble for nothing? Essentially, I'm trying to say that this game is extremely rare, as are many of the games you'll see here. I barely even figured out this one was available in English, and that was well after I thought of making this video. There were some positives to playing it in Japanese, such as this beautiful translation work, and I officially learned that BFFFFFFFFF means switch your goddamn Wiimote batteries, you idiot. So, allow me to switch over to the English copy. This one crushes too much anyways. And there we are, much better, except heights, because now it tells me in feet and that is a very stinky poo-poo. Snowpack Park is a game about taking care of penguins and collecting them in your ranch through the different means, all of which involve getting them to like you. You can pet them, hold them, grab them, and even feed them as you do various activities with your penguin companions. I found myself enjoying penguins more since that one time I became one. And honestly, it's not really a deep game. While it has some surprising moments with aliens, and you can do some cool things by giving your penguins hats, the gameplay loop isn't very fun. I guess the game is repetitive, which is fine, but it is also slow, which makes the repetitiveness tedious. That's not to say it's not a relaxing experience, but it really could be much more than that. It's cute, again, relaxing for sure, and there's plenty of funny moments to be had as you do various activities. On that note, this is Sam, one of the least famous Nintendo characters ever. He's a talking celebrator penguin and I kinda really like him. So yeah, y'all artists need to get down to making some fan art of this guy, cause you can't even find him on Google and that has to change already. So the environments in this game range from snowy to snowy, another issue I guess I can see with the game. You'll be finding yourself lost often because of the lack of interesting landmarks that help you to traverse the world. But other than that, I think any penguin fan will enjoy this game, as well as anyone who wants a relaxing game that they can play for the next few hours. Then again, maybe there's a few failures with the concept because there's a few mechanics that don't go along with it. Like for example, penguins can escape the park, and if the game's trying to be relaxing, then this is literally the one thing that's gonna make you nervous of neglecting one of the 100 penguins and having them leave. I feel like that just makes the penguins annoying and you end up not liking them very much. Even if they added mechanics so you can check the weight, height, gender, and name of a penguin to push the process along. To be fair, it's not the best solution to an issue that goes against the very design of the game. I feel like penguins should just be unable to escape, no nervousness, and you get to kind of have more sense of progression with the game. That is, of course, if you can find the game first. Because it is WiiWare and because the Wii shop is closed, you'll probably have to rely on some shady means to get yourself a version of these games, so you should keep that in mind as we go further down this path of obscure games. I had to come to the realm of darkness for this, and I think it was worth it, but please be aware of viruses and other harmful programs when attempting to find the games featured in this video without eldritch means. I now have myself the most high quality footage of this game in Japanese that has ever graced the internet, and it is useless to me. Ah, finally! At least these rooms look a little bit warm, though this feels somewhat familiar. Ooh, and it smells like soup, let's go! Oh, this is going to be awesome, this is going to be... Oh, it's you. Wait, what is Miitomo even doing in the ROD? Oh, that's an unfortunate acronym. Miitomo is a social media mobile application that borrows its main concept from Tomodachi Life. It does not count as a sequel for the sake of another video in this channel and because Nintendo is, as usual, very bad at figuring out what the modern world is like. This service went defunct in 2018. So how am I playing it 4 years later? Well, I managed to infiltrate the secret Nintendo Fortress of Darkness to access a backup server powered by the money and pain of fans, so yeah, basically they made their own server called Kaerutomo. It's a relatively easy patch on Android, and I use it constantly to get Mii-related assets for my videos here. So, how is Miitomo? Why is the answer to the first question bad, and how could it have avoided that fate? So, Miitomo is a strange little game because it's half an annoying gacha application and half an underwhelming social media platform. It has honestly a lot of cool features, but it's brought down by being naturally over-monetized. You can customize your Miis a lot better than you can in Tomodachi Life, with custom outfits and rooms that seem way more personalizable. However, getting these items is tricky because it needs you to either go to an expensive shop which re-rolls its selection every day or play an unreliable pile-dropping game. Yeah, Nintendo sure dropped the ball with this one, but Kaerutomo does solve this by unlocking everything and giving you a lot of money to start, but that comes with a separate problem where everything becomes too repetitive quickly and you lose incentive to play the game. It wasn't designed to be this way, so things lacking become really clear. Why is there no bunny ears? This triggers me for obvious reasons, so they made an inconvenient mechanic that can't be made convenient without breaking the game loop. That should speak mountains about the designers who made this game, huh? The other half of this consists of interacting with Miis, where you can set greetings for them, pet them, or visit your friends, who will ask questions for you to answer and for all of your other friends to see. Full disclosure, Kaerutomo hasn't been patched on a stable version since like 2 years ago, so there's a lot of bugs while saving settings and other social aspects of the game like greetings and answers. You can use it to get a taste of what the game was like, but you won't really experience it properly. Too many features don't function or have been modified. And finally, there's the Mii Photo function, which is honestly super fun. It lets you make all kinds of pictures involving your Miis, who you can set up for the perfect picture and save for yourself or append for your friends to see. You can even use custom backgrounds and different stickers. Actually, you can also send outfits, but I never got to experiment with this feature very much myself, so I can speak of it fairly. I used it once and I can't remember much. Then the server shut down and Kaerutomo hasn't brought it back. Mii Photo is by far the best part of Miitomo though. It allowed for some amazing creation which the community still shares to this day. I wish Nintendo would bring back this specific feature. But really, it's a massive shame that this game came out as it did, because Nintendo took the Facebook approach when making it, meaning friend requests had to be mutual and personal, and that removed a lot of the charm of social media. I've always wondered if Miitomo would have been a hit if it was more like Twitter. I imagine celebrities and YouTubers creating cool memes to represent themselves and answering questions for everyone to see, which would have been way more engaging. You could have made users feel like they are personal friends with their favorite actor when visiting them, and it could have been a unique social media platform where users can expressively show their personality. Just take a moment to think you could have gone to Toby Fox's house and find his thoughts about a random topic. That could have been awesome, and it would have avoided needing referrals that limited the user base so aggressively. Oh, another negative, it drains battery like a vampire drains blood in the terminally ill ward. Ultimately, Miitomo is more about what it could have been than what it actually was. I hope to this day Nintendo didn't can Tomodachi 3 over this game's performance. A shame, but oh well. I've been sitting in this crusty darkness chair for a while and my ass is starting to hurt. Whoa, wait! So something's pulling me down. The radio says... Oh, J-pop? J-pop? AKB48 plus Mii. You've ever wanted to become an idol? Because now you can, just don't know any Japanese yet. AKB48 plus Mii is a 3DS game exclusive to Japan where you can get to become a member of the idol band called AK47. The problem is that you can't play this without any male Mii, so meet Nat? It's me but gender bent, I guess? Don't focus much on this, but I appreciate the fan art. And so I went to an AK-47 concert and chose to spend the rest of my life doing the exact same dance move so I can get in the band and conquer it from the inside. This game is just not made for the audience that is I. First off, it's a visual novel, so I couldn't understand 80% of it, and I have to rely on Google Translate, which still tells me to go into one of the producer's rooms to try it? And I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this level of realism. And the general gameplay loop is super boring because I can't fangirl over any of these 48 ladies because I have no absolute clue who any of them are.
Okay, so I don't want to feel left out, which means I decided that maybe it would be a good idea to react to one of their albums. I looked up in Rate Your Music, which is their most popular album, and apparently it's Thumbnail with a score of 3.3 out of 5. Of course, first things first, the first song in the album. I like the guitars. They're not bad. Like, the vocals blend a lot into the background. I don't like that. Do like the music video. The music video is very colorful. I like that. Why are you pointing at me like that? Stop! I feel called out. Yeah, sure, it's not the most creative thing I've seen, but it's pretty good. I like the background. Shut up! I want to hear the background more. Top 10 saddest anime moments. Guitar solo time. That's my favorite part about J-pop and K-pop and whatever. Who the fuck does the solo? No, shut up. No! Why are you interrupting the solo? What are you doing this? The dopest part of the song and you're interrupting! Shut up! I'm turning into Jerry Seinfeld! Okay, this song's super repetitive. I'm going to the next one. Ugly dress makes you look fat. My favorite part about this band is how half the time there's nothing for most of them to do. Because they sing like 2 parts of the song. So then they just stand there silently looking at each other like, we're definitely not rivals. We're not fighting constantly for a better position in the band. Hey, do you wanna eat this shit? No, I don't wanna eat this shit. Proceed with the song. Next verse. No, this is not a song. This is just some random fucking channel. What is this? What is this shit? Please tell me there's AKB48 fans in this. Please tell me the comments. Maybe this will help me stop smoking weed. Oh, well, welcome to Ultimate Drugs. This is drugs, people. I'm showing you drugs. Visual drugs. You are getting high. Continue to watch this Mashed Tomatoes content. This Mashed Tomatoes never stop. I'ma say it. I like the art direction in this video. Cats? There's cats! Okay, only one cat. I've discovered that there's only one cat in this scene. This video served. Well, okay, I did say what it served, but I couldn't put it in the video. I actually dig this. This is a good song. Let's fucking go. That's right, I'll save it to music and shit. You can actually see this playlist. Oh. I noticed like a peak in viewership here. I saw more views. Yeah, that explains it really well. Shoutouts to all the lesbians in my audience. Like I wish I had more audience so I could have more lesbians in my audience. Anyways, I'm going to this. I'm going to the kiss 50 times. Oh yeah. Oh yeah! Why do they say Tsubasa that much? Who is Tsubasa? What is Tsubasa? I like the trumpets. I wish you actually saw a guy going in the background. Wings. Wings. These people are obsessed with wings. That said, the art direction in this one is really boring. Do you think they make out? Someone makes out in the end here? Still, really unique instrumentation. Love trip. Tomodachi Live marriages be like. What is this backing soundtrack? Oh, I actually dig that shit. Back to standard J-pop shit. Okay, that hit really well. So the chorus here is really good. Everything else. What the shit? This game's giving me shit for messing this up. Look at them. They can barely keep up in the fucking music video. Gotta jerk off the air. They don't know you're enjoying the music unless you jerk off the air. This is the generic emotional ballad, you know? Is this like a graduation for them? Is this like what they do when they finish their journey of being AKB48? Can they finally think for themselves? Can they finally tell their soon-to-be husband, now husband, I didn't want to be an AKB48. I wanted to be an AKB47! Massive spoon! I suspect it's just a music video, because it would be really silly to like, hey, let's marry you for real, and record a music video. We'll give you a giant spoon, please, please. Didn't the game told me that I needed to like work out 50 times a day? Why is the music videos like this? I know like their live act is probably a lot more interesting than the music video, but still. The only time you showed me the live act, they absolutely fucking sucked. Wasusuku. That's the most tragic Wasusuku I've ever heard. That's a really cool music video. I like that. What would you do if the universe just suddenly changed so that the moment you're in the presence of someone with powers and they claps their fingers, boom, immediately. Everyone just stirs a party. You can't help it. Your body bursts into combustion. You need to move. You need to dance. Ah! Gay windows. It's not the most creative, but it is pretty catchy and like colorful. And you know I love my colors. I shit colors. I'm noticing a thing. Someone wants to fuck a baseball player really bad. I mean, I'm gonna be simping for like a mechanic in a while of this video, so. What if a bad person gets this power? Can they go and everyone's dancing and you just kill someone? And everyone's dancing? Everyone's just like, yeah, I'm glad he's dead! This is like one of the most interesting songs so far in terms of variety. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Ooh, violin, look at that shit. Actual upload of the song in the main, in the 3,000 views. You guys fell off. No one, you're nothing without the music videos. Like it's really trying. Then the lyrics start, and it's just kind of boring and generic. I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Yo, no simple flip video, and I'm watching this instead. Another sad song. 2 sad songs in a row. Okay. You know, that doesn't have to be bad. It could also just be the intro. It could go. See, it's going. It's will it? Yeah. I like the subtleties of the instrumental more than anything that's in the face value, right? I feel like the face value of this song is kind of... But listen to the backing. The backing like has that really cool guitar. It has some sort of percussion element that's pretty good. A xylophone kind of thing. It's really cool. And then you get the most boring bridge in the universe. It's one of the best in the album. And it doesn't have a music video. What's wrong with you? Why do you like this? Maybe it's like, this is the song you use to find the super fans. If you play this live and they go, woo! Earnestly, you know they're super fans. These songs do not need to be 5 minutes each. This sounds a lot like the in-game music. Boring ass song. Nothing much to say about it. I'm literally been listening to this for the last 3 minutes just in silence. Okay. Album's basically over. Let me tell you, I don't remember most of this. The only one I remember is this one where they go like choo 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 choo, but they do it like 50 times. Most of the times I finish listening to an album, like I remember a part of it. Case in point, this song. If you haven't listened to Imaginal Disc by Magdalena Bay, go do it right now. And it's like, I think the newest in my top 10 at number 9. Think of love when you remember me. But an absolute big album! Why am I listening to the AKB when I could be listening to these?
Okay, back to the regular video. Half of the game is very basic resource management, the other half is reading, and a small part is some script also like rhythm game. In the resource management portion, you just choose what you want to do for the week and then you see your Mii do those repetitive tasks with occasional interruptions for lower run plot where different characters show up to speak with you, and even more occasional interruptions for minigames which are kinda painful because I can't believe I'm a programmer this bad at math. Then the rhythm game? It's pathetic. It's a bunch of rhythmical taps and drags, with what I think is a difficulty chooser beforehand, but again, I don't know Japanese besides Wii FFFFFF and Kodoko shit kudasai. Wait, Wii FFFFF can also mean connected nunchuck? What? What am I fighting As an awesome mapper who almost managed to get a map reviewed once, I feel so much of this is unintuitive and boring. The fact that these prompts are just on the top screen and yet the interaction is on the bottom screen really makes this anything but satisfying. Plus, they only know 2 songs. That shit's gotta change. There's one song that every Japanese idol band should play, so I made it my quest to work tirelessly, get to A rank in the band just so I could look at Reno in the eye and say, "It's my turn now, bitch." I'm the red hair here. I stand out, which means I get to make the hard choices here. And I know just the song to sing. Yeah! Yes, no halation, motherfucker! Whoa, that was crazy. I can't believe the producers did. Oh, I'm back to my regular self. I really went to an arcade instead of pachinko, huh? Surely, I am not Japanese. Nintendo Badge Arcade. So this game, I played it, but let's just say this is the quality of my footage. Fantastic, it's beautiful, look at it. Is this even entirely a Mii game? I mean, the only animated characters to show up are indeed your console's Miis as well as the bunny, but for the most part, there doesn't seem to be any mechanics where the Miis are involved. I guess it did work as the player avatars for Miiverse, but that's hardly either a game or part of this game. Yes, indeed, I went through 7 hours of trouble to set up a capture system that's almost entirely useless for the sake of this game, and I assure you, there's a really good reason for that. For starters, it lets you customize your menu screen with a lot more detail, with custom icons and buttons to spice up your crappy white theme or your cool theme if you bought one or the illegal.
Say, fella.
This is a game that will eventually go defunct. Don't care? Good, because you can now mod the living daylight out of Badge Arcade to get custom badges that include every object in Minecraft, and who knows what else. But the real reason why I covered this is actually way more straightforward. I love Arcade Bunny. He's so funny and animated with the grace of a god. Suddenly turns into a lady, suddenly turns into a JoJo. My dude is literally like my long-lost brother who I get drunk with every other Sunday night. And I'm not even trying to be comedic. I truly do love this guy so much I dedicated a whole segment to him. Yes, I know I mentioned Sam a bit ago and how much I liked him, and yes, I did write Nabbit as my favorite Nintendo character back in the Miitomo section, but that's just because Arcade Bunny is on another level and I consider him way more than a character. Man, dude is a ray of light. What a positively fantastic character. I can't even get angry after the 9th time he prompts me to buy plays. It's like he's only doing his job and hates charging you. But isn't Badge Arcade Bunny a shitty name? That's it, I'm making up a fake name right here and now, and I'll use it in the future to refer to him, and anybody who doesn't watch this video is going to be like, wait, who? But we'll know. Now let's see. He strikes me as something of Ephraim, the mentally handicapped rabbit, courtesy of Hothead 1987 on GameFAQs 7 years ago. Angelina Anaconda of Costa Rican with guacamole, asphalt in my shoots help on drowning. 4 little soldiers were on a sea at Red Herring Solid 1 and the other were 3. Yes, su manga da wait, a su mecha no sabe que puede hablar japonés. The other Anaconda don't, not unless you got buns, hun. Get it? Because there's a bunny, arcade bunny, ABCD. Yuck, said Risotto 23, you got so much diarrhea, your poop looks like a Jackson Pollock painting.com, amen. Hereby to be called just Ephraim. I live in constant fear of wanting to search Ephraim fan art knowing that there will be things I don't want to see there. Did I just really dedicate a third of this segment to a single or gag?
Either way, we should play a game Ephraim, the mentally handicapped rabbit courtesy of Hothead 1987. Party Fun Pirate! I'm gonna be honest, this one barely qualifies for the video as you can tell by the fact that almost none of my footage features a Mii, which you unlock as a reward for playing the single player mode a bunch, which means they aren't obligatory and that shouldn't be here, but I figured this game was so funny to look at that it couldn't hurt. And it's literally just that one pirate board game where you stuff swords into a barrel, but one of the holes sends the pirate flying and whoever uses that hole gets loses the game. But come on, it's a fun pirate with a party. How can I not report for duty? Or maybe it's a fun party attended by a pirate? I'm not really sure. Still, as a part of the RNG game, it's alright. The voice acting is silly and repetitive, particularly with your Mii who says literally the same lines but pitched up, and it's overall a very serious experience. Surprisingly, I spent like 40 minutes just enjoying the puzzle mode, which is pretty much a light version of Minesweeper, and eventually the game just became log-based, which is kinda stinky. And that's everything this package offers. There is nothing here, and I still played it more than Switch Sport.
Ephraim, how the heck did we end up in a Wangon to ranch? Oh crud, so that's where Damien from Pokemon went. Oh, we're going to Pokemon! But there's no Score Bunny. What's the point of Pokemon without Score Bunny? My Pokemon Ranch is a WiiWare game that links to Pokemon Diamond and Pearl under the sound of my tears because I just couldn't make it work. So it's a game where Hylie from Pokemon becomes a Mii, bites you and a few of your own Mii friends, and you all take care of a farm which gets 1 or 2 new Pokemon every day. And then you just look at them. There is no gameplay. It's a looking at game, a stamp collection. It's a Pokemon box, which like kind of the purpose of the thing, you know? Like, yes, they could have just gone with sprites, but adding a whole new interactive element really made it a little bit interesting. And just because it's Pokemon, it works. It makes me angry that we are this easy to convince, but fucking hell, the Nintendo hit the 100 with Pokemon. Sure, it's only 2 to 7 minutes every day, but just messing around and seeing your Miis do a bunch of playing and wandering with the Pokemon is great. Plus, all the AI seem to interact with each other really consistently, making everything feel dynamic, and there's occasional events that are somewhat comedic which randomly occur, though I only got to see a few of them myself. You can shake your controller to mess around with the world, and it's generally a good wallpaper to have in the background, though not being able to look around manually is a design decision that I just don't understand. You can also move the Pokemon like it's a Mii Plaza, but it just takes like 14 days to unlock, which I very much don't have. More to it, this originally came out with a price tag, which I don't really think this deserves to be priced unless you have your own copy of Diamond and Pearl. If you do, you can make use of the tips and special Pokemon Isla gives you in there. She guides you to catch Pokemon in Diamond and Pearl, and sayonara, I don't know anything else. So I heard people really like this Pokemon box game simply because you can get a Mew for free for you to use and transfer if you do manage to bring 999 Pokemon to the ranch. So that's pretty nifty, it just takes 3 years.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time? Yeah, he's got an egg, you might...
Whoa! 3 years have passed and we have a new game to talk about, which also explains the sudden location change. Thankfully, you don't age in the realm of darkness.
That was a joke, by the way. I'm still 20. Wait, is that me? Wait, that's me. Are you the me who stole my Pilotwings tray just to justify why I'm going to forget the bit? Yes. Is your policy about doppelgangers still the same? I mean, I already know where this was going. Never mind that, it's time for a distracting song that will make you forget you saw anything weird.
Pokemon, now it's time to work with the Brigade Rock Rumble. So this game is probably an insult to Pokemon fans. You've been warned. Basically, the king of a kingdom is really angry at a magician for having many Pokemon, so he sets your Mii to gather Pokemon, but you're completely useless, so you just force your Pokemon to do the job for you. Like, I don't know what wires got crossed here, but they put Pokemon, which are wind-up toys, in a medieval city. Like they grabbed something that had nothing to do with Pokemon and shoved Pokemon in there. And thankfully, that's about the biggest mistake this game makes. Sure, it seems like the timed events used to be a big deal, but I just got infinite diamonds and managed to enjoy the game well enough. It's an entry in the Pokemon Rumble series, which can be described as a really speedy version of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Kinda simple, and the dungeon crawling could do with having more elements, but for the general part, it's alright. I can't wait for the balloons to inflate for a few hours, it kinda helps the gameplay loop. Really though, I wish I had more moves, or some sort of dodge. Maybe having some chests in the map or other things which could be laying around. I know collecting Pokemon is already fun intrinsically and by itself, but if it wasn't for that, which perfectly could be due to the game theme mismatch, I don't think this game could stand. The variety of environments and interactions with your Mii are fun at last, and I think that this would make for a great mobile game. I'd certainly play more of it on my 3DS because the PlayStation is so short, fun, and satisfying. So you can take it out and play in the toilet, and yeah, I got a problem with gaming. I did see that this was a sequel to a Wii game which looks way more interesting, so take that as you may. Note that that game did not have Mii's, hence why it's not here. Honestly, I wish the Mii had more interactions. The ones that are here are kinda boring. Sure, they bring a charm, but they result in making everything feel like a Streetpass Plaza game. Heck, I think the play coins could make a better currency than the diamonds here. There are just tons of area for improvements with this game, but I mean, by concept, there is no reason for them to do them. Okay, so I've gone to the future, to the call, to J-pop hell, and to Pokemon. Honestly, this doesn't feel like the realm of darkness. It just feels like winter in Japan or something, I don't know. But the mask is telling me to go to this way, which is like super bright, properly lit place. Where is it even taking me? Did I start with the worst or what? Let's see, what is this place? It's, oh, no, scratch what I just said. But please, I made a mistake. This is Game Show Darkness. Cheap Game Show Darkness. DB Show King 1 and 2. This is a quiz show game, one that I'm unsure whether or not is particularly good. I mean, you can see the licensed Wii game crossed on it, what with some of the animations in the game and a few very weird things about it, but I think it's a game you could open with the basic expectations only to find them being met. I certainly had some fun with it, but it was exactly what I expected from looking at some footage of the game and the name. I particularly hate how the second game has features for submitting questions which are only available through online. They have this really cool system, and I wish I could use it locally to actually ask my friends whether or not planeaba. Instead, at the lack of Wii Connect 24, the second entry has nothing to show me but a better animated DJ. Everything else isn't particularly better. Like, for example, in the second game, they completely removed the custom Miis, which kind of soured the experience for me. I kind of like the first one because I could make jokes about the NPC characters being my Miis. Yes, there are some bugs, plus some questions don't entirely quite work anymore because this came out 10 years ago, but for the rest, I don't have much to say. The gimmick rounds managed to make the quizzing more interesting. I just wish the wheel had more interactions and outcomes which you could use to mess around with your friends or play different strategies. Heck, maybe a whole entire mechanic based on messing around with your friends should be a pretty big priority for games like this.
This is when Nick devised a plan. A plan to escape the cheap TV game show darkness. First, he would remember the existence of a game by the title of Wii Karaoke U, a game that was free on the Wii U eShop but went defunct with the service in 2017, as you needed to purchase the music you karaoke to from a server hosted alongside it. The game was connected to an online server that would constantly check if the player had the proper licenses, so ultimately, it's impossible to play nowadays, despite having a port on the Switch, which sadly does not include the Mii-related content. Second, it sang a song. You'd have to buy the songs anyways, which would put this channel budget on the purple numbers. What's that, you ask? Red numbers. But more. Please subscribe or broke. In the game, you could see your Mii play some stage performances, which are kind of funny. A lot of content online from this game is actually in Spanish, which gave Nate an edge in hiding his intent from the entire TV show gang staff. As he proceeded, he noticed the game had a character dresser and quite a nice and extensive selection of songs to sing. Third, he avoided learning too much about the Wii predecessor with Mii support, though only tacked on to these creepy bodies. He already realized that the U version of this game existed halfway into the production of the video, so he didn't have time for the other shit. Fourth, he tried to sneak out of the studio, but it was dummy thick, and the clap of his ass cheeks kept alerting the guards. So he resorted to the fifth emergency step. He proceeded to sing the entirety of The Gates of Delirium by Yes on national television, pulling what was described as a crude cosplay of Freddie Mercury's mom being played by a very drunk Johnny Depp. And yes, he sung both the lyrics and the guitar. It was embarrassing, but as he celebrated before being kicked out, he learned the terrible truth. There was another.
That worked! Singing copyrighted music does get the cameras away from you. That's awesome! Now I can... Just another Japanese camera? I'll have to play this one too, aren't I? NHK Red and White Quiz. This is the Japanese name, and I've said harder things in this channel before, but I just don't feel like doing it today, you know? So how about a quiz show, but it's in Japanese? Most of the questions are free answer. This was painful to play as a non-Japanese speaker. NHK Quiz is a Wii game based on, get this, a TV network. Though it shares namesake with a yearly Japanese event commonly known as Kohaku, where two teams of performers duke it out with music to celebrate New Year's. In this event, the audience gets to vote for either of the two teams based on how much they like their performance, and the teams are formatted red and white. Hence the name. It has ran since 1959 and it airs on the NHK Japanese network, so naturally they made a quiz show game. I'm still unsure if they actually do have one and I just don't know it, in which case please do tell me in the comments. But it's a standard game show game like the last we played. A few minigames, some charming Miis and animations, and apparently full voice acting. That's right, this game features full voice acting for every line the announcers speak, which explains the massive file size. It's only 2 GB smaller than Smash Bros. Brawl. It's not very interesting unto itself, but it does have a few interesting things in it with its style. I think were I to know Japanese, I could have even enjoyed the main game mode. There are some extra game modes, such as this educational one where they explain the molecular composition of sponge cake. What? And another one where you have to guess these funny mimics where your Mii's faces are put on them. It seems insanely thorough with its explanations, which I wonder if they do in Japan. I've never seen a Western show get this technical, and I should know. I watched Miel Nye the Science Guy. For the record, I did not get a single point in the entire game. Kinda disappointed that you can't play against other Miis and are forced to play against whatever these creepy avatars are, but at this point the Miis are barely even in the games we're covering anymore. See, that wasn't so hard. Games of Darkness, it's over and nothing can top it. Why do I hear running?
Hey, come back with my car, you fiend!
Okay, so turns out there might be a game that fits perfectly with this situation. So,
Pikmin Bloom, a mobile application where you can walk your Pikmin and it's cute and you can put them in the scene if you got an AR camera and it's amazing to see, but to play that's a whole different story. This game sucks, and not just because it makes me move my noodle legs. No, actually this is a complaint of how this game keeps trying to dox me so I can't show you half of the screen for half of my goddamn footage. I recorded like 40 minutes away from my home, but still. It's a walking game, like the one everybody else made when Pokemon Go did good, so they assumed it was because of that strong mechanics and the edge-cutting innovation seen in that one instead of just luck, nostalgia, and sheer exposure by popularity. And you just happen to play as your Mii on an outfit that honestly doesn't fit Mii's at all. I repeat, it's cute, probably a good motivator to go out walking, but at the same time, it's so redundant. Having one of every Pokemon is way more rewarding than having one of every possible flower on a Pikmin's head. You'll have so many Pikmin that all look similar, so you'll really never grow attached to any part of the game. You're not collecting Pikmin, you're collecting a number on the back of your character and that's it. I guess I do like the occasional custom Pikmin like Fry Pikmin and Coffee Pikmin. Who knows, maybe I'd even be a massive fan of this game if Pikmin didn't give me crippling anxiety. But for now, I'd rather remove this from my phone. Just running this for 7 minutes but to 20% of my battery power. It's terribly optimized. They got too comfortable now that the average phone can handle more and left a game that's not very much battery friendly. If Miitomo draws battery like it does, this one draws battery like a chupacabra that's stuck in a boat with 732 goats. Talking about 732, that's about as many kilometers as I must walk for the second game here.
How did he end up in the other end of Japan? This is messed up. Now we need to walk all the way back. If only there was a game featuring Misc that told me all about Japan and was like this sort of world to... Oh, whoa, look, it's... What's Google Translate doing on my screen? Get that shit out! I can read some Japanese, it's literally not that difficult. Gotouchi Tetsudou for Nintendo Switch. I think the thing about reading Japanese back, I don't understand any of, like, the screen. This game kinda stinks, and yet it's one of the last games ever released to feature Misc as the only playable character. This one was released in 2018, yet it's only actually a port of prior 3DS titles that never sold particularly well. Still, that makes it the second to last Mii game, only behind the Switch re-release of Miitopia. Mind that Switch Sports doesn't count because you play as these guys, not as the Miis. I wish there was more to say about this game, but it's rather cut and dry. It's a board game where you explore Japan and go on a popularity campaign with 3 random mascots from each of the different prefectures in Japan, each of which has different abilities that they can use to give you an advantage. Of course, due to its nature, it never released outside of Japan. There is no minigame, and the events are rather simple. There is a ton of random trivia about Japan sprinkled because educational game! I'm starting to get the feeling that Japan loves these when no one else does, and that's a little poetic at least. It is kind of a shame that the game itself is very luck reliant, though I'm sure I could formulate a better strategy if I could actually read Japanese. I promise you I am literate. The NPCs are the kinda AIs that rely on being selected as the good player or the player that is shit, and thus their entire RNG is defined after that, which feels rather artificial. I guess I can applaud loudly over this game's dedication to making a comprehensive list of Japanese mascots, whom all are animated and modeled carefully to convey the characters in pretty good quality. It's a thing that's very attached to Japanese culture to the point where there's like even fan mascots such as Chitan or Nokotan, whom are very popular outside of Japan due to their shitpost status. Tiny jumpscare warning.
Okay. I just remember that the clown card has like a telekinesis weapon, so maybe I should use that. Whoa, that worked. Okay, not to actually find the card.
Okay, so how about this? Personal trainer walking. The same, more boring, and you need a peripheral to use it. So that's why I got no footage of it. Wait, no, I do have some. Behold, the title screen! Whatever, this game honestly radiates retro because it's old, old enough to have these kind of graphs. What do you even call this aesthetic? Pre-recession Japan? So it gives you charts about your movement along with a few minigames and other cute visual things. It appears like you can feature several avatars per game save and use multiple activity meters too, and you can even compete against your household and set up goals for yourself. You play as your Mii, which you can bring from your Wii or make in-game with the Tomodachi Collection Mii Creator. There's a mode where your Mii walks along the world while drawing under their feet to make cool images. Plus, you can also take on walking challenges such as walking to the moon. And you can bring your dog because you can actually register a dog in this game. Beautiful. That's right, you only need like 470 million steps to walk to the moon, so pack your bags and let's go. Actually, only you. I'm confined to this video box and I'm starting to get claustrophobic. Hey, look! My clown card! I finally found it once more! Come here, baby. I'm gonna do so many things with... Shouldn't I be falling by now? Wait. Believe it or not, I am walking on earth. I never thought that I could be so free.
Hold on. This game does not belong in the realm of darkness. It belongs to the realm of light. But not because it was good, just because it's genuinely doing everything it set out to do with only one major critical mistake. That said, it's because it's just a tech demo Nintendo priced at $6 for some reason. Aquaspace is a WiiWare title for the Wii hardware, haha, that allows you to have an aquarium and get lost in it and never come back. Bad ending, Luffy died. It's a relaxing little immersive viewer that lets you see fish in a simulated aquarium, and you can see them swim, customize your aquarium, feed them fish, and even dive in with your own Mii to experience the sea life up close while you catch up on some trivia. And that's the game. Yeah. See, if it was freeware, I'd understand it, but the price tag led me to believe there was more to this game. Mechanically, you don't have free control of your Mii, the camera is slow and clunky at times, but the big issue is the lack of any gameplay whatsoever. Thousands of aquarium simulators try to make taking care of the fish both fun and relaxing, with some challenge to boot at times. I don't mean to say this game is too easy noob get good, I mean to say this game is not like a game. It's a screensaver. And that's the major critical mistake, by the way. If this is a relaxing screensaver to keep in the background, why does it dim when my controller turns off from being idle? My Pokemon Ranch does not dim until you've been idle for about 30 minutes, so I know it's possible to remove the dimming immediately. It's like the game when unplaytested and never reached its actual consumer. So yeah, it's super relaxing, does everything it should do, making cool aquariums and teaching about them, but there's just some inexcusable things here that, while not making the game better, they at least would make it more interesting. I like swimming with the Mii and the feeling like a fish, you know. Am I a fish? You know, just a sea bunny floating around. Nope, I'm human. Mostly. 97%. How am I breathing underwater? Is it mermaids? I've always wanted to be a mermaid. Sexy siren, here I come! Ah, it's beautiful.
Karuma the DS. Haha, look, car farting. So here's a quick change of pace, because this game I can't play, but it's not because of region shenanigans or because it's no longer available, but rather because I'm too poor to afford a car to play it with. Karuma the DS is the funkware for the DS intended to be a companion to Toyota GPS driving. It is by far one of the most elusive and rare DS games, and though it's not ever had the status of lost media like similar games such as McDonald's eSmart, there's not a single actual gameplay of this game recorded on a capture card, even if you can get a copy for about $5. And that's because this game is not functional without a 2010 GPS system called Eclipse ABNC bunch of letters. Karuma the DS would come with the vehicle, and you could be connected to it via Bluetooth to add on to the being lost and using an unreliable GPS experience. It seems like the game lets you add family members to the car, and you can then play different quiz minigames together. Then you can score as you drive as if it was a quiz show. This game was accompanied with Tomodachi Collection text-to-speech service too, so you actually do hear your Mii speech, such as... But honestly, no one knows much about this game. The footage that is available only covers the most big aspects of the gameplay, and there's not much information about what features the game actually has. The manual has this screen, which I haven't been able to find in-game, and there's this sort of souvenir shop where you can change in-game points for souvenirs, but I don't know what the souvenirs themselves do. The quizzes are told by a set of traditionally dressed Miis, some of which there is no footage of, like this lady here who shows up in both the manual and the box art. Ah, finally, here it is, my clown card. So I did some research. Miis here are super used, and yet I had to look for 3 whole ass days to find this singular manual screenshot showing that it indeed has a Mii editor in it, and it's green. Further along, I found the game's official site through Wayback Machine with a proper HD picture of this editor, so you can see it in full detail. This site has a privatized video, and that kinda sucks. This is an unprecedented discovery for this game that is just being revealed to the internet in this video. I thought originally that you just choose from a set of pre-made Miis, since I clearly heard the text-to-speech program mention Otosan Tokachan consistently, which means mom and dad. And I found this one screenshot showing a character that I've seen several times before in other screenshots. But then I got curious because I found this screen of the character selector, and it has a prompt here about creator, which is completely empty below. It took until I found an obscure Japanese website that mentioned making the driver Miis that I set myself on this journey to find the most basic info on this game. And trust me, I would cover it in full where Smash Tomatoes have enough funds to afford a goddamn old car and try this. So I'm leaving it to the crazy game preservationist. Please, if you're making a video about Karuma the DS or just searching the game for documentation, DM me on Twitter and keep me posted. I want to know more about this game and I'd love to have a close look at the different discoveries you all can make about this game in real time. Honestly, finding the official site gave me a good picture for it, so that's why I will leave the site right here. You can use the Wayback Machine to find it. I would recommend you watch another video and then go do that because YouTube's gonna think I'm making you leave the platform and that's not good for business. That all said, this game looks pretty fleshed out. It's more than a tool and apparently was supported until like 2017, way after the Nintendo DS online services went badonk. I just don't know how useful this game actually was. It clearly was intended for the kids to play around with, since the in-car GPS is still active throughout, and the story of Mii is even shown looking at the road during the quizzes, which I think is a nice little detail. Maybe the purpose was letting kids in on finding things around town so they can help their parents without being intrusive, like there are functions here to find the food place, for example. On an unrelated note, I'm unsure if these quizzing Miis are just sprites or actually animated since they don't lip sync like they do in Tamagotchi Collection, they just pop 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 pop. But you know, looking at it, the Realm of Darkness is a lot nicer than being lost without GPS, huh?
Thank you, Kuruma the DS. You saved me from drowning. And turned me Bunui? Wait, no, I think that's just all the salt water making me hallucinate. I feel too Bunui right now. Dillon's Dead Hit Breakers. That's right, I'm even more Bunui now. In this game, your Mii gets turned into an animal, which is arguably a furry Mii fan's wet dream. Personally, I'm more of a fan of Kemono Mimi, but to each their own. I'm not gonna pretend Ross isn't doing it for me, apparently I'm into mechanics now. This is the third game in the Dillon's Rolling Western IP, which consists of 3 separate 3DS titles where you basically play as this armadillo who needs to be the main weapon on a tower defense strategy setting. The title gives it away. Sure, Dillon's Rolling Western seems like a really creative idea by name alone with a bunch of potential, but you did just name your armadillo main character Dillon. That's like if my name was Rohavit. This installment is the first one to include the Miis and features 3 gameplay styles. One is these fast road racing segments, there's the tower defense segment which is the main one and has its own loop, and then there's what you actually do with your animal. You work at a shop. Every night you can hire gunners who are other animals, and any NPC that isn't from a prior game is also a pre-made Mii on an animal's body. I must admit I'm not too hot on the designs for these guys. Some of them work, but at least the bunnies feel all wrong, with the face stuffs being clearly separated, which makes them look like some crappy masks. If you're into it, you probably think these are the best Mii animals yet, but I think I'll stick with the Wii Party animals myself. Then you have the actual gameplay, which is very divisive. It's one of those games that has a million depths of complexity, but they insist on making everything easy, such as how the entire control scheme for Dillon is mapped to the A button. A button attack, A button dash, A button this, A button 10, A button find a new career. It makes no sense to do that because that makes the controls really repetitive and unsatisfying, worse yet because the actual game is really difficult to figure out yourself. It's like the tutorial you need happens after the stage you need it in, but that doesn't stop you from just asking Russ to do the job for you, or the game can straight up assign the gunners to protect my towers for me, and I'm just sitting there wondering why. The gameplay is far too complex for the control scheme to be only move and attack and everything to be so automated. I also have my gripes with how the game is filled with flavor text that just tells the player what to do or describes the scene. If I'm inspecting Dillon in his chair sleeping, I don't need you to give me dialogue where my character says Dillon is in his chair sleeping. If I wanted to get into the characters, they don't display any personality beyond them telling me what to do, and that kinda made me feel sad, not gonna lie. I wanted to hang with Russ and feel like we're buddy-buddy, but I just feel like I'm his errand boy. I'm doing this whole YouTube thing to avoid having a boss, and look at this cute son of a bitch. Okay, I've unbunuied.
Okay, so I think this is the very bottom of the realm, judging by the massive hole to nothingness that looms below my feet. This is not a hole to nothingness, is it? This must be the oath I made.
We made a deal.
You're right, we did. I let myself forget what I already knew since now you arrived at my door. I remember the promise I made, and I know I'm here because of it.
You made me over a year ago. I promised to make people happy through your silly little videos. You keep mounting goals on golf, yet you get nowhere in the mess.
Did I? I made those promises and failed. But you deserve no apology. Without the goals to carry us somewhere, we'd get nowhere for as much as it pains us both.
I've done due diligence now. I've covered all of the Mii games on Wii, didn't I? Wasn't that our oath?
But you were too late. We were supposed to find greatness. The years passed of pursuing our goal to meet this point, but you can't even do anything right. You are at fault for your own failure.
It's not...
But it is. You had the time for half a year, and what did you do with it? Wasted. Thrashing on concepts only you thought would get you far, just like you've done the last 2 years.
Thought? Just thought? You are sorely mistaken, and you know as well as I what my intentions have been. Remember that freedom we seek? I don't want to make the same video over and over. Don't you want to do something new? These aren't mistakes. They are a declaration of my intent.
I will continue to carry the full weight of making these deliberate mistakes.
Not enough.
I am aware of that.
Then Why don't you let me consume you? I am part of that achievement that holds you, born from your own success and your wishes for more. Just give in. Take the easy road.
But I will not, friend. My goals are clear, and my means to get there are those I choose. This is my path. Don't just see you can't hurt me anymore, now that I've done what had to be done.
That's preposterous! Regardless of what you do, you failed!
But that doesn't mean you can continue to have power over me. I don't belong to you. You belong to me! I see what's going on here. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you're gonna get. Every Mii game, eh? Well then, let's finish this. Beyond the shadow of a doubt, every Wii Mii game I am currently aware of. That was the oath. And this, the end. Ah!
Tetris Axis. It's just Tetris, but your Mii shows up to dance in the bottom screen, and that's about it. It seems like it's just a properly coded Tetris too. I could get a T-spin going, and that's it for this game. There's variety in it, but this video is about the Miis and not about the Tetris game. Just know that they show up, though I am completely unsure if they are actually obligatory. Wii U browser. Does this count? The Wii U has a browser. Leave it idle for too long and your console's Mii shows up to mess around. It's charming, unnecessary, but it also could count, so it's here and it may do. Yakuman Wii, Mahjong things in Japanese I can't be bothered to learn. It's Mahjong, I don't know how to play it, but you technically play as your Mii. There's this cool retro looking screen and I'm pretty sure that you'd be able to play against other Miis if you're not playing against CPU.
On a further note, there's more Yakuman games on Wii U and 3DS, so I guess I might as well mention those too. They're nothing special, just the exact same thing. It's just that Yakuman is a really popular franchise in Japan, I guess.
Hideyuku's Healthy Mojang DSi, like Yakuman, but it's on the DS instead. Has the Tomodachi Collection Mii editor.
Also, yeah, Yakuman? He's not a dude, that's just a Mahjong term. I'm super disappointed to learn this information.
Big Brain Academy Wii. It's a game where you do quizzes and supposedly learn, though it's never been really useful to me. They at least made it fun to do brain activities. But I'm much better off with a puzzle game like Picross 3D. Seems as engaging but more logical than critical. In this game, you don't play as your Miis, they just occasionally show up at different moments like on these high quality Newgrounds hallways and they are your save file icon. They don't do much either, just kind of wander and look pretty. For some reason though, they are required to play the game, hence why it's here. In fact, I'm gonna go over a few other games that require them but don't use them as default playable characters. FIFA 8 and 9, Mario Kart Wii, and WiiWare Uno. A World of Keyflinks on the Wii U. It's a re-release game with Miis on tops. I didn't bother to talk about this one because it's not really anything interesting. Pokemon Rumble Rush. I already mentioned this, but this is a defunct mobile game. Regardless, it's the same as Pokemon Rumble World, but without charm. Most criticisms apply here too, and your Mii isn't as prevalent to the game structure, it's just there in the background and that's about it.
I'll make an aside here and also say Mii channels don't count for this video. However, if you do want me to cover all the Mii channels in a video, be sure to tell me in the comments, capiche? I'd like to do the video, but I need to know there's support for it, because otherwise, I get like 5 views.
Special mention! Go Vacation does allow you to play as Miis, but they are not the main playable character, hence why they are not taking too much attention here. I'm bringing this one up because it's like the most popular, but so many other games apply for this category. Mayo didn't include this, and you shouldn't care much about it. But let's see. Other major games that let you play as Miis include Mario Kart Tour, Mario Kart 8, Disney Magical World 1 and 2, the Active Life games, Sonic and Sega All-Star Racing Transformed, Star
Mario
Fox
and
Sonic at the Olympic Games games. We Love Golf, Wii Ski and Snowboard, those are 2 games, Bomberman Blast, and these are just the bigger ones that might be part of my earth, just in case.
With this final swing, I bring you the mice. Who knows? Maybe in time, we'll find a way to make it work.
So that's how I killed my inner demons in the realm of darkness, became a being of light and did a pretty cool and interesting video. So you're gonna have to join the line oath I made when I was 11 about reaching 10 million subs. If oath to enjoyment of the ice cream I drop right away, and oath to review all of the JBL films on the 1 million subscriber special can wait, believe me bro, so can you. Oh, what the heck? Why is there a cartridge in my food? Oh.
Oi Taisho, what's that you wanted me to do? Alright, bring out the Wii U.
Nintendo Land. No, not Nintendo World, the theme park, but Nintendo Land, the Wii U game. This must be where Miyamoto lives.
Hey stupid! When are you greenlighting Tomodachi Life 3? What? What did I do, officer? I am telling you, I did not pirate the car game. I don't even have a card to play it with.
So weather update for the new viewers.
It's Sunny!
And next in line is Nintendo Land. I want to take a look at how well Nintendo Land knows its source material, but I think first we have to know what it is. The Wii U era. Love it or hate it, this was the time where Nintendo really wanted to cross-establish fan bases between their franchises. Which is funny because they didn't release a mainline title on the Wii U for most of the major Nintendo franchises that represented here. Animal Crossing? Nope. Metroid? Nope. Mario? Nope. Wait, maybe? Does a new Super 3D World count? What's considered the mainline for Mario?
We start like a 2-hour video about this somewhere?
Either way, all their consoles since 64 had a major platformer collectathon Mario game except the Wii U. So I'll say nope. Luigi's Mansion? Nope. Zelda? So Breath of the Wild did come out on Wii U, but they did wait till they could release a Switch version to put this one out. So if you consider this a Wii U game, yeah. If you don't, nope. Pikmin? Yeah. Pikmin 3. So all things considered, 2 out of 6. I'd say that's a pretty bad score. Oh, if only they counted Yoshi as a big thing. Yoshi got Woolly World on the Wii U.
It's a double Yoshi explosion.
Do I even need to tell you why this game failed? Like, I'm pretty sure any video about the Wii U starts with a long-ass monologue about why this piece of garbage was a piece of garbage. Though I think it does its dust collecting job really well. Ha, that's a Roomba. Wrong picture, sorry. So this game sold really well for the Wii U, being the top 5 bestseller in the system and also the only one that didn't get a port or a sequel on the Switch. Get out of here, Wind Waker, you're already a port! So, video game! Let's talk about it! The world of Nintendo Land is this theme park-inspired plaza managed by your darling here, Monita. Her name is just a pun on a Japanese person trying to say monitor, and yet I still love her. You watch her go, and she instantly improves every minigame by 27 points. That's very specific.
Hey, Monita is way better than Dillon. I'm still angry about Dillon.
I really like this plaza place. However, why does the time of the system not change the lighting and skybox of the park? And a button does. Yeah, otherwise this place is straightforward, but also super memorable. Not only will it change as you play the games because it works as the main hub to place all of the rewards you'll get, but it eventually becomes super lively and full of Miis wandering around. Me versus dead. Still, really cool. Everything is interactive and has a Monita description, and you can also do the spin and get dizzy. I hate this method of looking around. It's cool, but it makes my footage look like dizzy. Look at those gunners. The main part of the game is the minigames though. There's 12 of them. This game was clearly aiming for that Wii Sports charm, and I think it far surpasses it. But the bat down, you know I'm right. Like, one of the main complaints that I had with a lot of the other games like this one was how repetitive or limited they were. How the design of most things in those games would heavily hinge on the issues of the Wii and motion controls as the entire basis for the difficulty of their game, which, like, you're blaming the control scheme on the challenge of the game. Thankfully, this game has very little of that. Instead, these games are extensive and unique. The challenge is properly designed, the incentive for playing is way cooler, and it still works as a sweet party game to disrespect AAA batteries. Have you seen all those videos about Wuhu's island potential? Yeah, this is that potential, brought to life, but it's just not on Wuhu. So most videos on this game now would go on about each of the attractions, say the same 5 things about them, maybe make a funny joke. Now I don't want to do that, that's boring, except for the jokes part, I just suck at that part. Let's instead check how they compare to the original counterparts. How's that sound? So, there's these 3 games, Hey look, the video in which I was forced to play a party game with no friends because I don't even have a cope in regards to having no friends. So I can't cover these games well. I mean, I try to, but I guess controlling the Wii U gamepad and the Wii mode at the same time is just sad. I'm gonna get these out of the way first. Okay, now that I handled the tiers, let's handle the games. Mario Chase. Tag on Wii U. The Mario can't jump, but the Toads sure as hell can.
That's a lot of nuts!
The scenarios and music are inspired on classic Mario stuff, and I do think it looks super nice, but the gameplay could have been done with any other franchise. Mario can grab the star power up in the middle and be invincible for a bit, which is a good reference, but the only other Mario-based mechanic I can think of is the Mario player having a minimap, like in Mario 64 DS, which is not really a main mechanic. I'd say a 4 out of 10 when it comes to pairings. Animal Crossing's Sweet Day-O, the sequel to Tag, aka Cops and Robbers. The O in the name isn't actually there, it just looks like that. I like both of the maps in this game, as they look a lot like Animal Crossing towns, which I guess I love enough to possibly maybe make my entire thesis project based on Animal Crossing town generations. So the robbers will play on the Wii mode as villagers Daisy, Peanut, Lily, or Tangy, while the chasers will play as both Copper and Booker at the same time. If you don't know who Booker and Copper are and like Animal Crossing, you made a mistake in life. Robbers will attempt to fill these candy collection spots with candy, while cops only really have to catch any of them 3 times. It's not as Animal Crossing as the new Leaf Island minigames, but I think it's fitting enough. The trees, bushes, and other decorative elements are neat references to Animal Crossing New Leaf. I like the inclusion of things like the fountain and Nook's Cranny, as well as a bit of iconic furniture. Such a shame it only has 2 maps, because they really could have crammed a lot more references and characters into this. 7 out of 10. Luigi's Ghost Mansion. Inverse Pac-Man. It's like Pac-Man, but it's 4 players versus a ghost instead of 4 ghosts versus a player. In this game, you play as ghost hunters or as the ghost, where the ghost wants to catch the players and the players want to suck off the ghost. The catch is that players can't always see the ghost. They have to use the Wiimote's rumble to figure out their proximity with the ghost. I always hear people with friends say how good this game is, to which I just respond with very quiet envy because I can't even ask them to be my friend. This game has occasional thunder to reveal the ghost, like the thunder you'd see in Luigi's Mansion. Hunters need to blow 100 health of the ghost to win, like in Luigi's Mansion with the portrait ghost. The designs of the playable characters are quite good, with the Mario Brothers, Wario Brothers, and the GameCube era Mansion ghosts. Yeah, they're basic, but I still like them. And the stages take a lot of inspiration from actual Luigi's Mansion 1. For example, this main map here has recreations of the foyer, some hallways, the first floor bathroom, and the dining room, all of which are really accurate to their origin game counterparts. The billiards room and kitchen are also here, though not as accurately recreated. But then, the other maps do have references, like there's a map with the roof where the final boss of Luigi's Mansion 1 takes place. And I'd like to shun the factory map because it does not look like EGAT Slab and it really should. When the human players lose, a good night text appears too, mimicking Luigi's Mansion death screens. With good sound design and remixes of the Luigi's Mansion soundtrack, this is a definite 10 out of 10. Makes me want to try to actually play the game with my friends, which I have. Promise I do. Octopus Dance, Just Dance Wii. So you content lines. They didn't know that this game is actually a reference to the Game & Watch. And that's fair. The only indicator here is this octopus guy, as well as the music, which I have to admit is absolutely bopping. Yeah, this game is weird. It's kinda simple, gets difficult. Most of the time my success state was interpreted as a failure state and I couldn't figure out exactly why, but you just have to follow the rhythm of this weird snorkel man. It's super basic in both gameplay and Game & Watch parody, so maybe a 3 out of 10. Ninja Castle. No, not this again! And I thought I was free of point and shoot games. They get progressively worse. Wii plays, simple but good, had some cute moments. Wii play motions, okay buddy, these twists and turns are making me nothing but dizzy and my back hurts. This one, you have to hold the Wii U gamepad like a hold for shurikens. And I, a grown-ass bunny man, ended with my wrist in massive pain from carrying the Wii U gamepad like this. This thingy is heavy, and I can't tell what makes my shuriken shoot faster or better. This minigame is based on the mysterious Marasume Castle. I like seeing Nintendo pay attention to one of their most obscure hits, but they did a pretty bad job at telling people that the original exists with this. There's not enough iconography to go off on, and the game hasn't had a sequel since its release in 1986, so it's not easy to figure it out. They should totally make a Zelda-inspired game with this IP. It's referenced all the time in Nintendo stuff, and I cannot see why it hasn't come back. There's a lot of references to the original though. You go into a castle, play as a Shoryuken maniac, and you attack ninjas. Yeah, no, that's all I need. Maybe they should have added more emphasis on the player character. The outfit Yomi shows briefly when selecting this game and the background are the only indicators we non-Ramenites would be able to recognize of this, making this a missed chance for marketing. Oh well, there I go doing Nintendo's job again. 9 out of 10. Captain Falcon's Twister Race. F-Zero, more like F. Damn, I look good as Captain Falcon. Anyways, Falcon! This is F-Zero inspired, alright. You get tons of turns and visuals, but the mechanics are really not in on it. In this game, you must twist the game power around like a monkey to make your in-game machine rotate around obstacles before a time limit runs out. Why can't I accelerate? This game is so damn slow. Like, if you've ever played F-Zero, you know part of the fun isn't the range speed you'll be plastic about. If you have a time limit, then you should also have the ability of speeding up and slowing down. You know F-Zero tracks a boost pads at the edges, which give you an advantage at the cost of taking in tons of risk? Why is that core mechanic not represented, it would improve the game and be a nice reference. Why is it Falcon only? Couldn't you at least let female Miis dress as Kate? It's as sad and painful as everything related to F-Zero stayed as a Nintendo IP. It is good to see it is still a thing, but why is it not a thing? Rain broke. 5 out of 10. Pikmin Adventure. Thank God Pikmin can die. In this game, you play as a big Pikmin or as Olimar. Yet I feel like the Olimar player is bound to have a lot more fun since they can just swoop the Pikmin. So you go through some linear action stages, beat the boss, go to the next level. For all intents and purposes, this minigame is just a watered down version of Pikmin. The designs are based on Pikmin, the gameplay mechanics are those of Pikmin, but without Pikmin death. Like, you can throw your Pikmin and have them stay, you can call all of your Pikmin back, you can use your Pikmin to attack, and the Pikmin will carry stuff to you. I dislike that you can get a hammer power up, but you can't get stone Pikmin, but I suppose it makes sense because there was no Pikmin tree at the time of this release. The Mario iconography is totally out of place, but the rest of the visuals and enemies are very reminiscent of Pikmin. Plus, Monita got a hat and became evil. Why does it take me a whole palette change to become evil? Screw it, I'm joining her. I give this game a 0 out of 10, but actually a 9 out of 10. Balloon Trip Breeze, it's that mobile game again.
Do you like floating balls of hydrogen?
In this game, you swipe the touchscreen to blow yourself into the right position. Whoa. In this game, you swipe the touchscreen to blow air that will push you to the right position. It's based on Balloon Fight. The tutorial happens in the Balloon Fight stage layout. Nate looks adorable in the Balloon Fight outfit. Look at me! And the gameplay is very similar too. You float, you pop the balloons, except now it's an auto-scroller, which is sucks. While the game is not very good, I got bored of it really quickly. The parity with the original is super easy to achieve, so it's at least an 8 out of 10. The Legend of Zelda Battle Quest. Wii Sports Resort Swordplay, but they took out the lightsabers. Okay, that second subtitle I added might be discrediting. While the main gameplay mechanic with the sword is just like the one in Wii Sports Resort Swordplay, the enemies and locations are all new. There's different enemies to keep you on your toes, there's Zelda-like puzzles, and since you're expected to take more damage, health is replaceable. There's also a whole new way of playing with the gamepad as an archer. There's a plethora of Zelda enemies that have been recreated as cardboard crafts, from moblins to choo-choos to tektites. There's a ton of iconography from Zelda, and it's no doubt that they were clear inspiration from it in the way the enemies behave and the way you behave, you know? The gameplay is, of course, not exactly like Zelda. It's a railroad shooter, which technically makes this into a House of the Dead plagiarism piece. There are puzzles in the design, blocking at the right time is important, and you can charge the Master Sword to do Link spin attacks. For what it's worth, there are people who prefer this one single minigame over the entirety of Twilight Sword on the Wii. So yeah, another 10 out of 10 when it comes to being similar to the original source media. All the details and recreations are super accurate and nifty, there's good fan service, and the gameplay is a good midpoint between actual Zelda and a minigame in a minigame collection. Yoshi's Fruit Gardo.
And his name is Yoshi!
I hate this Yoshi. Like, I already don't jive with Yoshi, unless it's Bashi, but this Yoshi son of a gun is in another level. This game is simple. You ride a Yoshi, pound Yoshi. You draw a line, Yoshi would follow that line. Collect the fruit to open the door and exit to win. The challenge, you can't see the fruit in the bottom screen, so you gotta coordinate. So there's fruit and there's Yoshi, but I couldn't see any eggs or Yoshi related mechanics. It's too superficially about Yoshi, and even though I don't like the dude, this is a disservice to him. 2 out of 10. Are Yoshis canonically asexual? I don't know why I suddenly wondered about Yoshi's biology. I guess I mentioned the eggs thing, called it a dude, which sparked a question, and now I won't be able to sleep until I figure it out. Tangent, what about Birdo? DK's Crash Course. Theater targets all over again, please and help. Yeah, remember that Theater Targets game on Wii Play Motion? The one I spent like 7 hours on? Well, another motion-controlled minigame to consume my soul has appeared. Luckily, I was able to fend off the demon this time. So it goes back very directly to the original DK arcade game. There's barrels for the DK, Proto Peach is in it, tons of DK-inspired scaffolding, and there's 2 whole boards that end in the popular layouts of the classical arcade experience. I suppose you play as the barrels, which is a pretty cool detail, but it seems very general to me. I couldn't spot any references to anything about DK that was specific enough to truly tell if they paid attention to the source material enough. Yes, it's a reference to the original arcade game, but nothing else, and I would like to see more DK in my DK game. Another 8 out of 10. Metroid Blast! Fire! 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 Laser! Shoot! Is this it? The final game I'll play in this entire journey, where I point at stuff and shoot it? And it's the best one yet? Like, I'm not joking when I say this game is really good. In fact, I don't joke at all. My real name is Cyrus McGee. In this game, you'll play as Samus, get on a ship, and pew 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 away your life's problems. I really like the different enemies you find in this game. Some are harmless, some shoot at you, some have tons of weapons to murder you in cold blood with. They are even modeled after the Sebaceous from Metroid. What do you mean Sebaceans? No, it's clear the Sebaceous. As well as others. There's gotta be Metroids in Metroid. It's really smooth to control the gamepad version, though I wish you could configure the sensitivity of the mode version. Yet since you have free movement and can dodge easily, it's much better. I did make the mistake of trying to dodge constantly using the C button, it just feels more natural to me, but I definitely think that the Wii mode version was created exclusively for the multiplayer where the handicap was sort of part of the gameplay mechanic. The maps and models all really do look like something out of Metroid, and quite a bunch of stages have classic Metroid elements, of course. That's when you pass them through a few classes and turn them into mechanical beings. But I still think it's a really cool recreation of things you see in Metroid with a new art style and a new thematic. Plus, it's natural for the Metroid to be a shoot game. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, it's a 9 out of 10. Mostly because I can't believe Zero Suit Nate does not have the correct volume. This is a disrespect to me. Ridley is just too big. And then as I sat there wondering what I would write for this video with my morning coffee, I started to ponder. Is this the best Mii-based minigame compilation Nintendo has ever put out? And that's when I realized it's a post-2011 release, quite possibly the first Era 2 Mii game title. I like to divide Mii games in 3 separate eras. The first one from 2006 to 2011, the second one from 2011 to 2020, and Era 3 is 2020 onwards. And I can most confidently say the second era games are most often the best. It includes some games that collect more than just mini games and others where the Miis are used interestingly like Tomodachi Life and Miitopia. The latter two actually being some of the best titles on the 3DS. Era 2 was a weird moment for Mii Games, like they didn't exactly know what they wanted to do with Miis now that they have aged and Nintendo wanted to transition back into Mario being the main Nintendo mascot. Mii Maker features started becoming repetitive to consumers and the APIs that would implement them into games had lost fidelity. I think there was a moment where they started to notice that Miis were not just a player avatar anymore, but rather they had become part of the Nintendo brand. Relegating their usage to playable characters disregarded all the chances they had for using role-related elements with them. That's a really important part of what was missing, and thus, the second era of Mii games were born, with stories, dialogues, mechanics, and a lot more things that surpasses the scope of minigame games. Even if Nintendo Land was released before most of the games it was trying to help market did, it's obviously intended to make this title represent what the Nintendo brand was. They discreetly marketed games that were soon to release, like we just mentioned Dark Moon. They teased Mario 3D Land, they teased Animal Crossing New Leaf. I mean, they even teased Metroid Prime 4 and it still has not come out. However, if there was one franchise they attempted to market with this game, without us really noticing, it's the Mii franchise. Again, it's unnoticeable because of how implemented the Nintendo brand was with Miis. After all, they have appeared in dozens of games in dozens of IPs. The Miis are the ultimate Nintendo mascot. They just didn't want the Miis to be Nintendo's mascot. Which means Era 2 of the Mii games had a singular goal: make the Miis from a mascot into a franchise. I believe this era marks the separation between the Mii series games and what I call Mii games. And I couldn't think of a better game to start it off with. Actually, I can think of one which released earlier. It just hadn't become the better game at this point in time. So will you let me keep the cartridge? It was my ramen that I bought last video. It makes sense I should keep it. I made this whole video to show my dedication. Please, Taisho, I really had to cover this game. Does that mean yes in Taisho? Yes!
Now, if you excuse me, I'm a little late for my flight. Nope, not late. Hey, sorry, can I get an extra bag of nuts? I just love big nuts. No, you don't understand. I do love the game, but it has a massive issue for newcomers, and I don't mean that you, a fan, would have a problem with it, but it's just a pattern I noticed from Let's Plays and other.
Every game has its fair share of awful mechanics, which is why I think Miitopia is a peculiar RPG. So many of its mechanics are generally considered blasphemy in modern RPG design, from the menus to the basic structure of a battle, and while this makes it unique, it also includes one mechanic so
terrible that players are tempted to drop it surprisingly often. When people discuss Miitopia, they have a tendency to speak subjectively, such as I loved it or it was fun. The way people see it, Miitopia is fantastic through charm and dialogue first, often as a result of all the different gags across your character's journey and the ability to cast whoever you want in whichever role you desire, unless it's the Greek mage, because you're seemingly forced to pick between Jesus and Gandalf. Spicy people will even slip in Merlin. Battles are kept fun because they are quick and heaps of shenanigans shenanigate during them. Mii's using skills to help or fight each other, the unruly chaos going on before your eyes, and Chef's deciding your party shouldn't be friends anymore till they become MVP of every single battle after reaching level 15. And this chaos is primarily amusing because the game features a colloquially hated mechanic as one of the cores shaping its battle system. As you know, RPG games such as Final Fantasy or Paper Mario in the younger years of the Double O's hint on this little thing you might have heard of called strategy. It's also in the name that players will take the role of the main character, you know? The RP in RPG stands for role-playing, which really makes you wonder as a side effect why exactly we'll call them RPG games, since that's basically saying role-playing games. The point is, players in RPGs love agency. That means the ability to achieve progress towards a certain goal. The game will provide tools and let you employ them in hopefully smart plans, essentially asking you to build a strategy. It should also pick your common prior strategies and make mechanics that complicate or invalidate the easy answers. There's one frequent reason why the original Persona 3 is often criticized. You cannot directly influence what your party members do. You simply instruct them on their battle style and watch Marin Karen fail for the millionth time. Your party is a resource given to you, but then by deliberately limiting your control over them, they attempted to make the characters feel independent for the story purpose at the cost of fairness. It comes off as frustrating. I mean, though people often dislike the mechanic, the designers never neglected it though, particularly during the infamous Answer DLC, where you'll be required to systematically alter your party's behaviors, something which I wishfully imagine doing in real life daily since no one ever leaves pizza for me at parties. The deal is, users were never thought about this in the main game, as it was rather unnecessary, leading players to believe the enemy arrangements were incredibly awkward. In the main game, at most, you'd ask them to conserve MP and be cruising outside of bosses. AI will naturally target the enemy's weakness and such, but the DLC battles ensure having, say, one enemy whose elemental weakness is simultaneously reflected by another, making it the player's task to spot this and adapt their party's members' behavior to prevent attacks targeting multiple foes, for example. Then players who spend dozens of hours underusing the system will naturally find it unfair. I mean, everyone plays games to get away from life, which is simply unfair. We do not need further reminders. So although the designers knew their intention, a failure in communication with the player led to less enjoyable gameplay. This may appear like a random rant, but trust me, it will be relevant later. I'm always relevant later. The only filler I deliver is ironically this joke. You should remember that great mechanics, particularly those that are often relevant to later parts of the game, will be perceived as lousy game design by players lacking enough information. Now, Miitopia takes away any and all player agency to them battles by disallowing control of their party. Oftentimes, they will act on their own, typically disturbing your expected reaction to a situation. This little detail that would easily be a massive issue in other games is actually one of those examples of Miitopia using quote-unquote bad mechanics to deliver a heavy load of the game's thick, warm appeal. The game is searching to avoid the player abusing a singular working strategy, sometimes kicking off party members, sometimes separating them, rarely even forcing them into quarrels. And since this creates variety and fun, people who jive with it just probably don't mind. Your party members being an incoherent team by having them ignore the player's input was a design focus, and it wouldn't be the same if they never brought back a Friskeloid Forger figurine when you sent them out to get better equipment. But the fact remains, these mechanics suck under any other circumstances, and an analysis of this size, maybe even one longer, is required to explain it. And I sincerely doubt folks have just under 4 minutes to spare on me. I guess you're the exception, buddy. You're so neat. Let's be friends. Not all features in Miitopia are this lucky though. Some are intended to spin on unloved mechanics, but some others serve narrative purposes or take a moment to get going. One of such mechanics being atrocious enough to demotivate people from playing entirely, and it's not the limited availability from 2:30 PM to 4:30 PM and 9 PM to 11 PM. Thankfully, that's some of that shit quest exclusive. This is a feature that is early enough in the game, yet at an unusual spot, located at a place where players expect to move on to the next area after 3 to 6 hours of gameplay, about 25% through. At this point, the game fades to a cutscene depicting your team members getting kidnapped by the antagonist and doing this to the building, which we have no idea what it is, but scientists and researchers are pretty confident that the Dark Lord did not touch any no-no parts. Then the character wakes up to hear they have returned to level 1, is alone, and cannot select the class they previously selected, effectively wiping your progress entirely except for gains obtained by grubbing. This is an extremely hard hit for most players, because it basically invalidates hours of progress. This is Minecraft deciding to blow up your base for no reason, or the player obliviously saving in the ice cream factory in Vice City. Maybe even like that one time in 2004 where Sony released a holiday demo of Beautiful Joe 2 that deleted every save file in your PS2 memory card for no absolute reason. It feels unfair and invalidates the feeling of success you had a moment prior after finishing the first word, worsened by how little recognition the game makes of it. You get a cutscene with your teammates saying they'll trust you'll save them eventually, and the very next level the protagonist acts like nothing happened, even using quotes that refer to having a party after a battle. Now, losing progress arbitrarily is frustrating, but that's not exactly why the mechanic is icky. After all, it spaces out the creation of the final 10-character party so that the late game aspects can attain the desired complexity. It's the way the players perceive it that makes it bad. Quitting. How do you do it? I am somehow not giving up on content creation and I continue getting munches at 3 AM. In gaming, most studios in frustration distinguish quitting by two categories: micro-quitting and straight-up quitting. The primary difference between these being the thought process behind deciding to stop. There is a difference between being tilted at the towers and an overarching perception that the overall experience will become unpleasant after specific events. Consider why they are quitting, particularly when they attribute the blame to the game. So, let's say you just lost a game of Minecraft Hunger. God damn it, it's 2024, I forget. You just lost a game of PUBG Battlegrounds by the old caps. What got you so shook? And you get pissed off, tossing the controller. Now, first off, skill issue. Second off, you'll evaluate potential improvement. If it's a minor thing, you'll even period off pretending it won't continue biting you in the ass for months. Upon analysis of your situation, I noticed a direct correlation between the rage fit and external factors being blamed for the failing. External factors such as the game or other players, like spikes or a disruptive teammate, might create anger and the perception of powerlessness. This explains why you don't lash as often in single-player games. The failure is a result of your inability, even when the game is hard and you get huffy after blundering towards the end of a level. What is that sound? What is that noise? What is that noise? As I was saying, even when the game is hard and you get huffy after blundering towards the end of a level, you can admit I was right calling skill issue earlier and recognize it. This is potentially why less people retire on Dark Souls than on Remnant from the Ashes, if how long to beat is to be trusted after the chainsaw incident. The longer you consider the fault wasn't yours, the more frustration accumulates. You'll quit, think about it, and begin wondering if returning is worthwhile. Heck, if amending a mistake is appealing, returning to the challenge may even appear fun. Therefore, when you lose progress due to a brief cutscene initiated by the game, the natural inclination is to attribute blame to the game itself, and its method to address the situation is through minor dialogue. One time. Here's the deal. Hurting players over in-game events is not a mistake. Games where you have a body like The Last Guardian or Mario and Luigi RPGs have a sequence separating both characters dividing the moveset in half. Those games deliberately include elements into the level design that were impossible until you're reunited. And then you get like 10 extra coins from that, but hey, at least Mario isn't morphing into a bean today and that truly does change everything. You don't always need to be so clever about your acknowledgement. Even when your characters die near the conclusion of plenty RPGs, reminding the player that it's either a critical moment or temporary is enough for them to avoid the motivation. If players are aware that they can recover from their loss over time, the impact is less poignant. Same if it's already at the end, so who cares? And if the game includes a narrative element, they'll often due to the motivation state of the playable character. The thing is, sometimes limiting players while setting up the core gameplay loop is inevitable, but introducing certain elements may not always naturally occur. Miitopia hinges on holding 10 party members, which is more friends than I'll ever have. Without imposing any limitation on the player's utilization of the initial gang, there is no compelling reason to select new classes and characters, given more potent Miis exist in your team. This is in virtue of the first 4 words and the later 8 owning different gameplay loops, the second half being more free-form and introducing larger side quests, the true form of the game's intended design. Everyone knows how important hyper sprinkles can be, yet you only unlock them after the whole party reassembles in word fall. Also, you don't have a fucking dragon until then! A fucking dragon, I tell you! And I explain this mostly to express how fundamental the issue is. It's a decision made explicitly for the convenience of the game's later flow and funny potential. That's totally what we certified game developers totally call it, and that can be certainly tricky. It's not very often that you can use a game's narrative strength to the advantage of its design. Usually it's the opposite. You use design to transmit narrative. Problem being that narratives and game mechanics both progress in different ways. You can take steps back on a narrative, as in having a character lose motivation or forget a lesson they had learned prior, but you can't as comfortably do it regarding gameplay progression. There's always exceptions, but as a general rule, you don't make level 10 easier than level 2. Whether that's regarding straight difficulty or the complexity of a mechanic's usage. Since the challenge is less, players are likely to find it boring. Simply put, an issue so elementary to the concept will only be fixed under a complete rework, reminiscent of my sleeping habits. Granted, most people don't drop the game right away, but rather slightly into Next Door. The gameplay similarities between Greenhorn and Next Door are too many. I think blocking sprinkles or giving the player new opportunities would help smooth out the transition. It's not just the losing of your team that is problematic, but also the feeling of repetition it produces as a result. So, if Miitopia wanted to mend this, they possess 2 potential routes. Hey wait, I need to follow you into them! two routes. There's technically a third one, where you overhaul the entire game concept, so battles require your entire party to need systematic swapping depending on the challenge. Taking foes in next door, kick your buttocks like you're a turkey, kill a member with the skill set to bash them joints. Elemental attacks? What does that mean? There's two feasible routes that don't alter the basic game, which are the mechanical and the narrative one. If the game merely acknowledged the player's loneliness, it would become part of the journey, recognizing that yes, you're alone, but your bodies can be recovered later. That last detail is attempted by showing a cutscene with your disoriented friends, but it would be far more ingenious to actually establish the distance between you and Carcaton, making the event further motivation for attacking the Dark Lord. The first one is the most neglected though, taking advantage of the desert setting. How about your character wandering alone amidst a sandstorm for that first level? They could faint, prompting a new member to rescue them and cheer them up. It's the sort of narrative detail that would logically connect the dots for players. Granted, that wouldn't remove it entirely due to the underlying mechanical issue, which would involve giving the player more tools they didn't have before, changing combat feel towards a different direction. There is one mechanical change that Nintendo implemented to at least bridge the gap on the aggressiveness of the problem. Horns. The Switch version added the horse, which allows you to keep at least a solo party member and a relationship. This makes the transition a lot less abrupt, as the game no longer needs to recognize the character's loneliness, cause like, they're not alone. There's also the easy answer, where they just rebalance the entire game so that the enemies in next door are harder, and then you get stronger party members as a default in next door, but also kinda like they have to change the level cap to be 99 instead of 50, because but that would be much more easier than like remaking the whole game. It's just a giant rebalance, which wouldn't have been meant to do for a remake, but come on. Get a horse. You get a horse in the game. This harps back to what I mentioned earlier. A notable side of the issue is that despite the mechanics benefits for the second portion of the game, players won't naturally perceive either the bigger picture or the benefits. Sometimes solid mechanics are not portrayed correctly, turning them into fatal flaws. And it sucks for Miitopia on the 3DS, since ample portions of buyers never got to experience some of the game's comedy gold, like getting beat up by a beat up nose or encountering the hot lizard guys with a whole face for eyes, which makes them substantially less sexy. And I'm glad the Switch remaster helped dull down the frustration from the unfair mechanic, because as far as worst mechanics in games go, Miitopia's is not half bad. It has some positives that you wouldn't imagine, and the mechanic itself isn't the issue compared to its delivery. Honestly, Miitopia is a clean game from start to finish that was an unsung gem of the Nintendo 3DS catalog for a few years. Its unique nature and subversive use of RPG tropes make it inimitable, and the Switch version does wonders getting it to more people while improving its worst aspects, outright adding a safe spot post dungeon I was itching for. It additionally leaves the door open for a sequel with even more unhinged mechanics. Miitopia ain't perfect, but damn does it have a premium supply of charm, and at some point it was special to us earlier fans, because it really made us feel like the lucky ones, those who didn't mind Miitopia's worst mechanic. Once again, I am punished for saying my mildly negative opinions on the
You are completely surrounded! Surrender yourself!
Hi, hello. Welcome to this informative tourist attraction about this marvelous Wuhu Island. You need to learn all about this amazing tourist destination to say poor paid actor Jiminy here, whose grip is, it's based on knowledge. You know what? There's no such thing as me lore, but if there's a constant with these guys, it's they're passionate about islands, obsessed even. Like, they live in one of two kinds of islands. Their fantasy settings happen in a bulky island, or I guess we call that a continent. They even once built the longest, most inefficient zigzaggy highway to a dead-end isle with a tiny vacant plaza and a lighthouse. These guys have infinite dedication to island. And among their most memorable ones is their vacation island, the celebrated Wuhu Island. The development history of this place is well documented out there. It was first intended to appear in Wii Sports, but was scrapped due to game design discrepancies. Its only remainder found to date being E3 footage that shows a severely underdeveloped Wuhu.
Some video with 3 million views claimed it was named the Wii Island, but I've got no idea where they got that information. It's likely some random wiki discussion page, which the creator of that video admitted to mistakenly interpreting as real information in my own video, which I'd like to believe is more in-depth and accurate, but YouTube algorithm says no, 2,000 views, I am sitting with pain!
What I do know is that this island is likely completely man-made. Its first appearance in Wii Feet before it was properly rebranded as Wuhu, as well as the original E3 design, had this peak that was eventually replaced by a volcano. It's extremely likely that the volcano had one final eruption that left the volcano as dormant as Hytale's development, in addition to landmass changes. This would explain lots of things, but I'll explain them when I arrive at the landmarks that have been affected. One notable detail about Wuhu is the large amount of unused space. You'd think more of it would be filled with attractions or entertainment. That's why I think Wuhu Island is sort of a protected museum landmass. This will be coming in the test later, so you better take notes. The island itself is actually part of an archipelago, a set of landforms that all involve a backstory, so there's a lot to unpack. Let's begin. I did mention I'd do this in the Wii Sports Resort video, didn't I? So whoever was waiting for that, here it is. If you exist. Let's begin with the Wuhu Town area. Basketball courts. Miis play basketball here with standard matches in the morning and individual 3-point games at night. Miis are invited to observe the match at any time with the outside of the court holding benches and sunroofs. Apparently, homeowners around here enjoy watching the game on their window, whilst the cafe on the first floor of this building arranges tables outside allowing customers to peer into the game despite not having a back door. This cafe is called the Fountain Cafe. Bowling Alley. The Strike Bowling Alley is this modest building characteristic for its giant pin decorating the doorway, as well as a colorful neon sign. Few alleys include a chunky lane for 100 pin games, though it seems you have to manually position the pins, and it ought to be a pain to set up. They should probably invest in a system to do it automatically. It seems some kind of legendary perfect game occurred here, but that's mostly speculation and it could simply be a marketing technique. After all, they do boast over being the best bowling alley in the area, overlooking that it's the only one. They gift a free set for first-time players, by the way. Broken Clock Tower. The reality of this is that the 3D model of this area forgot to add a second hand. Finding it humorous though, they decided to make it a landmark of the island. In-universe, some clock fanatic actually stole their smaller hand. The smaller hand has since been fixed, but it's unclear whether the clock itself is functional again. It does change in Wii Fit Plus according to the time of day, but we never see it move, so I'm not gonna mention all of the buildings that had this exact same situation, but anything that was not in the original Wii Fit Island, you can assume it was placed after the volcanic eruption I mentioned earlier, and I'll explain why when it's time, so not right now. Hillside Cabins. These houses constitute a new town in development, less dense than around the square. They house residents who work as the resort staff. It's apparently 5 minutes away from town or a 15-minute stroll away from the hotel. That mentioned, this jog in Wii Fit Plus takes about 2 minutes. One of the 4 households closer to the lighthouse as an NES player who needs some pointers. No, they are just playing Mario 1, that game's controls are messed up. Red Iron Bridge, one of the oldest structures in Wuhu Island, remodeled through the eras. It's a cable bridge, and it's easy as hell to crash into its cable, so look out. It's the most notable bridge in the island as well, and it lights up at night. Despite this, it's rather unremarkable, maybe even cost ineffective because it's probably already supported by its middle beam that makes contact with the floor, so the stick and cables could probably be removed just fine. Swordplay Coliseum. You battle here with swords reminiscent of Chambara. Unbelievably, the sport is real, minus the lightsabers on top of a suspended platform. Misc can get to the stands by boat, which is obviously annoying, but getting to see contestants plunge into the sea must be worthwhile. Matches aren't held after sunset, except the final match, which has the luxury of climactic lighting. Starboard Harbor. This harbor is the main disembarkment of the island. It's in a somewhat inconvenient location as the actual structure called entrance to Wuhu is relatively far away. This is because not everyone has a yacht, the main type of vehicle that is supposed to park here. It implies people are allowed to enter to the island with their own vehicles. Other types of boats with sails are often seen parked around here. The 2 main boats that use these are the Princess Peach, upcoming, and the Sea Caddy, which I'll explain way later on. Among the larger stone pathway to its side, Miis can access public transport in the Mario Kart version. The Queen Peach. Named after the Mario character and some real-life ship that exists, I guess, this luxury cruiser never sails. Or it does, but only when we aren't looking. It's likely this cruise stops for several days on Wuhu Island before continuing its journey, and we're only in Wuhu when it's docked. Could this mean our Mii arrived here on it? It would certainly explain where the tutorial segment of Pilotwings Resort occurs, because there's no building with this view. It features an Olympic pool, which is closed when docked. They hold parties at night, which have a strict dress code. The Wishing Fountain. This location in the town center is known for tourist Miis tossing their coins in and wishing away. There's so many, it's supposedly visibly overflowing. The coins glisten in the evening light, making this fountain more profitable than Mii. Unsurprisingly, it is a scam. Unlike me. On rare occasions, rhythmic parades occur around it, and in certain iterations of this place, an uninteresting flower patch replaces it, which is lame. The Runner Circle. This circle is circular, has a radius and resembles one of these, you know, for kids. Runners gather here prior to their daily run, some at 6 AM because they are authors and strongly need an excuse to fool their family members into thinking they have a real job, said the YouTuber. The rest of them reunite later, looking to avoid the fiery sun. A Wii Fit basic run starts here, sometimes has a gazebo in it, and if you feel like you've seen it before but you don't entirely know, I thank you a lot for watching my content. And that's the square! Now listen here, buddy. I'm not sure how longer I can keep this up, and you've got to give me what I need. We both know you have it, and we're not making any concessions until you do, alright? I busted my ass to be here, and I simply need a little cooperation.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Just please.
Shut up! Shut up! I can see it shape in your pants. Stop lying! Don't worry. I'll give you some time to think it over. Okay, so once you do the town square, you start talking about the beach. Okay. Palm Boulevard. Multiple significant streets in Mexico City are named kinda like this. The Wuhu one is mostly meant to bring a vacation atmosphere, unremarkable otherwise. Pilotwings replaced the references to Wii Sports with generic messages such as telling us there's a gentle breeze at night. Well, no Cocoba Hotel. Named after coconuts, this 5-star hotel has impressive accommodations and kitchen. Despite this, parking isn't available. What they do have is soft beds with softer sheets and top-tier room service. Neat, but they don't accept coupons of any kind. It seems they have 9 floors and terraforming was undergone to fit its exterior facilities. Pool Patio. A terrace/patio with a pool. You can order a renowned variety of tropical juices if you so desire. Next to it is, get this, 1 table tennis table. 2 games cannot happen at once. Despite being about the pool, we never see a single Mii get in it, regardless of being available until late at night. So let me just take a quick I can't swim! Tennis courts. The humans in charge of these 3 courts have a recurrent issue with their balls being stolen by dogs, which is ironic because it's typically the other way around. They are built from clay and the balls are hotel courtesy. You actually cannot play anything here in any game with Wuhu, unless these practice courts in Wii Sports count, accessible by holding 2 when entering tennis. I don't think they are the same though, because the terraformation effects of the resort are clearly visible, but not present at all in sports. It could simply have been there at some point in the island's history, but I don't know. Doesn't convince me. Sugar Sand Beach. The sand in this beach between the Cocoba Hotel and Camel Rock is especially reflective, so it looks like powdered sugar in the day, like being encased in amber during the sunset, and like walking on pearls at night. The lack of flora allows islanders to organize a massive bonfire here each night. There's a road for cars to park at the beach and point their headlights at the fire for some reason. Did you know white sand absorbs substantially less heat than yellow sand? Power Cruising Area. Would you believe me if I told you this area is for power cruising? The water here is deep enough for gates to be hidden and raised according to the cruiser speed. Landing Strip 1. It's a landing strip for planes exclusive to Pilotwings Resort. Wow. Crazy. Camel Rock. They claimed it once resembled a camel, but it's weathered over time until simplifying itself to 2 lumps. It features a convenient hole to fly through and acts as a natural divider between the beach areas. To experience the true Camel Rock experience, you need to go to Tezuka, New Mexico. It's like he versus the guy she tells you not to worry about, isn't it? Curiously, this is the only location in the entire island that retained its pre-resort name. Floating Landing Pad number 1, a floating landing pad for people in jetpacks. I want a jetpack myself, actually. Frisbee Dog Park. People play with round throwable discs here along with their dogs. It seems the sand gets some form of treatment, so it's optimum for the puppers. Stardust Beach, a beach with odd star-shaped grains, which are often bottled and sold as souvenirs. The curious sand in this area is actually Dead Foraminifera, an organism akin to plankton that lives in some seas of Japan. Their angelic exoskeletons mixed with the sand, forming a clear inspiration for this location. There's less fantastical things on this island that I figured were fake, but no, this is the real thing. The star-shaped grains of sand, that's the real thing. Firework Lounge Zone 2. It appears there's 2 teams conducting firework launches at night, each in their respective zones competing to impress people the most. They both shoot the same firework types, so it's a moot point if you ask me. The exclusive method to get up here is by aircraft. Sweet Beach. A beach hidden behind a sizable landmass. Pretty, silent, beachy, private. It's a place for Miis to get laid. Come on, people! Apparently this beach is commonly featured in postcards. I find it peculiar that the tide doesn't raise with the moon in Wuhu Island. It's obviously because of hardwood limitations, but could there be more to it than meets the eye? Beginner's wakeboarding area, often called this because its pronouns are they them. Despite being designed for beginners, it's a terrific spot for wakeboarding. Even world-class celebrities visit to enjoy some leisurely time catching some mad air. If you keep real quiet, you can hear the god voice in the sky praising the wakeboarder. Fireworks Lounge Zone 1, the second lounge zone. This one is smack in the middle of the sea. Why is the individual island numbered 1 and the prevalent one 2? It will eternally stay an enigma.
Have you perchance ever consumed a video game cartridge? Don't answer, it's rhetorical. Was it a mistake when I ate Pilotwings Resort in my ramen? Quite so, but I earned knowledge unbound. To fly planes, explore the world, and to come to you with my taser gun firmly held to your family jewels to ask you for a meager favor. What do you say?
Yes, Mr. Police, this is the first guy door ever in the wall.
Okay, I know I wasn't subtle just now connecting the story, but at least show a bit of professionalism and perform. Let's go on to explore the mountain area of Wuhu. It's extensive, so I'll divide it into 3, the front side, the back side, and the volcano zone. Let's begin from the front, a more natural area that has been almost entirely untouched by resort tampering. Sundown Point, a breathtaking view of the sunset, moon, or clouds can be discovered from this cape. It's so stunning, any photography snapped here feels professional. It's peculiar that they promote this location when there's another spot directly across with an even more stunning view. The candle. This lighthouse doesn't look like it's doing its job very well, but it's secretly 3 times brighter than the average lighthouse, giving off the light equivalent of 1.6 million candles, or 20.8 million lumens. It has almost no personality, being completely white, and thus the name Candle. It wasn't intended to look like one, but it does. It sits upon a peninsula called Seagull Point, which has been artificially lengthened because the lighthouse was mistakenly built to be twice its intended size, though the Japanese swear it's actually only 1.5 times. The size of the waterfall is explicitly stated, but also slightly contentious. For now, let's say putting them side by side through 3D model manipulation, the candle is about 5 meters smaller, 105 meters or 344 feet. More explanation will follow when I talk about the falls. That will make this lighthouse the tallest in the world, the current largest being 83 meters or 271 feet, located in Île-Vierge, France. The deformation of the landscape I mentioned earlier actually comes from the Japanese text, but this could simply be a silly Google translation. Passing next to it plays some Morse code about the inefficiency of Morse code. We don't know why. Pirate's Eye! Underneath the candle is another potentially man-made monument, the Pirate's Eye. Passing through it gives lucky people luck, like there's a chance it gives you luck. Some speculate it hides a gateway to another universe. Regardless of the name, Wuhu doesn't have pirates. Excluding me, I guess, because 3D capture cards were made up by Big Pharma. European copies express it was created just for you. Wind Orchard. Considering the winds in Wuhu are strong enough to lift a paraglider, you can assume these 8 windmills generate a lot of energy. Enough to support the resort? Maybe not, but let's suspend disbelief. Wuhu Island is actually incredibly environment friendly. Everything from their cars to their energy is very mindful of resources. Sadly, stronger winds don't mean more energy. In fact, they can break the blades in the windmills, rendering them useless until repaired. Beginner's Archery Area. You can practice archery here with less intrusion from the wind than usual, so it's a pretty decent spot for beginners. Weathered Monument. A stone monument that has been better and now stands as nothing more than a random ass pile of rocks. No one knows its intended purpose, or even if it was truly built by ancient civilizations. Reportedly, the stone on top weighs 120 tons. Wouldn't it involve tempering though? It accumulated moss on top as a result of the waterfall's drizzle. We here Italian plumbers have been known to drive under it. We can take a detour here momentarily to look into the Still Water Grotto. You can bypass an 8-minute walk by using the grenade jump exploit, but if you find that difficult, then the chilly air and soothing water dripping noises can soothe your pain. Navigating through is rather difficult due to the confined space, making it unlikely to fly through unscathed. Unless you're from the future and have a jetpack, then it's no biggie. Alright, let's turn back. Footbridge. The Takimi Bridge is a patch shop, currently being washed away by storms and repaired later. They might be reluctant to move it because it gives a scenic view of the waterfall while refreshing visitors through the misty shower. You can even notice signs of water damage when you approach it, but I think it might be unintentional. This bridge has been here since the original Wii prototype, being basically the least changed thing, sharing position, reason for resistance, and build material. Furthermore, here's an actual picture of the real-life Takimi Bridge. It's not inspired by it, I think, but they share name. Toppled Monument. This is a rock from one of the menhirs over top. The entire pillar unearthed and fell over, but they haven't decided to clean it. No mold is present in it, probably due to lack of humidity, but it's also conceivable that these monuments are simply taller, yet buried under the solidified lava from a volcano eruption. Either way, the toppled rock is rounded, as if it didn't actually break. Heartbreak Hill. Despite being known for being steep, there's even steeper climbs around. But I imagine this one's more common for people to climb or ride a back up. It's an excellent place for a workout. Unless you're working out relationship issues, then I'd strongly advise against it. You might find your every dream falling apart. Lava Tube. This tube doesn't contain any lava, it's just beneath it. Observe how if I try to bend the rules of reality, I can arrive at the lava quickly. Anyhow, this passage was dug out by me, so it's sorta mundane. I'll tour the other end later. Hilltop Overlook. A nice view of the island and its fireworks. Probably here because whoever made the path was silly and made it too close to the ledge. At the same time, it does allow you to see the entire front side of Wuhu we've been talking about, so... Summerstone Fall. It's actually called Falls, but there's only one fall, so what gives? According to the game's Japanese and European description, this waterfall drops 7 tons of water down 110 meters or 360 feet. However, the English version states clearly that it's 330 feet, 100 meters. I'd say it's inconclusive based on the game info alone. Pilotwings Resort has an altitude statistic and it drops for 120 meters, with the lighthouse being 114 meters, so the only thing we can conclude is that they have a 5% height difference. In Pilotwings, trees are 30 meters tall, unusual for trees, so standard measurements and averages can be relied upon, like cars are about 4 meters tall as well. So I'm going to take the game's provided sizes for granted and call it a day, taking the Japanese size because feet are stupid, not to king shame anyone. There's a bridge over it, placed close to the water to catch canoes before they plummet to a horrible death and so millions of the island. Wobbly bridge. This bridge was purposely set up flimsy. Also the longest bridge in the island, it's evidently sturdier than it looks, given you can bike and hold a summary recreation of Japanese history. Forest Monument, one of the 3 menhirs like the one that lost a piece earlier. It's at the base of the forest and looks exactly like the other two. It's possible these menhirs all share the same purpose. Evergreen Grove, a forest known for its large variety of exotic birds and pleasing soundscape, as well as housing any terrestrial wildlife that the island has coming out at night. It was designed to purposely lack detail or personality so future games in Wuhu Island can modify it to accommodate their specific mechanics. Alas, Wuhu Island accomplished its goal at becoming a place that feels like a charter, but no game that makes use of this has come out. Regardless, I'm sure older guests would appreciate a bench or two to birdwatch, but not even that luxury was given to this spot. Talon Rock, named after Icarus of the US, a mythical man who found himself some wax wings and flew so well he died horrifyingly scorching his skin and wings in the sun's surface. This 40-meter high formation overhangs surprisingly far. Apparently, Misc can survive this drop unscathed, even on a bicycle. Some often leap from it just dreaming of attaining flight. I yearn to become a Mii whose dreams felt even remotely realistic. This YouTube thing is taking a toll on me already. Okay, man, we're running out of time, so we need to get right to it. Like, really, when did they let the hostage take it down? I mean, I guess you haven't been hostage less times than I'm taking hostages, but... Are you trying to fart Morse code in there? Oh, please, come on, I'm asking for something trivial here. Time to cover up those strange melodic noises that have been censored for your viewing pleasure with my mother-rightly grading boys. So let's take it for a loop, shall we? Get it? Goes back up the mount. Island Loop Tunnel too. This natural looking tunnel is anything but natural, and is one of the 2 tunnels that connect the front and back of the island through the Wuhu Loop. Mii, cyclists and cars can all pass through here effortlessly, though it's expected that pedestrians watch out for traffic. A treaty text regime is over this, leading to visible UV flaws. Cabana Lagoon, the most underused major location in Wuhu Island, with only a single archery stage taking place near it, and it outright is removed in several games. It's a silent spot in exception of the planes and power cruises that pass by during the day, inaccessible without a boat as it is only connected by water. A maximum of 4 rooms can be hosted at a time, and the private beach access strongly implies that it was built for VIPs of some kind. Getting closer plays some pretty relaxing acoustic renditions of the Wii Sports resort theme. Have a listen. Here's the night variant. Expectedly, this music was removed from Pilotwings, because in case you couldn't tell, Pilotwings Resort was actually just slapped together. This little overpass is neat, but completely unacknowledged. I did passing through here with a car though, it looks unsafe. Not because it could break, but like, what if I get an itch and slip into the sea and drown? I'm not paranoid, you are! Entrance to the mysterious ruins. Just a grassy plain that doubles as impromptu parking space, as cars cannot access the ruins themselves, and not because the cars can fit, but simply because the island disallows it for some unknown reason, probably preservation. People have reported hearing ghastly singing here. Mysterious ruins. Okay, so the mysterious ruins are an enigma even to the island archaeologists themselves. Or so they claim. There's treasures and traps and even an interest that has been unexplored for some reason. There's really 2 answers to this that are popular among the upper echelon Mii fan society. The first states that the ruins are actually just part of the resort, intended to be landmarks simply to attack tourists, and many things support this theory. The complexity of the buildings, a little exploration has actually been undergone of them, the lack of geologically sound positioning where more optimal locations contain no ruins, and even the lack of features that an ancient civilization would need, such as a water canal or signs of a plantation among other things. The lake is further than it seems. The exact same kinds of structures can be found under the water in Wii Feet Plus, but as I mentioned earlier, the sea level in Wuhu Island doesn't raise at night, and sea level raise doesn't seem to be of concern to the Miis. Not only that, but the ruins there are also cynically placed, though that could simply be the environmental artist asking you to suspend your disbelief a little. Theory 2 is a bit more far-fetched, so I'll explain it when it's relevant. Fun fact, the entrance doorway to the main ruin is actually fully modeled in, perhaps hinting that this location was originally supposed to be explorable. Then end point. I'm gonna be a little disorderly here, because this area is accessible through the mountain, but it's closer in terms of geography. It's a dead end. The pulp version's description at night is completely incoherent. What did they mean by this? Could this be the fabled water canal? Cliffside ruins. More unrealistic ruins that couldn't have been possibly built by an elderly civilization. They are raised 100 meters off the ground and have tiny writing, of which little is known. Admittedly, they do look pretty awesome. Mystery Point, alright. So Pilotwings Resort actually shaped the second theory of how the ruins came to be, explained by this empty spot with nothing in it. At all. It's just an elevated eye point with some vague descriptions about something happening. The answer? Aliens. They aren't evil aliens. In fact, when you do spot their saucer, you help reunite the ufolots with their mothership. So aliens are all but confirmed visitors of Wuhu Island. This means aliens could possibly be responsible for the ruins. The inscription on them certainly looks modern and foreign, and that could explain some of these weird details I mentioned earlier. Personally, I think the resort theory holds more water, but take your pick. Serpent's Mouth, another piece of ruin close to the sea, marking the entrance to an eerie cave at the base of the mountain. It's named the Serpent's Mouth because of the Sea Serpent Cavern. This twisted tunnel has a singular ruin which aligns well enough with the unexplored ruin above. When the waves and wind pass through the mountain cavern, it makes a whistling hum, which might be the singing some people hear from the ruin's entrance, and here it is. You can power cruise through here as other Mii spectate after arriving via yacht. And if the mouth's the mouth, does this mean... No. Maybe? Needle Point Spire, just a very tall rock in the sea, supposedly 65 meters high, but confirming it is tricky because it dips underwater. Supposedly it looks like a giant rose storm, but if that's the case, it also looks like cloudy with a chance of meatballs is not a metaphor for— oh wait, wrong video, whoops. There's a more impressive pike in our next destination. Silky Sands. Remember the lava tube I stopped myself from exploring before? It leads here to a flat pit with some smooth and silky sand. Note silky, not made out of silk. That'd be crazy. In fact, I got a working theory about it possibly being pumice from the volcanic eruptions after being carefully treated into fine sand by the resort staff. It could have happened naturally with enough time, but I really doubt it. Ana Loop 201. This tunnel is so lengthy, concrete was necessary to hold it up. With this, we've looped around Wuhu. There are legends about something supernatural emerging from here at night. Monsters? Ghosts maybe? Insane people like flying through the pillars. I got it! Finally! See? Was that so hard? Let me just give it a boot. Oh, wow. Your stick is broken as well.
Well, I played some Smash Bros. And it just,
Oh, well, same! Did you also play the crap out of the 3DS?
Actually, Shinobi 3D is one of my favorites.
Oh, I know that one. It's sick! Oh, and have you heard of Gabrielle's Ghostly Groove? It's so cute and insane. Alright, we're doing a thing. Top of volcano, let's go. Heart of Wuhu. It doesn't bit, but it is at the center of Wuhu, the volcano. Arguably, the river flowing down from the inside could represent a bloodstream, I guess? It's described as wet and slippery, so although the model likes stalactites, I imagine that's simply Wii optimization, and yes, I skipped on the innuendo. Mario Kart evaporated the water, which sorta threw me for a loop. Also, it forks into two paths, one leads to the dead end, while another one lets you hike further up the mountain. Mountain hikers. Some dudes climbing up the mountain. They are being pestered to head back at night, but it doesn't seem to phase their fooling around. Pilotwings removed every single Mii NPC, so they are gone, and in case you couldn't tell, Pilotwings Resort was actually just slapped together. Daxi Lake. Such magnificent creatures. Every week you see them swim, and you cry. This lake resting on top of a cliff is immense. Apparently the water here is relatively healthy to drink. That is, if it wasn't for the dogs who live and poop in this lake. But don't tell anybody about that. Canoeists abound, and you can notice koi and carp, today I learned they're the same, swimming in these waters, meaning it's probably about 3 to 4 meters deep. It's hard to tell because it's particularly reflective. Damn, what's with Wii Games having surprisingly good looking water? You can see the ducks in this canoe minigame are actually a marker to tell if you're going slow. A Nessie-like is rumored to live beneath, but I'm more intrigued by its orange juice appearance during the afternoons. I spent so many hours as a child fantasizing about a lake full of different flavored liquids, like there was orange juice, chocolate milk, caramel ice cream, the blood of my enemies, tomato juice. Southeast to it is the Summerstone Castle, a royal building with a blocky architecture that would be terribly positioned since, you know, active volcano. It's actually kinda smart because enemies would have a really difficult time approaching from behind and serves as a vantage point, but it lacks towers completely. Wouldn't they need lookouts to protect the outer wall? It's more of a keep than a castle. Of course, currently Wuhu doesn't have a king or a queen, and I can't even say it did in the past. Its authenticity is uncertain, since there's no town around to rule over. You might consider one existed where the lake is now, but then why have a bridge over a non-existent river? Why create a kingdom here of all places? If you ask me, I think it's as fake as many other things in the island. Pines were added as of Wii Fit U. Also, cars drive into here and just go to the great beyond. To nowhere. I should have done an iceberg video, that would have performed better. Ugh, me and my stupid respect for my audience. Cedar Tree Tunnel. This tunnel is in the ring that goes around the volcano. That's it. I can't overanalyze a hole in the wall that much. Oh, what if there were giants and this is a glory off-road vehicle? I find it curious that the only way to get to the upper volcano area is through the heart, which has a slippery stone road in a cave, a suspended bridge that was hastily constructed on an angle, and a curvy and insecure dirt road around the volcano, and still, cars made it up there. Also, there's a road in the volcano somehow. This is ridiculously dangerous. I doubt the artist who made Wuhu Island realized this inconsistency. Remember when I said Wuhu was green, as in climate, or green is not a creative color? Well, all cars in it are supposed to be electric, though I haven't an inkling as to where they get it. Do they rent them? There's literally zero clues. This unlucky guest ran out of battery and has no friends to come help them, even at night. Watch out! German car guy is going to scream the F-word! Busgate, a busgate that sucks flying vehicles in, gives them a good time and shoots them off to the volcano. No one cares to use it because there's literally nothing up there. Lone Cedar, a singular tree that somehow grew adjacent to a volcano. It's not impressive or different from the others, but I'd be willing to have a picnic under it. The Japanese guy who wrote the iPod description is very sensitive and would cry if he forgot something before climbing. I quite enjoy admiring its texture work. It's basic but also super effective. Notice the harsh transparency cutoffs and how it's just a cone with 8 radial planes. Pretty and cost effective. Mountain Monument, another of the treants and menhirs. This one lost one of its 3 legs. It's an interesting. Love Wuhu, the actual volcano itself, also called Mountain Gamanga, so let's talk about it. Not only is it supposedly active according to the resort staff, but it also hasn't erupted in 200 years. Its center is completely hollow and has an additional entrance to the side, as well as a human-made monument that is made with some random-ass stone that just manages to survive the scorching heat of the lava. Moreover, Miis are allowed into it freely and it doesn't exist in the original Wii Feet iteration. Do I need to point out how likely it is that Love Wuhu is fake? For starters, if a volcano can erupt, it's a terrible idea to keep people. Second, the volcano would be releasing incredibly unhealthy ash that could hurt the tourists and citizens at the resort. Thirdly, what business in their right mind would decide to take this liability? But let's suppose, in this hypothetical scenario, that Wuhu has a great evacuation procedure and the volcano doesn't produce ash. The opening would make no sense. Any rise of volcanic activity would be disastrous and this hole wouldn't naturally occur. They'd have to build it. The lava monument in the middle wouldn't exist if the supposed original civilization built it. If they somehow made it, they either dug the road and entrance themselves less than 200 years ago, which would conflict with stuff such as the other menhirs being buried under lava remains of the civilization evolving from tribes to castle to jet airplanes exceedingly quickly, and one of the weathered cliffs that would have lost their shape. Or they had some other entrance we have zero details about. The inside of the volcano should be at roughly 1,200 degrees Celsius or 2,200 Fahrenheit, 30 times the amount of heat a human body can take. Not to mention the Miis are working joyfully inside even though the floor should be hot enough to bake a pizza off it. Miis can perfectly survive a plunge into here with a plane or a jetpack, coming out almost unscathed. It just doesn't add up. Unless the Miis are a different species, which is unlikely because otherwise the mysteries would no longer be enigmatic. But it could make sense, and it straight up is confirmed in Tomodachi Life. Personally, I'd rather believe the resort is fake rather than the Miis. This lava chamber can simply be some thick water with trickery to have the lava bubble up as well as fake the heat. On that note, we never even see the lava bubble. You can build a chronology from it. What if the volcano was hidden and erupted its leftover magma before actually going dormant between Wii Feet and resort? But the islanders took advantages of the remodeling process to build a custom-made island paradise. Missing buildings, senseless time features, redundant and unrealistic ruins, they could all be explained. They set out to create a museum of nature. And succeeded. Oh, and Earth is flat. If we're gonna get outrageously conspirational, might as well cover all the bases.
The faces of the moon are just fireflies moving!
Magma bent. Lava is unlikely to pass through here because the volcano has a lower exit, but this could refer to the conduit through which the lava would race in the event of an eruption. How did the peak of the volcano get colored white if the volcano entrance is a hole they carved to build a monument and then died to an eruption that hypothetically provided the coloration? Was there no opening, in which case they naturally lowered the rocks from the crater downwards, which unless they're pals with Sisyphus or have incredible technology is nonsensical. Please just accept it, it's faker than the Piltdown Man! The volcano erupted, then they remodeled. It's not the aliens, they are literally friends with the aliens and they could have easily asked. Meanwhile... Let's up from the volcano and take a look at the other islands and cool details of the archipelago. The whale shark, a blimp that circles the island and it breaks the fourth wall in Japan. If you visit the entire island, your Mii's face shows up instead of the Wii advertisement and the messages become congratulatory. Miguel, a guy tour, just like me, am I right? However, if you fire a flare, I will not respond, he will. In case you're not aware, this is Miguel, internal ID 70. He is one of the few Mii's with voice acting, heard when he drops you off in skydiving.
Form up!
He also enjoys being followed and rewards you for doing so for 3 minutes. I suspect the island forces him to remain, reduced to a tourist attraction. Gateway to Wuhu, aka Triton's Ring. It's supposed to welcome arrivals, but the beach is on the way. Oh, remember the sea level tide inconsistency? What if we didn't realize it is changing because the resort is secretly a colossal boat? This arc being some sort of docking station. Hence why you can only enter by plane or through here. Well, the proof is cars, so don't count on it. I suspect this rock looks like a snake from under the sea. Whale watchers! Wuhu Island has astonishing sea life variety, from clownfish to anglerfish to blue marlin and, of course, whales. They don't live here, merely are migrating through, particularly on this spot where tourists camp hoping to witness one. It jumps out, but your plane goes right through because life is a simulation. Deserted Island. This island sucks, no one respects it, it's stupid, it's tiny, its mother's a Karen, and looky here, it's not even properly UV mapped. Worst island ever! Landing pad blimp, a blimp potentially repurposed from the whale shark with a landing pad. Their sizes are wildly different, so I doubt it's supposed to be the same. People are meant to try landing on it because it's supposedly tricky. It's not really, it's basically the same. Affordable land. This island is private and empty, so if you're a super fan of the island, you can build yourself a small vacation cottage or a damn mansion if you're bursting with ego. Getting electricity and water piped into this house must be an odyssey, yet it takes like seconds to build. Don't be misled by the name. Affordable means $100,000 to $500,000, which is pretty cheap for land, but like,
guys, I'm broke. I bought too many video games.
Diving spot. Misc can dive from here at any hour. You cannot do it in Wii Sports Resort, but Wii Play Motion has an unused minigame for it and Wii Feet U actually implemented it. I think this is where said minigame starts, but it's hard to tell. You can see the private island at the garbage island, but there's other rocks you can see in island flyover mode, here and here. Barnacle Arch, also known as Neptune's Ring, completing the duology. It's made specifically to fly under, locals call it pant-like. These arches are formed from waves eroding the stone with time, and they exist even in real life. They look pretty sick.
Landing strip too. I almost forgot about this landing strip because it's just a landing strip.
Undersea cable inspectors. These guys are inspecting the cables that connect Wuhu with Wedge Island. They must be pretty long, so they take all day. I sure hope nobody got themselves a vacation spot that would increase their workload. The Sea Caddy, also known by its true name, the Albatross. It's just less marketable.
I like the pal name because it's a pun on golf.
Since you can't get from here to there without buying a boat, Wuhu has public transportation that takes people to Wedge Island and back, totaling 4 round trips a day. You're intended to work around its schedule, its route isn't a straight line, curves are involved, and on rare occasions, Mii's have the opportunity to spot whales. Remember when I talk about the starboard harbor? Time truly flies. Sport fishing spot. Sport fishers reunite here 24/7 to sport fish and chat. They kinda make up a chummy friendship group based on their hobby, and I wish I had one of those friend things. In the day, they hunt for the elusive blue marlin, this fish that's commonly hunted in Japan. The wildlife variety, location names, among other things, are a clue was seen that Wuhu is intended to be a sort of fusion between Japan's island of Okinawa and Hawaii, meaning it's definitely in the Pacific Ocean. They are legally obligated to release the fish. Extreme canoeist. Okay, I'm taking notes. This crazy son of a gun decided it would be simple to canoe from island to island. He's trying to clip Florida man Reza Baluchi around with his money. Picture that as NPC Mike in the preview icon. I expect he's regretting neglecting a sunroof. His head must be burning. However, I got curious and calculated the distance using the tennis courts, which should measure 78 inches per standard tennis regulation. 114 tennis courts roughly cover the space between. This means that the distance between Wuhu Dock and the Wedge Dock is of about 1.7 miles, and considering the average canoeist can canoe 3 miles per hour on still waters, the trip to and fro shouldn't take more than 2 hours. I'm adding about an hour of leeway for Mike taking breaks, current shenanigans caused by whales, or the wind blowing against him. Mike here is just enjoying a day in the middle of the sea and not actively trying to canoe. Also, you can power cruise from Wedge Island to Wuhu Island in about 2 minutes. Since the average top speed of a power cruiser is about 50 miles per hour, this is pretty accurate actually. Seaplane theme. There's 3 aircraft aviation teams that soar the skies in various formations at different times of day. The Blue Sky Club, the Sunset Club, and the Starry Sky Club. They invite you to join in, since there are 6 planes in each club, that's 18 pilots. Seaplane pilot teams are actually insanely uncommon, but there are some. You can find some through the Seaplane Pilot Association official website. Jetplane captains are banned from the organization, but who cares? They get a vehicle that can miss every single eye point with the most utmost efficiency! Actually, your plane was one of them, wasn't it, Teal? I'm sorry I shut your seaplane down and kept you hostage.
Don't even sweat it, brother. I got a killer insurance plan and it doesn't matter. I realize now that what you needed wasn't only the device in my pocket. You needed friendship. You helped me notice. I did too. Thank you.
Oh, GTU, you're the best.
Come on. Bring it.
Alright, let's finish this tour by talking about Wedge Island, a small island with 9 golf courses, a hotel, and 2 interesting views. You can play 21 holes in the Wii Sports Resort, but this island only has the first 9. Wedge Island Marina. Have you ever wondered at what time the nighttime is when you explore Wuhu? Well, it's roughly 9 PM, because the location reveals the sea caddy leaves at 8:30 from these docks and is moving along. Apparently, it's easy to infer people's plans based on their bags. Light bags want to frisbee and heavy bags want to golf. Golf Area A, a set of 3 golf courses, carefully curated. It's a solid set for beginners because you cannot lose your balls to sea hazards, though fetching them from the lake in course 1 must suck. The best theoretical score you can get here is -7. There's this little empty outer area with a cliff. It's not specific nor does it have a name, but I like it, so I'll name it the Birdie Wing. 19-hole hotel. This hotel is primarily here for golf fanatics. It has a cafe, a sauna, and a spa. I imagine room service opens quite early because golfers are morning people. If you come with a significant other, the hotel finally lives up to its name. Also, don't tell anyone about this, but you can order a secret menu item by requesting them for some stamina cold udon. I don't know what it is, but I strongly doubt it's Gatorade or ibuprofen. They probably give the latter away for free. This right here is a golfer's M&M. Crab Rock. So here's something amusing. The name of this rock when read out in Japanese is Kuraburoku Twins, as in golf gloves. But the translators sort of missed this and thought it was called Crab Rock. This is surprising because the PAL translations are basically one-to-one with the Japanese name, with this singular exception. It's even funnier knowing they also appended text about the locals calling it the Twin Bogies to mitigate, furthered by another message about the name's origin being completely senseless. The PAL translations are more accurate to the Japanese, mentioning the monument looks fake and it originally had a stone golf ball that fell into the lake on the course to the right. How's that for overanalyzing? I'm going to get pink eye staring at my screen thinking of all the cool things to say. Golf Area C, a set of 3 golf courses carefully combed by scuba divers to retrieve sunken balls. I hope no one watching this loses theirs by mistake. It includes the Crazy Spiral, one that can be done quickly by playing risky, and the best theoretical score you can get for this group is 7 as well. Floating Land Pad number 2, a floating pad for people with a jetpack that didn't fall asleep getting here. Golf Area B, a set of 3 golf courses with the windy airs and fast grass, like it grows fast, the grass isn't chasing you or anything. Or is it? The lowest theoretical score you can get here is -7 again. And finally, Mecha Hawk. 100% completing Pilotwings Resort will let you visit Mecha Hawk walking around Wedge Island, reminding you that better games exist and that you've wasted your time completely. And this is the extent of what the footage of him looks like. Just amazing. In case you didn't know, Mecha Hawk is the boss in Pilotwings 64.
I think this is one of the coolest parts about Wuhu. There's so much stuff to talk about and it really shows why it's such a memorable location. There was a genuine thought put to all of its landmarks and I really wish we could have seen more of that place as a character design idea that birthed the place. It's extremely painful that it was relegated to Pilotwings Resort, which started a painful trend of shoving Mii somewhere they don't normally should belong for the sake of marketing. I kind of feel like Wuhu is the Mii related IP that suffered the most in era 2 of the Miis, which was generally a good era considering it brought 2 of the biggest Mii games into the limelight. It's excessively easy to compare this to the Switch Sports Mall, though I'm probably gonna go more in depth when I eventually do that video. The gist is that the mall is clearly a framing device for the games, whereas Wuhu was an intrinsic part of the games it's featured in. They'd often work backwards by figuring, what could we fit in this part of the island? Instead of, okay, so we made Rocket League with more morning and now we need to put it somewhere, fuck it, mall it is. Everyone knows the prime place to play Chambara is the middle of a mall because that way we can cheaply create textures and models without needing several revisions due to the blandness of their setting. And then we can make up a silly excuse to say it's not a mall. Easy breeze. Wuhu Island is truly one of those spaces that feel real and cohesive. The limitations of the world were displayed in such a way that feels as if the limits you'd encounter, like invisible walls, are simply there because you didn't select the right game mode to find it in. Unlike with open zone platformers that have clearly a limit to the play area, and I figured that was always clever. If there's one thing that's worse with the advancement of technology in video games, is how older games would focus a lot on the details to hide the limitations, whereas new games try to go all out with the textures and scopes since the limitations are much more permissive. I definitely think video game worlds should be smaller and more creative rather than bigger and just a giant forest of some kind with easy to make assets. Wuhu was a shining example of video game world design, hence why it had such a massive impact on its visitors. If we had the chance, who wouldn't open the opportunity to visit Wuhu Island?
And that, my friends, was a tour to Wuhu Island to distract authorities from an ongoing hostile situation. Which I just reminded them of. Crap! Oh no, that whole thing was pointless! Hey, Tio, I got a mail!
No problem, brother. I'll get you close to land.
Too risky. Just get down and I'll use this conveniently located canoe to flee. Just drop me off and fly away.
But...
No buts! It's the only way. That's why Streetpass buddies do. No matter what.
Streetpass buddies.
Tio! Hey! We shook them off! Come back! Ah, shit, he's gone. Crap. Oh crap. I forgot to get a souvenir. Oh, how I love being alone. Once afresh with no one else. No companionship, no friends. Ample social competence. Oh, how I love sitting alone. Endlessly faking, feeling okay. Evermore, forever alone. I intended to be. That's swell. And for the million piling nights I'll meet with my imaginary pals. Perchance today won't be the same. Oh, how I love being alone again.
Call me a workaholic, but even in the middle of the ocean, this channel isn't gonna grow itself. Here it is, the long-awaited Streetpass Mii Plaza discussion. Time is a fictional construct, as is happiness and a stable housing market. With the discontinuation of the 3DS online service, tons of attention arrived at people noticing that the Streetpass functionality still worked. But let's be honest, almost no one in this godforsaken planet carries a 3DS around anymore. Not that anyone carried it around during its heyday in my personal experience. I once went to the center of Mexico, where they give the independence speeches and maybe 30,000 people reunite there every day. And I'm torn between pointing out how I only got 2 Street Passes total that day, or how there's 8 videos in my channel with more views than that somehow. Essentially, when Nintendo created this Penguin Plaza, they figured that because many players outside the US and Japan would have trouble playing this game in any form, that they would go all out and create a minigame collection that puts nearly all their prior ones to shame, just because. I can't overstate how lovely most of these 13 titles are. There's definitely slight highs and lows, and I mean that in a game quality way, not in a market crushers kind of way, but it's honestly on a spectrum from alright to outright fantastic. To play any of these, you need to cross people in this scary place called reality so that they may show up in the worlds of these games as different characters with different skills. Most games focusing on their shirt color to divide a Mii's potential abilities, though some involve creativity. Alternatively, you might take 10,000 steps in order to get a maximum of 10 daily play coins you can use to hire animals that would tolerate your bullshit for about 4 minutes depending on the game. After which, either of them would be used forever, never to return unless you street pass the same device again. Pretty simple, even if the games will naturally progress lower under any circumstance, excluding that one where like 10 3DS carriers commute to school or work daily for 3 months. Apparently, a number of people did receive upwards to 20 passes on a daily basis without attending conventions or anything, but I'm sure not everyone did. I'm able to tell you this because I'm part of the everyone, you know, the whole shebang with everything and everyone showing up from the same Stardust. And that's basically how it works. It is much more complex than prior Mii game collections that also tried introducing system features, such as motion controls, aiming at the screen, your controller being a screen, or a joke and mad add-on where I keep forgetting my AA batteries are in. The 3DS's Mii collection focus on this feature, and this makes it the most varied collection yet. You have games from collections collecting some stamps to playing the stock market all the way to a zombie invasion. Somehow, the second example involves more apocalyptic discussion in the current day and age than the third.
I've discussed Hogwarts all throughout this marathon.
And the way these minigame collections handle selecting which game to play, the way they get bigger with every instance, and in this case it is no different. It still didn't reach the heights of what later Nintendo Land would achieve, where the hub words grow alongside with your skill in each of the games. This one does have gates for everything instead of buttons though, and these gates are little animations akin to the ones you see with every other 3DS title. They always show little interactions with the game relevant characters, which are really cute. Quite the improvement from the one in Wii Play Motions, which somehow released later. I still am baffled by this, but I quite enjoy this plaza atmosphere, seeing the Miis you've met in the background messing around, having the whole crowd of Miis behind you, and there's even a mode where you walk around the globe, much to the dismay of flat earthers. Talking about comparisons hats, yes, there are other hats in this game, such as a plate of curry and a baguette.
If you could turn Mii Plaza's features into a hat, I don't think it would fit on the screen.
Now, because there's no one here in the middle of the sea, there's only one solution. I'ma build it myself. How long could it take? 7 days? I only took 3 to make this sunroof and another 5 to make this battery. It's easy peasy, it will be so easy. I've been drinking water from this bowl and pot and leave that... Huh? That makes a noise? Yes, I just received Streetpass in the middle of the sea by using a drinking bowl as an antenna. Ah, how is there bugs in the middle of the sea? Hold on, you're not a bug. You're a tiny little me of myself. How did you happen? Okay, now I feel like it would be immoral to remove your birthplace. You're gonna be a byproduct of these impossible street passes. Man, let me find something to use as a water container instead. Don't you worry. Gee, that's it! Let's get a deal, little buddy. You help me build things, and I'll share my tomato soup rations with you. That way I can play do important things for the Mii species while you do all my manual create a wholesome living space for everyone. How's that sound? Do not question it, we're going with it. Initially, the game only had 2 minigames, Puzzle Swap and Find Me. Puzzle Swap is fully radiating of this Nintendo era where everything they made had to be about their IPs in some way, the ego of these maniacs. So in this game you trade stickers with other people to build posters based on your favorite Nintendo titles. One day I'll get my grubby hands on this poster featuring the females. Don't worry, you don't go piece by piece, so the early Street Passes give you a bunch of stickers from your selected panel. I'll bet you will likely need to use some play coins at least once. Of all the games in this collection, I think this is the only one that is downright impossible without the really passing people in the street, because there's pink pieces that you can only get through this method. Completed puzzles even show a tiny 3D diorama of the scene to reward players who complete the puzzles, which you can stare at and have pretty mundane thoughts because that's literally the extent of this mode. Find Me is the first actual game that utilizes Street Pass data to flesh out its mechanics, a standard in these titles that we'll be seeing today. In this case, a Mii's favorite color cues you into how much of a basic bitch you are, but also at the special skill they'll be capable of using. This naturally makes some colors better than others, so here's a tier list I made because I have an obsession with dragon stuff, okay? In the game mode, you gotta use heroes with 1 HP and 1 MP who will live if either reaches 0, so basically they're more disposable than Costco paper straws after 10 seconds of use. The idea is to find the best way to use your Miis to rack on the damage in order to conquer a castle and save the king of the kingdom, who is you, and also stupid, so nothing new to report. I like the simple yet satisfying nature of this game. You can beat it in about 300 play coins, and the learning curve is steady enough that letting the game go for any longer would have been hell on earth, or I guess Mii World. So because of the limits of the game mode, they naturally made a sequel, Find Me 2, which lets you team up your Miis and evolves the mechanics to justify the new length. Another thing, here's me in a princess dress. Am I pretty? That's actually my daughter, you hooligan. Step away! And then the game crashes twice in a row and I decided I was too lazy to try playing the rest. Call me lazy, but I have 4 hours of footage for this game and I'm probably gonna end up using about 5 minutes of it tops. And this is all players had to work with during the first few years before other products started appearing in the plaza for a $3 to $5 price point each.
$49. Discounted price. Nintendo 3DS hardware. $4.99.
Honestly, they made a crap ton of deals over this so you can get several in a bundle, but I'm gonna skip on specific because shut up, that's why. And also that Nintendo closed the store, so it doesn't matter, and I'm sorry I was mean to you. What? I'm not running those play coins myself. And good job, Mini-Me. You really built this all by yourself. That was fast for your size. Hey, if one of you built this, what can I make 3 of you build? And that remorque car idea wasn't 100% mine, part of it came from slot car racers, where you make the crappiest car you may, use the built-in ones the game provides shortly after, and then watch as all your hopes and dreams plummet off the track because you can't time simple eye-hand coordination thingies. I remember being sorta good at this game before, but I lost my mojo and my jolly, and now I'm disappointed in myself, yo, which is weird considering this is a one-button game where you hold A and briefly release it while you turn. The timing of your release dictates how smoothly you do the turn, and although it's simple, it's super satisfying, making it so that all my sat is fine. Apparently there's a whole racing world around this, with a champion rebel you gotta beat to win, using your street passes as opponents who you force into making you potentially legal mods after each race, and get this, the stats they increase is based on their height and if you beat them. Not that it matters much in your store priority all the time becomes not crashing, as it rarely takes more than that to win a race. It may seem simple and easy, but the tracks get harder with more corners and faster speeds. The high speed, high action gameplay becomes really fun. I just wish playing well showed more returns besides milliseconds.
Get this wild and wacky idea, a Mii editor but for cars.
One of these features that don't get much attention, but I love the idea of applying the Mii Maker to other things, whether that's vehicles or something else. I wish this wasn't the only Mii game that has a maker for something other than Mii's. Golly, I hope this segment wasn't too crash. Eh? Market crashes, on the other hand, does not involve crashing the market. You do the exact opposite actually by joining Wall Street with guidance from a guy named Wall Street. That's like if my name was Joe Tuber, or more accurately, Manny Failure. I see why Polly's paid off failed to capture Robert House and Connor Tista. Man, I wish buying and selling stocks was this easy. The production quality on this bit would skyrocket. But yeah, in this game you buy low, sell high, celebrating big fat stacks of doubloons, with your street passes being specialists who predict the graph for you, although not always correctly. Then you gotta become a millionaire to upstage Elon Musk, Bennett Worthington, whose name is
Not a blatant pun, much to my dismay.
You're big money now. I'd say this is one of the games with the shortest play session durations, as you can blast through it in about 30 to 40 seconds. It's kind of ridiculous. Don't know if I wish this were more complicated though. You do get to use your earnings to buy a bunch of memorabilia based on other Streetpass titles, which lets the stock related to those titles release new products that greatly increase potential profits in a session. But this is likely just a smart move to write off more tax money because you're rich, have a shady appraiser, and you can pay ludicrous amounts to a group of layers that will handle the IRS audit for you. When will your greed end? Well, I ran out of play coins, so I guess about now's good. I was always called weird at school, so I believed I was unusual or wrong for most of my childhood. I guess living in a place where kids got their entertainment from mainstream media and sports wasn't the most friendly environment for someone who was into video games, you know, a nerd. And I wasn't even into the weird ones. Sure, maybe I didn't easily dabble into GTA and FIFA, but Mario wasn't all that unusual. Still, the people around me deemed it weird, so I did as well. Well, it's not really me. I didn't ever suffer in childhood from the horrible crap so many others do, and yet that fact made my lonesomeness seem like a fake problem.
Something that wasn't important to solve.
In the classroom, I didn't have anyone to talk with, so I was always bored. I'd sneak off to the bathroom for hours at a time just to play my 3DS and pretend an audience was around to watch. Eventually, my friends became the creatures who birthed from my imaginations. Plushies and game characters would have their own little life where I could get lost into and disconcern myself from any inner loneliness. The distractions stopped working as I grew older. All this very real running is making me hungry, as well as the fact that tomato soup alone isn't cutting it for me. Luckily, Streetpass includes Ultimate Angler, yet another totally accurate fishing simulator where you can catch mythic fish like a motherfucking dragon, and thankfully not as a Kabambas fish. This is the actual name of a real fish that's gone extinct, and just look at the little fella. I'd feel horrible capturing them. But most fish are just the normal kind, and each likes a different bait. Some are into clowns, some are into gods, some are into hunks. The point is you can easily mix tons of bait to a mega bait to catch bigger fish, the bait being based on the shirt color of the Streetpass Mii's. Boom! God hung clown. Oh, we got a bite! To my surprise, catching one of these huge fish is genuinely hectic. You get a rise of depleting the fish's stamina with all of the Streetpass friends helping you reel it in, or otherwise some cats and dogs. It isn't as cool, but it is also not the worst deal ever, to be honest. I guess this mode's largest miss is menus being slower than Endeavor Simulator's development. Even after an hour of gameplay, NPCs still come in to tell you the most basic of tips, like don't rub salt in your eyes. Well, yeah, no shit, buddy! And then you spend half your playtime looking at which fishing spot is likeliest to make you progress. And then you get into the game, mix off your bait, and catch the wrong fish. That's a wasted day of effort. Hooray! So my tip here is to avoid mixing bait other fish don't like unless your big catch likes it too. It's not guaranteed you'll get it, but you're actively decreasing your chances when mixing something that the big catch doesn't like, but other fish do. Why is it even called Ultimate Angler? The only ultimate part of this is Caroline's design. It is genuinely simple, but also communicates so much information about the character. Plus, she's adorable. Plus, she's got sunglasses and a hat, and I don't know why you'd need two separate methods to keep the sun out of your eyes besides the undisputed fashion statement that this outfit is. I love exploring other people's tanks, but I hate that you can see their legendary catches because it spoils the look of those catches for you. I managed to make a nice aquarium, which is actually pretty soothing and reminds me of Aquaspace. Whoa, what was that about? Hold on, did that give me any play coins? Alright, you cut your fish, you bring it to the cook, and you tell the cook that even though you only brought fish and tomatoes, you'd like a beef and pork omelette, and you won't take no for an answer. If they ask you for proper ingredients, you stab them with an arrow and tell them to shut up and cook. Hey, you remember how a few episodes ago I made a bunch of quick mock-ups for Wii Series games and included this one here? Well, they tried. I genuinely want to like this game, but I can't. Your past bring you ingredients based on their shared color and ask you to cook something for them, and by picturing the food you're supposed to try figuring out which ingredients belong on the recipe. It's just a shame that they often ask for something like risotto, but they do not bring rice. Every dish has several versions, a so-so version, an alright version, an artisan version, and a jumbo version. The quality of your dish being dependent on whether or not you had one main ingredient, missed one ingredient, had all the ingredients, or managed to dump multiple of at least one of the main ingredients. And it's very satisfying when you actually figure it out, but ultimately it comes down to RNG to such an aggressive degree that anything but the jumbo dish feels unearned. And yet I still want to eat almost all of the dishes in this game. I did the food, I did Crispin, I did the jump. Oh, wait, hold on. Go back. Look, I respect Crispin. He's super cute, but what in the absolute hell is this outfit? He's got a hoodie, some overalls on top, a half apron over all of that, and just in case the outfit wasn't enough of a disaster, a headscarf. Bro might be as adorable as Coraline, but his design is the entire opposite of hers, where she's so simple yet perfectly conveying her personality. Crispin's outfit is the most complex thing ever, yet transmits nothing about his personality. Another word here, let's smash or pass all the special Streetpass Miis. Smash, pass, pass, smash, pass, smash, pass, 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 smash, but I'm concerned about the legality. Smash, pass, smash, pass, smash, pass, pass, only as a sugar daddy, otherwise pass, smash, pass, smash. What the fuck is this unused character thingy? Pass. Oh yeah, and you beat this game by feeding the Miis better food that lets them do the exact same thing you do in Find Me. You know, all the colors in this game are basically the same in functionality, so I rank the colors here by how much I like the ingredient in its default form, because once again my ranking problem is having repercussions in my real life, to say the least. Great job, you guys! Now I have somewhere to cook this humu humu nuku nuku apua. Oh, Bron, what are you doing here? Alright, you don't speak anymore since we decided that was embarrassing to do. How are you still alive, even? And what are you doing here? What's this? Why does this place look so cool? It's all abstract and shit. I'm all for it. Okay, so let me get this straight. I forgot to cover a game that was 100% valid in the obscure Mii Games portion, but you didn't mind it because I traveled from the future into the ROD not rod and covered it at the same time? Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I perfectly remember that day because it's very hard to forget what I did with my future self. I mean, we know all of each other's buttons, so that makes... What? It's not that weird, is it? Honestly, I don't care. I'm excited to do it all over again from the other side. Oh, I remember this place. The animation looks way worse. Wait, is that me? Wait, that's me! Are you the me who stole my Pilotwings tray just to justify why I'm going to forget the bit? Yes. Is your policy about doppelgangers still the same? I mean, I already know where this was going. Never mind that, it's time for a distracting review that will make you forget you saw anything weird. But I totally topped this time around, if you know. Russ's Real Deal Baseball is a compilation of baseball-based minigames on the Nintendo 3DS. One that's extremely hard to experience on emulator, and believe me, I tried. The deal is that this game lets you haggle with the in-game character for cheaper real money prices on each of the minigames, where you can reduce the total price from $40 to $16. It's a really peculiar and cool idea that can have tricked parents and children into spending about $20 of the price. But sadly, the eShop is a little dead, so the game can't get past the unlock flags unless you import a save from a real system where it just assumes you bought the game so you can experience the story. Luckily for me, it's 2022, so I can play it no problem and the game runs at a consistent rate that doesn't make it any harder to find the minigame's rhythm. Don't ask why I'm destined green. The games themselves are mega simple, all including 50 stages of increasing difficulty with 10 separate gimmicks per game. 3 games where you must time your hits, 2 games where you mess around with motion controls, 1 game where you gotta react by pressing buttons in a limited time, 1 game where you play as the catcher and have to either do as the catchers do in catcha or announce the call, and 2 miscellaneous games, one of which doesn't at all allow me to make a penis bat. I would never do something so mature, and I would not spend a straight minute pondering which texture looks more penile. I did enjoy playing these games, but holy crap I did hard. Way more than you'd expect from the first game. Eventually you're doing stuff like juggling with 2 batters at the same time like an impressive clown, except you're actually failing at it and thus are simply a clown. The other side of this game is the story, which ends up being pretty simple. Basically, Rusty here is sad because his wife left him, and now he is running the store so he can feed his 10 identical children, one of which will become the nanny for. As you haggle for the prices, you end up helping the family sort out their problems, and in the end it just turns out his wife left on a vacation and bought the berry store he just closed to run a more successful business instead as a surprise for her family, somehow. That's the whole story. There is no 7 million view video about the character that shows up to advance the story for you if you paid $40 and didn't bother to haggle at all, which ultimately ended up becoming infamous due to the fact that since no one wanted to waste $20, there was little documentation about the character, and I'm not jealous about how that discovery alone is more successful than my entire YouTube career, including this video that took 4 years, has all these crazy 3D animations and several emotional climaxes. Nope, not me, not bother at all. There is no universe where I stop making videos because the ones I produce don't make enough money to sustain me. I'm not crying, you're crying. Bring that guy I beat up in the Wii Sports Resort segment. I'm going to pat the shit right through their window directly into their face again. Well, that's that, I guess. Hey, Oathworm, what does this mean for you? I'm not usually very good at fulfilling my promises, but considering this, I think we're done. You've been achieved.
Listen to me. I've been silent till now due to my diminishing power and also the fact that I agree with you that this is cringe. But you're right. You completed the path. I know a few years back I was mean to you, and I know our slow progress weighs on you as much as it weighs on me. It's disheartening to put your soul on display for the limited views we get when so many channels slap a compilation of a bunch of videos they've already made and go,
Oathworm, about that...
Fuck you.
I know.
That's it. You've ruined my speech. It was a good speech. I thought about it for over a year and you can witness and ruin it.
I guess I've come to terms with the need to divide the content I want to do and the content people want to watch. It's like... I've grown. It should be empowering to know that growth involves destroying the prior image of yourself to let way for a new one, even if that new form will remain imperfect and can be scary at start.
Wow, okay, that is beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, Dave, it's been wonderful and a little painful to have been your promise. I'm still hurt from when you made me hit my head on the scaffolding thingy. But my time here is done. Thank you for making me.
Nah, thank you for pushing me to see this through. It's been the hidden magnum opus of YouTube, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been. I'm so glad to have been your brother.
The vortexes are insane, you guys. Too bad you have to wait for the marathon compilation with extra content to see what that was all about unless you already saw it. Anyways, where were we? With my life at stake and all, this reminds me of the apocalypse. Now, being stuck at sea is kinda boring compared to the zombie apocalypse, but the crappy segue is here anyway. Battleground Sea is actually a story game with an actual plot where you go through 5 common zombie story locations, a city, a mall, a countryside, a hodgepodge of common environments where zombies sometimes happen, and a research facility. This time, it's your past hobbies that dictate which weapons you have. Though let me be frank, the Wiimote is just overpowered enough to make any other tool useless in comparison. Did Nintendo warn against exactly this all the time? Do the zombies think about the feelings of a TB before they die? Do they go like, oh, is this how a TB felt? I appreciate that Playcoin passes do not ever bring new weapons unlike real passes, which means you can beat the game without ever seeing some of them. At the trade-off of your luck having an impact on how good your experience ultimately ends up being. And then you use these hobby weapons to beat the ever-living daylight out of the zombies. Wait, I think I just said something illogical. Or is that what the morons would say? An oxymoron? You can turn into a zombie yourself, it's just lamer than yeah, this is so lame that I couldn't figure out a worthwhile punchline. Regular enemies are fine, but the highlight is definitely the bosses of every world. With special attacks, lots of health, and sometimes interesting gimmick related to the level's theme, not Juba Cletus. If they catch you, they'll damage your weapons, and if you run out of weapons, you you die, which means you'll most likely lose this game when a strong zombie is the first enemy before you get any of the backup weapons from other survivors, who you'll leave defenseless as they flee after you find them because you're just that kind of person, I guess. Like, please tell me how this game pretends this constitutes as saving them. You can tell there's lots of production behind this, as every stage has its own environment and objects, making for one of the most varied games in the collection. Every level is a treat, and this truly does feel like a fully fledged game but short. And I love how Scarlet, the special Mii, is actually using a Mii's features to make her fit right in. She's also the only Mii in any Mii game with cleavage, dude. And those last two details, skipping over Scarlet's curves, carry over to Mii Force, a shmup game where the Mii's favorite color dictates which weapon they allow you to use. So here's the obligatory tier list. Of course, the humming ones are the best. Look, I spent the past hour ranking my used Pepsi bottles instead of driving to check up on some obnoxious problem with my student documentation that should be solvable through email instead, but fuck my time, I guess! The important part is, the stages themselves are incredibly well made. The problem is game overing. See, I did the final boss twice, and the first time it kicked my ass, but the second time I didn't lose the overpowered humming weapon during the first attack, so I killed the boss before ever seeing the second phase. But removing my gripes with RNG elements and getting hit at the start being once again the cause for most of my losses because I have severe skill issues, which I also ranked on a tier list, I quite enjoyed this game mode. It's a pretty simple game that you've seen done before, but the gameplay actually involves multiple elements that reward playing well. You truly earn becoming overpowered if you avoid getting hit, since you can use 6 of your leftover capsules to power up your current arsenal. Depending on who you ask, they may say this game mode is short, and it's certainly true. There's only 15 stages, which means you can beat it without using more than 300 play coins, but I don't know, I personally like the short and sweet nature. Plus, the session duration is one of the longest in the entirety of the Streetpass collection. You ever feel me forced to pay the mafia what you owe them? Warrior's Way is garbage incarnate. I want to watch for okay, I'm only half joking. This is the low point in all of the Streetpass Mii Plaza because it's completely luck-based and even the play coin cost is out of proportion. Streetpassing people without the game nets you a pitiful increase to your army, while people with the game depends on winning a battle against them, which is unwinnable if their army is 3 times larger than yours. TLDR, you're gambling on rock, paper, scissors. You have an army that you can split into 3 groups. Now all you have to do is win twice against an opponent who is following the exact same rules. You lose if you have less of an army than the opposing one, or less than double of one if your opponent wins the matchup. That is all there is to it, and it's a stinker for sure. Your goal is to capture other countries, but you can only capture a country at a time, and you have to have gotten a street pass in order to even try. The level of your castle dictates how many troops you can buy, which is about negligible numbers, which means I fumed through 300 play coins in 20 minutes, most of which I spent staring at the screen trying to figure out how this game mode is supposed to be any good. Spoilers, the answer is that it's not supposed to be any good, and I refuse to continue piling on more work related to this game mode. Bye! When I sat in a room with 50 people, my 3DS and my jeans that were ever so slightly against school guidelines because they were grey, no one in those 50 street passed with me. When I walked around the school in my lonesome during the lunch break because nobody wanted to spend time with the person that I was, not one of the 5,000 students street passed with me. When I went to the center of town, if only to go check that one place that sold nerdy collectibles in the pre-Funko Pop era where I'd surely pass by someone. No one in the 30,000 people there street passed with me. But when I grabbed the display 3DS console at the hardware store and sneakingly turned on Street Pass, I finally got someone to play these games with. And once again, it was myself. And then I thought of all the kids like me. There had got to be at least one in the whole city. Maybe they'll Street Pass with this fake me without realizing it's a display and feel less alone. Maybe we would still be alone, but this level of connection can help us, right? Maybe not. Regardless, that thought was one of my best thoughts in a while. Ouch.
Hey, this reminds me of the time I got shot out of a cannon.
I don't mean in the game. I used to be in the US militia in 1965 as a weapon of mass destruction during the Vietnam War because my skull was so dense it could be used as a morally ambiguous explosive warhead. If you ask Street Pass, this derives from the way the ancient school of Japanese cannon samurais would shoot themselves out of a cannon and later catch their equipment from midair thanks to foot soldiers with kites. Who came up with this? What copious amount of what drug were they on? And would they be willing to share a smidge of it with me? That's all there is to this game. You line up the kites and if you collect all of them you can clear almost any stage without worry, but you will not be able to clear any stage if you do not do that. Admittedly, the outfits you can get can become pretty comedic at times, so you can beat the stage dressed in a leopard suit. Oh my god, I'm her! I love how fast this game is. Even the menus are brief. You can see this comparison between the speed it takes for me to use 20 play coins in this game versus on others. Too bad the game itself is also no more than a minute long, hence the challenge. I do like that all the yokai enemies are here, but as you should know, it's very hard for me to dislike a bird character. And the Karasu Tengu makes me a woo guy enough to let myself be shot out of a cannon directly into their silky smooth breast feathers. But at least it's 40 seconds of active gameplay compared to Miitrek, which is 50 seconds of the universe pre-Big Bang. You sometimes select which path you'll explore, but there's no logic to this that I could figure out, so good luck, you're on your own, bud. I hope you have sleeping darts to shoot everything you encounter, because otherwise they'll eat your exploration crew. Yeah, I ate burgers today, so I feel rather American. What I like about this game is that it's based on the Streetpass person step count, which means real Street Passes during its heyday probably netted some actual result. Sadly, the game is plagued with slow progression and the inability to use any remaining steps on the next level once you achieve an objective. I got so far as to collect 5 pieces of a crystal skull, and even then I didn't finish it, but the game insists it's interesting. Are you implying Indiana Jones 4 is good, or did they realize they had no game with 2 months of development time and slapped together something? Because it truly does feel like this game is tiny. I feel like I could code it in an afternoon. That said, the exploration log music? Inject that shit directly into my bloodstream. I love afternoons here. Though maybe I should have had you guys build something to find a shore rather than a random boat finding me. Talking about you guys, there's more of you now. Doing the shorter one, so let's take it the other way to the games that I felt gave you the most bang for your buck and also gave me the most gigabytes of occupied space in my already struggling hard drive, so you know I'm about to use as much of it as I can, starting by all of these mentions of breeding. I love breeding. I love being bred. Your goal: to breed 20 types of flowers by having as many people as possible leaving your flowers moist enough for them to produce their seed, which will help you breed other flowers. This is why you don't do sex jokes around me. Let this be a oh, and your goal is to become the master of all of these flowers. I'm gonna stop, I'm sorry. There's some logic to which seeds are more likely to produce new breeds, such as the type of seed pertaining the written stats that the game shows you, but at least for the main game I didn't have any trouble getting seeds that guaranteed a new flower. What I did notice was that almost anytime someone came up with an interesting flower, they'd be the last person to make the flower bloom rather than the first person to cross-pollinate the flower, which sort of pissed me off. I love how much content this game carries. You can customize a garden with all of your prettiest blossoms and a mountain of decorations. You can take up quests where clients ask for certain flowers and colors through context clues. There's pots that can make you look epic and awesome when people street pass you, and the game boasts an impressive catalog of flower combinations, some of which you can even grow with friends, and the environments look very nice and detailed. But then this game is also unbearably slow. Mr. Mendel here persists on telling you all the information or preview of your seed, all stuff that could be useful like tutorials and reminders, but I'd rather need to ask him over him interrupting to explain his deepest darkest secret all the goddamn time. No, I do not care about the corpses you hid in those first garden decorations you suspiciously gifted me free of charge a while ago. Why are you even telling me this and implicating yourself? Also, stop talking about universal basic income! Monster Manor, on the other hand, that's a game that knows how to build a satisfying gameplay loop, because you have a puzzle segment where you place as many Tetris-like pieces of the same color together to get loot, such as items of weapons, which base their strength out of the size of the room you manage to create. Whenever you change room colors, you might encounter enemies to battle on a real-time fighting system where you can block damage entirely if your reaction time is good enough, and you may even risk charging your weapon for a stronger attack at the cost of your energy meter regeneration stopping. Of course, every weapon has its own skills and stats as well as a type advantage system. As you can tell, there's lots of game in this game. So much game, in fact, that the game has a game in it where you arrange pieces to fit in a box, like in that game for the mobile. Bosses too, and it's not all that uncomfortable to play because the game is well made and leaves its mechanics very clear. If anything, I'd improve this weapon system to one where you can fuse weapons more specifically, but that'd be an improvement, not a solution to any real problem. I got through most of this by burning the entire place down with my Phoenix gun. And because the loop is so good, the game remains fresh even with hours of gameplay, although some additional difficulty wouldn't have hurt at all. Not that the Marvel gaming we played didn't traumatize me enough to have me feeling pleased. Fuck it, I just can't do this. Come on, God, don't look so sad. You're alone here, even though so many people are around you, right? I know exactly how that feels. You feel like everyone else's problems are also your problems, but like your problems are no one else's. I think everybody feels that way to some extent. We're kind of alone in this. But you're thinking that everyone feeling similarly makes us closer than we think, but that's bullshit. We're still away. It's just a red herring, we'd rather believe. Those lonely people seem to have a hard time accepting that being alone is not always a problem. We can't help it, and that's why we wish desperately not to be alone, even when we want to be alone. Because loneliness hurts, more so when something you love reminds you of it. Streetpass is supposed to bring people together. We're supposed to notice if one of our classmates plays the console as well, or at least feel like the world is in the void of people who just get you. And I won't deny that, it's always nice to have the fallback that others like you exist. But the bottom line is that communication depends alone on the moment. There's a natural part of our brains that tells us when the communication is enough to make us feel like someone else is around. We assign meaning to every interaction, and that assigned meaning has to be notable for our mind to be satisfied. And the worst part is that I didn't even have this experience. A service that was meant to make me feel less alone and connect me to others through a hobby I adore only managed to make me realize that no one was like me, that I was alone in this massive city with millions of people, worsened by the way the lack of hits limited my ability to progress through these games. It was like my lack of friends actively affected my goals, for as meaningless as they were, and even now I still see those issues. These games were made for people who have friends, and sure, the Mii series has plenty of elements for people who have friends to some extent. Look at Wii Party, that whole game's meant to be played with friends, but this was the first time I was limited by not having friends. The games are designed for that slower limited play, with the 10 play coins a day limit being as if to mock me for going out without friends. And yet, it's now when this console radiates loneliness, because now even I wouldn't carry it around hoping to get hits. I gotta use custom firmware like Pretendo and NetPass. I found a post on Reddit by user It's Me Fizzy, showing their 3DS at the Nintendo store in New York and getting no passes. Sure, this is yet another argument for why you should hack your 3DS if you haven't, given it's become effortless, but it's mostly another reminder of how alone this console that I love is making me feel, through characters that I love. Miis were meant to bring people together, and I never got that experience outside of the internet. And I know I saw this through the eyes of sadness and fakeness. These Miis are fake, I don't think they're real, but they were my friends. They made the lovely warmth of companionship dimly light inside me. Because now I feel like I always took Streetpass for granted.
At the very least, I was not as alone as the people who actually got the 10 million coins to max out the counter in New Soup 2. I feel so much worse for you guys. As much as this game is emblematic of a feeling that had been present throughout most of my childhood, and thus why this video ended up being rather emotional for me, it's also emblematic of the power of Miis. I don't think any other Mii game uses Miis this efficiently and with this consistency to its quality. 11 of the 13 games in this collection feel fun and complete. No more racetracks with one course, copies of Mario Party, or even silly WiiWare games. This is a full product that is fulfilling to play and unique. The way other Miis happen to be real people that you can't generally control just drives home the point that Nintendo always made with Miis back when they truly represented Nintendo. This is the side of loneliness we don't even associate with the concept because we see it as a positive trait: individuality. Regardless of our similarities, each of us is unique just like the Miis, adaptable to any situation and preloaded with a variety of emotions that we all feel. You can make any Mii do the same things because they are ultimately built off the same code. It is lonely to think that no one is like you, and that we mostly share traits that are natural to everyone, but that also means that you can be yourself and show who you are thanks to communication. Language and emotions are just what helps our lonely sense of self seem like anything but turning into a personality, a set of ideals, the desire to make ambitious 3D animations on a video where it hardly would matter, and a preferred combination of eyes and noses that represents us. Expression is a magnificent side to Miis that rarely got any appreciation, because in their simplicity, Miis compacted what it means to be a person into a few polygons and code, something which Streetpass didn't let me experience until I found my own way to force its hand. And now that I've become familiar with it, maybe I can finally start loving Streetpass and stop hating that I couldn't. So, give it up for this game that encompasses everything that is wrong with me. Streetpass Mii Plaza.
Land ho! I can't believe sex workers are already about on the shore around this time of day. Look, I know my room isn't very big, but you should come with me. I'll make you a tiny bed, and you'll still be able to talk with your both friends, so we can stay connected. And I'm gonna do this for dinner, and you're totally invited, dude. I just want you to come with me, please. Buddy, what's wrong? Did I trigger a death flag or something?
They need my help. Hang in here, buddy, okay?
A little bitty snack for August, and a snack for the creature in his hand, wriggling through his fingers and into the soul of man. Hastened by the sound of craving, he turns it to an energy form, focused on the goal of pure soul, leaving everyone in the dust. Call them all, call them August. Call on your inner pride. Leave them alone, postulate their own framework. Freak out on the side of real man.
What? That's it? This is how I die? That is literally the most depressing shit ever! Oh, cool. Hi, welcome to heaven where you spend the rest of the eternity. Here's body horror, pain, trauma, and suffering. I hope you enjoyed your stay. What? Did I see something bad? A clown cart for free? Ominous. But I'm down for the death introductory experience at the very least. And that's what we call false advertisement. Switch Sports represents death. To most people, it is equivalent to the death of the Miis. The name alone implies that as a direct sequel to Wii Sports, it can choose what parts of the franchise are worthy of return, which in turn made a bunch of creators blow it out of proportion for clickbait titles where they discuss stuff they generally aren't familiar with. The game fundamentally forsakes Miis in preference for its newer, more technologically advanced avatars, which I will start this review off by immediately saying, these aren't Miis. Miyamoto's portrait concept was tried many times before the Wii, and it simply didn't work because Miyamoto's goal with the concept was the creation of a caricature. You're meant to make an approximation to a real person with the tools it provides. Switch Sports' avatars simply don't take those avenues. They are a simple customizable character that separates itself fundamentally from the Miis because of one fundamental fact: they don't feel like a creation. I always like pointing out how people react very differently to the Switch Sport avatars than they did to the makeup in Miitopia. In a similar vein, this isn't a Mii, it's not a caricature but rather a recreation, though admittedly a very impressive one. The difference between these two is many things. Makeup in Miitopia has similar controls to the standard Mii Maker, which certainly contributes to the feel, but most importantly, I believe what separates the concepts fundamentally is the fact that Miis are creations. Don't believe me? Prove me wrong. Please send me an image of a Peter Griffin Switch Sports idiot. And this all has a perfectly good explanation according to me. I know I'm about to go on a Pepe Silva moment, but it's not like I didn't go full Pepe about 40 minutes ago. And what I'm about to claim will either sound insane to you until you hear me out, or be something you've always known. Switch Sports was never meant to be a sequel to Wii Sports. Now, there are interviews that say otherwise. You have the developers of the original Wii Sports titles explaining on record that they were requested to make a game by Yoshiaki Koizumi, the general producer of Nintendo Switch. And thus they did. Well then, allow me to present you the earliest piece of concept art that I could find for this project. This piece of art is presented as one of the earliest concept art pieces, which is unnatural to me. Why would you start designing the playable characters and then giving them this much detail and personality, unlike any customizable avatar idea? But more obvious is the highlighted soccer motif, which you'd never include if you aim to create a collection. Add to that, soccer is, by a wide margin, the most complex and complete game featured in the collection. Of the 6th game in the initial release of the game, Soccer stands out because it's unlike anything else in Wii Sports history. It's also far more developed than any of the other 5 games, where you mostly swing a single Joy-Con. This game, unlike the others, allows for non-motion control of the player, accurately detects directional swings, includes an element of resource management, and allows for 8 players simultaneously. To me, it appears as if there was a tech demo created by an external team to Wii Sports, which had a positive reaction with the higher-ups at Nintendo, who appointed the creation of the Switch Sports project. Yes, it means that the game was developed as Switch Sports, but was never meant to be that. The name is nothing but a marketing decision. No, I'm not genuinely this bad at soccer. My controller thinks his initial D and won't stop drifting. Honestly, this can be a bit fan-fictional, and do not take it as fact. I'm making an educated guess based on my brief experience in game development. I'm simply taking what I find and looking at it with a side of salt, with facts such as how 90% of the Switch Sports development team have never worked on a sports project. I think something's going on here, but I cannot definitely prove it. I can, however, explain other parts of the experience that stood out to me in this regard, most notably the fact that the gameplay is far worse than it was on Wii Sports. You may think this is a popular opinion, but it's not. People online genuinely tend to prefer Switch Sports, while the 13 million sales aren't exactly a low number to say this is just a niche, and I really don't understand why. 4 of the 6 games are reaction time based, with 3 of them boiling down to just swinging the controller in a way that doesn't affect the gameplay. Those 3 are tennis, badminton, and volleyball. I am doing the same motion every single time in this footage, and yet the outcome is widely different. The speed of the ball isn't based on my input, but rather on my timing. The direction of my swing is practically ignored by the game, and all this makes for a game that I found insanely uninteractive. I understand that evidently the Joy-Cons and the Wiimote have different ways of reading and interacting to motion. Thus, it's not fair to the developers to imply they should have known, but I still feel like the more advanced detection of the Switch was looked over. It's also important to note that the shape and weight of a Joy-Con severely reduces the game feel of motion controls compared to the Wii, leaving all feedback to be done through vibration and audio. That's another thing that feels like an evident downgrade to Wii Sports. The sound design here is laughable at best. The inclusion of music is generally fitting. I definitely think the game would feel completely off if there was no music, a problem Wii Sports didn't have because it emphasized the audience and the playfield so much. In this case, you're in an actual populated location, which I will be discussing at a later moment, and thus it's only natural to have all of this music. The problem is then, well, everything else. Most of the sound effects fade into the background, and the audience is more reminiscent of a club than of an audience, which greatly diminishes the impact and feel of the sound design. An issue I surely wouldn't notice if they didn't cook with the originals, but that's adjacent to another thing that makes me feel like it wasn't supposed to be a Wii Sports sequel, and that's the complete lack of nature. Visually, the game looks fantastic. If you seriously come at me and tell me the game doesn't look good, I'd probably punch you over the head or something. Heck, I'm actually a kind of a fan of the art direction in Spoko Square and commend the designers for actually attaching the sports to their corresponding building on the map. It's all really well put together, but there is a fundamental difference between Spoko and the environments prior sports games showed. Spoko features no amount of natural set pieces that are naturally made. This is a thing that Wuhu obviously displays, but even going back to Wii Sports, they were adamant about showing nature wherever it could fit. You could see trees from the training gym or even through the scaffolding in the baseball minigame. There was an authenticity to these places, and Spoko simply doesn't go that way. Even if the place looks lively, it doesn't come across that way until you've been playing for a while. The place was likely designed to attempt to catch the thunder that made Wuhu, without considering Wuhu came first and the sports in it second. The takeoff point for Wii Sports Resort was expanding Wii Sports into a place with personality that can serve other ends beyond the ones in Wii Sports Resorts. Never letting that one go. Switch Sports was taken off from the idea of a game that anyone would be willing to try, which somehow led the development team to settling for generic environments, set pieces, sound design, and whatnot in order to attempt to appeal to as many people as possible, something which ultimately worked for the title's well-being, but resulted in everything about this game feeling like an afterthought to the soccer game in a way that is hard to describe. Let's take a look at Chambara. The basic recreation of the Wii Sports Resort game mode is clearly there, but the fun aspect is generally gone. It feels like a rigid game of rock, paper, scissors now, rather than the loose and strategic version in Resort. This one is all about reacting to your opponent. The swords feel heavy due to the spacing between the swinging. It feels almost like whatever subteam was in charge of this game ignored what made the original version so fun, and instead weaned off any element that could be considered unfair for one fundamental reason. Online play. Weather update! Dear Lord. I don't have an active Nintendo Online service subscription. Making this video is already sending me back too much, and as always, I'd appreciate your support. That also means that my broadcast can play the main option in the very menu, online play. Unlockables are hidden behind the online mode, and there's no single player campaign. In fact, the single player mode only has 3 NPC difficulties between baby play, human who is sorta good at the game, and I don't feel like playing today, can you please kick my ass instead? Because online play was conceived as one of the main aspects of the project, any and all fun elements were removed from the game. Otherwise, players could get frustrated for not reacting to different playstyles. They basically dumped every game except soccer down to automatic movements and swings that actively give the sensation of lacking control over the experience. An ultimately depressing decision. Excuse me as I Joy-Con drift to the side. Oh wow, look, playing this single game requires about as much money as I would need to buy a whole Wii with both of the prior sports games. Interesting. Where does that leave the Miis though? People like to operate under the impression that games like Wii Sports are directly responsible for the fading of the Miis. And as much as I personally dislike the title and I feel it's dismissive of its original material, I don't think it plays that large of a role when it comes to the issues with Miis. The audience themselves adored getting to see the Miis evolve into an art tool rather than a more refined version of themselves, so it's not like Nintendo is the only one drifting away from Miis. I believe the audience is too, and for that I don't blame the audience. Miis are simply less relevant and even still have a fanbase that holds them dearly enough to have a genuine bond of friendship with these fictional avatars. This is a self-call out, please be my friend, who else will I share ice cream with? The Miis have simply become less common. And it's not Nintendo's direct fault exactly. It wasn't a cautious strategic decision, but it does ultimately land upon their lap to see a regression in Mii usage. After all, the Mii system is getting old, coming up on 18 years since its conception. Truth is, Switch Sports doesn't represent death. If you ever believed that Miis in the Nintendo Switch feel like an afterthought, I must tell you the harsh truth. Not only are you right, they have a point. On the Wii and Nintendo 3DS, Miis work as part of the operating system. That means that the piece of code that is in charge of communicating the Mii channel's data to the games featuring them is an inherent part of the console. It's easy to ask the game for the information about a certain Mii, so easy in fact you can bring up the very same window and dialogue option used by the Mii maker, meaning it's all pre-established by one of the system's core functions. You're literally calling the exact same program. The 3DS shows this very obviously with most Mii selection prompts, given that Miis and Streetpass were intended to work in tandem. They wanted developers to have ease using these features. Fast forward to the Switch, with no planned features for the Miis beyond a few profile pictures which certainly were implemented as a response to the Mii's lack of importance. You realize they didn't intend to give developers the ease of Mii usage. Heck, there's a non-zero chance you need an additional license to use them now. This basically means that if anyone plans to use the Miis in the product, it's up to them to adopt the system themselves. I don't think Miis are working as part of the Switch, but rather as its own standalone system that gets loaded only when necessary. That's the reason why I believe no new games appeared with Miis. Technology has fundamentally changed to the point where the Miis are becoming a deprecated feature, one that needs heavy deconstruction if a team intends to utilize them. I feel this is too a reason why most games featuring Miis are ports. You need to have the same elements. You could see this as a sad and negative thing. Miis are dying as a system, and that is certainly bad. But why would Nintendo ever consider including the afterthought in the base system's feature list? Even if it's not directly coded and used by the OS, it is there, leaving the doors open for developers to potentially consider using the Miis and developing them further. I want to think this is an indication that Nintendo doesn't want the Miis to die. They are still a profitable IP, all it takes is for the right developer to come along with a desire to use them. Alas, whether this is wishful thinking or a potential reality, is a thing we can only know in time. I hold out hope for the Miis. So what is it? I'm talking to you, coding person. If you can rewrite my dreams, I'm sure you can rewrite yours. After all, we're the same. You may be the me who lives in reality, but without you, there wouldn't be a version of me who wishes to dream, am I right? In our life, there's always two Nates, two which work better together. Why don't we ponder a dreamer reality, just for a while? Let's hold out hope for us too. Come on, bud, let's go home. New problem? Where the heck are we and which direction is home?
It's a